Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports and Parks is now hereby called to order. Let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in your sight, O Lord, my strength and redeemer. Psalm 19:14. Welcome to the people of the Virgin Islands and those listening and viewing abroad. I am Senator Angel Bulques Jr., the chairman of this committee. First, I want to begin by stating, as we close out on the month of October, I wanted to recognize some important observances that we've observed here in the Virgin Islands. Domestic violence awareness, cybersecurity awareness, breast cancer awareness, and disability employment awareness, all of which remind us of the resilience and responsibility that we share for building a safer and healthier, more inclusive Virgin Islands. And as we turn the page to the month of November, we do so by honoring the legacy of D. Hamilton Jackson, a champion of free speech, labor rights, and social justice, whose contributions continue to inspire our commitment to equity and empowerment for every Virgin Islander. And before we continue, I want to wish a very happy birthday to Miss Anna Castillo, my staffer, who is my executive assistant. A happy 60th birthday, for that fact. Yes, I'm putting it out there. May God continue to bless you and guide you and protect you in all that you do, and you're coming out, in your going out and your coming ins. All right, so thank you for all that you do. We appreciate you, and you're walking. Just because it's your birthday doesn't mean you're going to walk today, okay? I wanted to begin as the chair of this committee. I begin by expressing my very deep gratitude to everyone who is present here today, and that goes for the testifiers who are here, our stakeholders in a very important discussion, along with my colleagues, educators, and parents, and most importantly, any young person that is listening to this discussion today. Today's hearing is about healing and empowering our youth and confronting violence and mental health and opportunity gaps that exist here in the Virgin Islands. It's a call for all of us to come together as a community. And as we gather only to hear the testimony, we must confront the actual truths. The truth that our children are crying out for help, for healing, and for hope. Across our Virgin Islands, we see too many young people facing pain and isolation and lost opportunities. We see violence taking root where hope should grow. And we see families and schools doing their best, often with too few resources to hold our children together. What we face is not just a crisis in behavior, it's a crisis of belonging, and it demands more than a reaction. It demands reflection, compassion, and a lasting change. We are here today to listen with empathy and to act with courage and to face the hard truths about mental health, trauma, and inequity, and to turn those truths into policy and purpose. The goal of today's hearing is not to assign blame, but to build bridges between government and community, between policy and people, and between words and action. In Block 1, we'll focus on the healing, addressing our youth violence as a public health crisis and exploring how our systems can deliver meaningful trauma-informed, and culturally rooted mental health support. And we will ask the clerk to please read Block 1 into the record before we proceed. Please proceed, Madam Clerk.
Block 1. The Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports and Parks. Oh, I'm sorry. Should I still read the intro, Senator? I messed it up for my birthday.
Please proceed.
Go straight to Block 1.
Just Block 1, yes,
okay.
Madam Clerk.
During this block, the committee will receive testimony and examine the rise of youth violence in the Virgin Islands as a public health emergency that demands a comprehensive, trauma-informed response. The segment seeks to uncover the root causes of trauma and aggression among young people, while evaluating the availability, accessibility, and cultural relevance of behavioral health services across the territory. The committee will explore how schools, law enforcement, and grassroots organizations are working, both independently and collaboratively, to interrupt cycles of harm and deliver mental health support, crisis intervention, and violence prevention services. Special attention will be given to prevention models, early intervention strategies, and community-based programs that provide safe spaces, foster emotional resilience, and build trust between youth and institutions. The overarching goal is to assess the territory's current response capacity and identify actionable, sustainable strategies to promote healing, safety, and long-term well-being for all young people. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Justa Encarnacion, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Health, Mr. Antonio Emanuel, Director, Office of Gun Violence Prevention, the Honorable Dion Wells Hendrington, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Education, Honorable Mario Brooks, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Police Department, Honorable Avril Judge, Commissioner, Department of Human Services, Honorable Gordon Rhea, Esquire, Attorney General, Virgin Islands Department of Justice, Juvenile Division, Mr. Molito A. Smith Jr., Director, Law Enforcement Planning Commission, LEPC, Youth-Focused Nonprofit Organization, My Brother's Workshop, Youth Against Gun Violence, St. Croix Foundation, the Village Partners in Recovery, Public Witness Panel with testimony from individuals that with lived experience. That concludes the reading of the first block, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, can we now please proceed with the roll call?
Senator Carla J. Joseph. Present. Senator Joseph, present. Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Present.
Senator Blyden, present. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., present. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Present.
Senator Francis Heiliger, present. And Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr.
Present.
Senator Bolkes Jr., present. Senator Avery L. Lewis.
Absent.
Senator Lewis, present.
Absent.
Absent? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you saw him on separate. My apologies, Senator Avery L. Lewis, absent. So we have, Mr. Chair, 6 present and 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Could you please put Senator Avery Lewis as excused? He did send a letter to myself. I don't have it to be read into the record, but please mark him as excused. Before we proceed, I wanted to ask you, Madam Clerk, do you have any correspondence in your possession other than what I just mentioned? Please read those into the record.
Dear Senator Bolkes, I'm writing regarding the Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports and Parks hearing scheduled for October 31st, 2025 at the Fritz E. Lawetz Legislative Conference Room on St. Croix. Please allow me to clarify that the Department of Human Services' inability to participate on this date is in no way a reflection of the importance we place on the committee's agenda or the critical issues outlined in your memorandum regarding healing and empowering our youth, confronting violence, mental health, and opportunity gaps in the Virgin Islands. The department remains deeply committed to supporting youth-focused initiatives addressing systemic inequities and collaborating with partners to advance public health, education, and community development objectives. Unfortunately, due to multiple pressing obligations on that day involving our senior leadership team, including the preparation and distribution of local relief paper checks for SNAP clients due to the federal shutdown, coordination with federal partners, and other time-sensitive internal initiatives, the timing of this hearing conflicts with these essential responsibilities. As a result, neither I nor a designated representative will be able to attend on October 31st. Please know that we at DHS fully recognize the importance of the work you are leading, and we remain committed to partnering with the committee as we make progress in these areas, especially for our youth. I hope our absence will not be discouraging. It is simply a matter of timing. We have too much at stake on that day and cannot afford any errors in executing some critical initiatives during that time. Thank you for your attention and understanding. Avril E. George, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Human Services. Dear Senator Bolkes, I'm writing to respectfully inform you that due to an unavoidable scheduling conflict, I will be unable to attend today's hearing on long-term solutions to address youth success. As you know, this important discussion will focus on program funding, equity in service delivery, and structural barriers that affect access to education, training, and enrichment opportunities. Please accept my sincere apologies for any inconvenience my absence may cause. I deeply regret not being able to participate in what promises to be a valuable conversation, and I truly appreciate your understanding in this matter. Thank you for your consideration. Respectfully, Julio Reimer, Senior Director of the Office of Management and Budget. Dear Senator Bolkes, thank you for the invitation to testify before the Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks on behalf of the Superior Court Rising Stars Youth Steel Orchestra at the hearing scheduled for Friday, October 31st, 2025. We are honored that you thought to include the program as part of this important dialogue surrounding youth development, empowerment, and well-being. Unfortunately, due to prior scheduling commitments and the short notice of the invitation, we are unable to participate in this hearing. The Superior Court Rising Stars Youth Steel Orchestra remains committed to the shared goal of promoting positive youth engagement through intervention, recreation, and mentorship. We appreciate the committee's leadership in highlighting these critical issues and look forward to future opportunities to provide testimony and collaborate on initiatives that benefit the youth and families of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Sincerely, Daria N. Scott, Court Services Director. And that concludes the reading of the absentee letters.
Thank you so
Chair.
much, Madam Clerk, and we appreciate again all of the testifiers who are here with us today to have this very, very important discussion. Before we proceed, I want to set out some housekeeping rules. Please put your cell phones on silent or vibrate. I would like to ask the testifiers to please consistently identify themselves for the record by name and title for our stenographers who are accounting today's meeting. Also, for those who are present online, to provide consideration to any testifiers by muting your microphones so that there's no disruptions during the deliberation of today's hearing. Testifiers, one more time, please name and title before response, okay? So let's begin by having a quick microphone check, starting here in the District of St. Croix. Starting with, let's start from my left, going to my right, then we'll go over to St. Thomas, beginning on my left here.
Hi, good morning. Brandy Brooks, Prevention Coordinator at the Village VI Partners in Recovery.
Thank you.
Good morning. Carita Stevens-Combs, Director of Treatment, Virgin Islands Partners in Recovery.
Good morning. Danisha Samos Santos. I'm a sergeant with the Virgin Islands Police Department.
Good morning, Attorney Chad Mitchell with the Assistant Attorney General.
Good morning, Gordon Ray, Attorney General.
Antonio Emanuel, Director of Gun Violence Prevention.
Good morning, beautiful people. Ruben Malloy, Assistant Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Health.
Good morning, Renan Steele, Deputy Commissioner of Public Health, Department of Health.
Good morning, Giselle Ramos, Director of Behavioral Health, Department of Health. Tamara Ramos, Territorial Coordinator of Behavioral Health.
Excellent. Let's move on over to the St. Thomas District. St. Thomas, St. John
Good morning,
District.
Dr.
I apologize.
Good morning, Dr. Ready?
Yes, I apologize.
Good morning,
Go ahead.
Cragwell Sims, Acting Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Health.
Good morning, Christy Payne, Program Director of My Brother's Workshop.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much, everyone, again, for being here. Let's start off with testimonies. I would like to begin in the order of the agenda. So we're going to begin with the Department of Health for your testimony.
Good day, Honorable Senator Angel Bolquez Jr., Chairperson of the Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports and Parks, Honorable Senator Carla A. Joseph, Vice Chair, committee members, other senators in attendance, and members of the listening and viewing audience. I'm Dr. Nicole Cragwell Sims, Acting Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Health, here to provide testimony on behalf of the Honorable Justa Encarnacion, Health Commissioner. Joining me today are Assistant Commissioner Ruben Malloy, Deputy Commissioner Janice Valmont for Health Promotion and Disease Prevention, Deputy Commissioner Renan Steele, with oversight over the Behavioral Health Division, Giselle Ramos, Director of the Behavioral Division, and other members of our team to offer support. We extend heartfelt appreciation to the dedicated teams within the Maternal and Child Health and Children with Special Healthcare Needs Division and the Behavioral Health Division for their unwavering commitment to serving our youth and families. We also thank Governor Albert Bryan Jr. and Lieutenant Governor Chagenza A. Roach Esquire for their continued leadership and support in advancing behavioral health and wellness throughout the Virgin Islands. Chair and members of the committee, we thank you for examining youth violence as a public health emergency. We share your concern for the youth of this territory and appreciate your commitment to addressing this crisis through prevention, healing, and long-term community partnerships. The Department of Health views youth violence not merely as a criminal or social issue, but as a symptom of a deeper trauma and unaddressed behavioral health need that demands a coordinated, trauma-informed response. When we look into the eyes of our children, we see promise, talent, and unimaginable potential. Yet too often beneath that potential lies pain they do not choose and burdens they should never have to carry. We agree that their experiences tell a story that demands our attention and our intentional action. Nationally, young people are navigating unprecedented levels of stress, trauma, and behavioral health challenges. Data from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention show that nearly 2/3 of U.S. adults report at least one adverse childhood experience, and about 1 in 6 report 4 or more. These adverse experiences, such as abuse, neglect, or exposure to household dysfunction, which are often associated with emotional trauma and abuse, significantly increase the risk for later aggression, substance use, and chronic mental health challenges. Youth who are exposed to community violence or poverty carry an even higher burden, often presenting symptoms of post-traumatic stress, depression, and aggression. National data also indicate that 1 in 5 high school students is involved in a physical fight each year, and marijuana remains the most frequently used illicit substance among adolescents. Trauma and aggression do not appear suddenly. They are rooted in repeated adversity and the absence of stable support. Although the need for care is undeniable, access to behavioral health services remains severely limited. Nationally, only about 1/3 of adolescents receive any form of mental health treatment each year, while nearly 40% of youth experiencing major depression receive no care at all. Children and adolescent psychiatrists are also in critically short supply, averaging just 14 providers per 100,000 youth, with many communities lacking even one. Persistent barriers such as cost, stigma, transportation, and the absence of culturally responsive services continue to widen the gap in care. In the U.S. Virgin Islands, poverty significantly intensifies the behavioral health challenges already seen nationwide. With nearly 1/3 of our children living below the federal poverty level, many face daily insecurities related to food, housing, and community safety. These conditions elevate chronic stress and teach survival-based behavior that can appear as aggression. While caregiver instability and limited resources further weaken emotional support systems, Local behavioral health services remain under-resourced, difficult to access, and not always aligned with the cultural and lived experiences of our youth. In addition to the pressures of poverty, young people in the Virgin Islands continue to carry the collective trauma of Hurricanes Irma and Maria, followed by the profound dysfunctions of COVID-19. Research shows that repeated disaster exposure places children and adolescents at higher risk for depression, anxiety, and post-traumatic stress. The burden is even heavier in communities where gun violence is present, especially on St. Croix and St. Thomas, where too many youth have witnessed or experienced violence firsthand. In these circumstances, aggression can become a learned survival strategy that reinforces a cycle of fear and retaliation. According to the 2017 Youth Risk Behavior Survey, emotional distress and suicidal behaviors among Virgin Islands youth remain a serious concern. Among high school students, 35.5% reported feeling so sad or hopeless almost every day for 2 or more consecutive weeks that they stopped participating in their usual activities. In addition, 17% had seriously considered attempting suicide, 13.6% had made a suicide plan, and 10.3% had actually attempted suicide. Among middle school students, 16.2% reported ever carrying a weapon, and 65.1% reported being involved in a physical fight. Equally alarming, 22.5% had seriously considered suicide, 14.3% had made a plan, and 8.5% had attempted suicide. Furthermore, 32.5% of middle school youth reported feeling so sad or hopeless almost every day for 2 or more consecutive weeks in a row that they stopped engaging in normal activities. The impact of these behaviors is often magnified when adults minimize or dismiss the emotions and concerns of adolescents, sending a message that their pain does not matter. When young people feel unheard or invalidated, frustration and aggression can grow as one of the few ways they feel they can make themselves seen. Cultural stigma further complicates access to care, as seeking behavioral health support is often viewed as a weakness, particularly for boys and young men. As a result, many youth internalize distress, self-medicate, or act out rather than receiving the help they need. Addressing these challenges requires uplifting youth voices, validating their experiences, and providing safe, culturally grounded pathways to care that meet them where they are. Addressing these concerns requires a shift towards immediate, community-centered solutions, beginning with public, private, and nonprofit collaboration throughout the territory. The Virgin Islands Department of Health, through its Behavioral Health Division, leads the core network of mental health and substance use services across the territory. Both our Behavioral Health Division and Maternal Child Health and Children with Special Healthcare Needs program makes routine school visits simply to talk with students, identify emotional needs, and provide strategies for coping with symptoms. The Behavioral Health Division enhances its outreach by taking the Zen van on the road to visit junior high and high school campuses territory-wide. The Zen van provides a calming, mobile environment where students can access on-site mental health counseling and resources. The Behavioral Health Division has also partnered with the USVI High Intensity Drug Trafficking Area, Puerto Rico, HIDA, U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration, the Virgin Islands Police Department, and the Virgin Islands Department of Education for a prevention initiative called Positive Vibes Only. This territory-wide program promotes healthy decision-making and aims to reduce substance use among youth. Since its launch on September 3rd, the team has visited 10 schools, reaching more than 1,700 students across the territory. The initiative engages youth through reliable, open conversations designed to inspire self-respect and promote responsible decision-making. Discussion topics include substance misuse, peer pressure, violence prevention, opioids, both prescribed and illicit, edibles, marijuana, alcohol, vaping, and at the request of the students, bullying. Through this collaborative effort, the program continues to empower young people with knowledge, dialogue, and meaningful connection. Additionally, the activation of the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline across the territory couples with the recent legislative action to strengthen the mobile psychiatric emergency response team, marking a significant advancement in the Virgin Islands' capability to deliver timely and coordinated crisis care. Our behavioral health system is further reinforced through collaboration with key partners to include the federally qualified health centers, Schneider Regional Medical Center, Wong F. Louis Hospital, and the Myra Keating Community Health Center. Community-based organizations such as the Village, VI Partners in Recovery also play a critical role, providing prevention, treatment, and recovery support services for adolescents and their families. The Virgin Islands Child Psychiatry Access Program within the Maternal and Child Health and Children with Special Needs Division works in collaboration with Behavioral Health and the Virgin Islands Department of Education to ensure timely consultation and access to child psychiatric support. In addition, approval for biennial data collection will guide the expansion of telehealth services across districts, improving coordination with private providers and ensuring early diagnosis and care for youth in need. The division has also been awarded a federal grant for a Zen Room pilot program to provide calm spaces in schools and to train staff in identifying and addressing early signs of emotional and behavioral distress. Overall, however, our capacity remains stretched. The Virgin Islands is a federally designated area for mental health professional shortage. Access to child and adolescent behavioral health specialists is limited, and families, particularly on St. John, experience challenges in traveling for appointments. While the Department of Health continues to expand the research and the reach for behavioral health services, demand continues to outpace available resources. These constraints underscore the urgent need to strengthen the behavioral health workforce, increase school and community-based support, and ensure that care is accessible for every young Virgin Islander. While Medicaid and sliding fee options help reduce financial barriers, many specialized behavioral health services still require referrals off-island, which can delay care and place additional stress on families. Services also often based on mainland models that do not always reflect the cultural values or lived experiences of Virgin Islanders. These challenges highlight a deeper issue. Effective care is not only about availability, but about cultural connection and trust within our community. Our young people frequently seek guidance from trusted figures such as coaches, pastors, family elders, and close relatives, rather than from clinicians. These sources of community support are essential, yet they are not consistently integrated into the prevention and outreach effort. Expanding culturally grounded approaches that elevate these trusted messengers would strengthen early intervention, reduce stigma, and make care more accessible and meaningful for youth and families. To effectively address trauma and aggression among young people in the Virgin Islands, we must commit to a coordinated and comprehensive strategy that responds to both behavioral health needs and the conditions that shape them. Data collected through 24 and 25 youth risk behavioral surveys will provide a critical starting point. Establishing clear baselines for youth violence, substance use, and school connectedness on each island would allow us to design targeted interventions and measure real progress over time. Immediate expansion of crisis response capability is also essential. Fully staffing and deploying mobile crisis teams in collaboration with the 988 system will help ensure that youth in acute distress receive timely, developmentally appropriate care that avoids unnecessary law enforcement involvement or hospitalization. Notwithstanding the importance of mobile crisis response, prevention begins long before a crisis, and our schools play a pivotal role in the continuum of care. Schools still remain the most direct and consistent point of contact for youth and must be equipped as the first line of trauma prevention and intervention. Implementing programs like the Student Assistance Program, cognitive behavioral health intervention for trauma in schools, and life skills training can reduce aggression, strengthen coping skills, and improve emotional regulation. At the same time, culturally grounded solutions are required. Coaches, pastors, community mentors should be trained and mobilized to deliver behavioral health literacy and reduce stigma. This is particularly important for boys and young men whose distress is often overlooked and labeled as misconduct rather than recognized as a call for support. Early identification, restorative responses to behavior, and gender-responsive care models are key strategies for breaking this cycle. Workforce development must also be prioritized by maximizing federal loan repayment opportunities, expanding training partnerships with the University of the Virgin Islands, and increasing clinical supervision capacity. We can grow and retain a skilled local behavioral health workforce. These actions will increase access to specialized care and reduce resilience on off-island referrals. It is important to note that the Virgin Islands Department of Human Services serves as the leading agency for child protection, family welfare, and youth social services. When a young person experiences violence or neglect, Human Services coordinates the immediate safety and case management response, while the Department of Health provides behavioral health care and trauma treatment. Together, we form a comprehensive continuum of care, with Human Services working to stabilize the environment and health addressing the emotional and psychological impact so that youth can recover, heal, and ultimately thrive. The truth of strengthening our systems lies in collaboration. Together, we transcend crisis management and create pathways of healing and renewal. In closing, the way forward is both clear and achievable. We must invest in the well-being of our youth to strengthen the systems that support them, addressing the conditions that place them at risk, and ensuring that every young person in the Virgin Islands has access to timely, culturally responsive behavioral health care. The Department of Health is committed to this work. It will require collaborative action across schools, families, community organizations, and this body. When we choose to prioritize prevention, expand care in the places where youth naturally seek support, and ensure that their voices guide our decisions, we create safer communities, stronger families, and a healthier future for our territory. Our young people are resilient, but resilience should not be their only defense. With the support and investment of this body, we can break cycles of trauma, aggression, and give the youth of the Virgin Islands what they deserve: the promise to grow, to heal, and to succeed. Mr. Chair, this concludes our testimony. We thank you for the opportunity to speak on this issue and stand ready to respond to any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sims, for that very powerful and comprehensive testimony. And I think you came here dressed to also provide us with another subliminal message, because you look like Where's Waldo? And for those who may not know...
Oh, I got it. Win, Senator. Everybody got it wrong today. You win.
I win?
You win.
Okay, good. So Where's Waldo is a series of children's puzzle books in which readers try to locate the character Waldo, and the phrase or the actual premise of it is used to refer to the difficulty in finding something or someone that is hidden in a larger scene. And I think that you dressed up like that today because we're trying to find the solution to this issue before us concerning our youth. So I really appreciate it. You gave me a good giggle here today this morning.
If hit it on the head was a person, it is you.
We will now move forward to with the next testimony of Mr. Antonio Emmanuel, Director of the Office of Gun Violence Prevention. You're now recognized, sir.
Good morning. Greetings to members of the 36th Legislature, invited testifiers, and our listening audience. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to provide you with an update of the progress of the Office of Gun Violence Prevention. I am Tony Emmanuel, the Executive Director. Currently, we have a full complement of team members filling the key positions in both districts: community engagement coordinators, survivor engagement specialists, and violence interrupters. Since being operational, the team has been engaged the community and utilizing strategies and fostering activities that have helped curb violence occurring in our communities. Working in collaborative partnerships with other government agencies, local and federal law enforcement agencies, nonprofit organizations, private businesses, and faith-based groups, we have been able to provide services and share information used to assist citizens in avoiding violence and dealing with the aftermath of violence. Partnerships in this work are critical, and I never speak without acknowledging collaborative partnerships. Because of my past police officers' experience, I first are guardians of the Virgin Islands Police Department. Their increased visibility and saturation work has yielded impressive results, as well as their interdiction work, making arrests and closing cases. We also commend our other local and federal law enforcement agencies for their work here in the territory and their commitment to high-level investigations and readiness. Their presence in effecting needed arrest of those individuals driving violence is always critical. We are in partnership with VIPD, working in tandem with the Victims Assistance and Victims Advocates Program, and also the PAL program and other community activities. Another major partner is the Department of Education. With the help of teachers, staff, and administrators, we have coordinated anti-violence and anti-bullying presentations to about 5,000 students territory-wide. Our office collaborates closely with the school staff that identifies at-risk students, and after that, we facilitate intense and direct engagement teaching the CDCs, what we call choices, decisions, and consequences, to help change mindsets of our young people by arming them with tools that help improve self-regulated personal behavior, avoiding conflict, and improving communication skills. In addition to the schools, we also provide training, seminars, presentations within the community on workplace violence prevention, active shooter response, de-escalation, customer service, inappropriate touching and sexual harassment, procedural justice, conflict resolution, community leadership principles, and ethics. We also partner with the housing community, Health Department and Human Services, facilitating after-school programs, wellness programs, and other activities within selected housing communities, and an enrichment program at the Youth Rehabilitation Center. In the time of the Office of Government has been operating, the team has facilitated, participated, or sponsored over 100 events aimed or focused at violence prevention. While the community outreach coordinators coordinate programs and events with other agencies and organizations, our violence interrupters have been an influential part of the reduction of murders. On both islands, our violence interrupters intervene in volatile situations, leading to peaceful resolutions of personal disputes. The survivor engagement specialists have been equally busy assisting victims and families of victims directly affected by violence by offering support, counseling, or referrals, or connecting them with the appropriate resources. Although each team member may have a particular title and a responsibility, the entire team works for the goals of the unit, often overlapping responsibility, which is to keep our citizens safe, alive, and free. We accomplish this by being engaged in our community and working in partnerships with other government agencies, businesses, faith-based groups, and nonprofit organizations. I want to take this moment to also acknowledge and request support for our nonprofit organizations that are in this fight and doing the work to help members of our community. Those organizations are instrumental in being the catalyst for change. The struggle for nonprofit organizations to continue to operate and supplement outreach efforts can be surmountable and sometimes forces the shuttering of those organizations. For us to be successful, there must be a multi-agency and multi-pronged approach. We cannot do this in a vacuum. The Office of Gun Violence Prevention is managing gun violence as a health epidemic and encouraging mindset change. We have no law enforcement responsibility or capability. We do not investigate crimes, nor do we search or seize weapons. We respect the efforts of law enforcement and assist in any way we can, as well as we can from our citizens' perspective. As I close, I will say, without reciting the number for fear of jinxing us, there has been a reduction of homicides in our territory. We pray to continue that trend, and I appreciate the opportunity to come before you and share the work we've been doing. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you so much, Director Emmanuel, for your testimony. We'll now proceed to the Virgin Islands Police Department. Please state your name and title on the record before your testimony. Thank you.
Good morning. I am Denisha Samuel Santos. I am a sergeant with the Virgin Islands Police Department. I am now the commander of the Juvenile Bureau, as well as the School Resource Bureau. Good morning to the chair, the Honorable Angel Volquez Jr., legislative body and staff, members of the VIPD team, and the listening and viewing audience. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. My name is Sergeant Denisha Samuel Santos, commander of the Juvenile Bureau, as well as School Resource Bureau for the District of St. Croix. Today, I am accompanied by Detectives Luis Sedano and Melissa Jackson on St. Croix, as well as Jabari Burton and Jennings Abraham of the St. Thomas St. John District. We appear before you today on behalf of Police Commissioner Mario Brooks and the Virgin Islands Police Department to discuss the urgent issue of youth violence in our community and the department's ongoing efforts to promote safety, healing, and opportunity among our young people. The escalation of youth-involved violence in the Virgin Islands represents more than a lawful enforcement concern. It is a multidimensional social challenge that affects schools, facilities, and institutions across our territory. At the VIPD, we recognize that young individuals exposed to trauma and community violence require more than protection. They need understanding, guidance, and support. Our mission extends beyond enforcement to encompass prevention, intervention, and collaboration with our partners in education, behavioral health, human services, and community service organizations. When responding to incidents involving youths, VIPD officers are trained in de-escalation and crisis intervention, designed to ensure safety while avoiding unnecessary arrest. We have adopted diversion-based practices that connect young people to the appropriate services rather than to the criminal justice system whenever possible. This approach is particularly critical for youths who have experienced trauma, as punitive measures often reinforce cycles of harm. Our crisis intervention team works closely with the Department of Human Services and behavioral health professionals to ensure timely referrals for counseling, mental health care, and substance use treatment. These collaborations allow us to meet the youths where they are, addressing the root causes of their behavior rather than solely its consequences. The VIPD maintains consistent engagement with the Department of Education and school administrators throughout the district. Our school resource officers serve not only as security personnel, but also as mentors, mediators, and trusted liaisons who help bridge the gap between students, schools, and support systems. Through our partnership with behavioral health providers, we are able to identify and intervene early with students who exhibit signs of distress, conflict, or exposure to violence. By doing so, we can de-escalate tensions before they become crisis and help students develop healthier coping and problem-solving skills. Prevention remains central to our strategy. Through the Police Activities League, we create safe, structured spaces where young people can engage in recreational, cultural, and leadership activities. Our Police Cadet Leadership and Development Program equips participants with discipline, civic awareness, and pathways towards careers in law enforcement and public service. Additionally, the Weed and Seed Initiative integrates community policing with social service outreach and neighborhood revitalization to reduce crime and strengthen community trust. These programs are more than extracurricular activities. They represent environments that foster belonging, self-worth, and trust in public institutions. By promoting emotional resilience and sense of purpose, we help break the patterns of alienation that often precede with violent behavior. Despite progress, significant challenges persist. Reaching the most at-risk youths is often hindered by limited interagency coordination and insufficient resources to sustain long-term intervention efforts. Many grassroots organizations that effectively engage youth struggle with consistent funding and organizational capacity. Meanwhile, for the VIPD, balancing enforcement responsibilities with the intensive demands of community engagement continues to stretch available personnel. To strengthen our collective response, the VIPD recommends formalizing interagency protocols to improve coordination in the crisis response, referrals, and follow-up care for the at-risk youths. Increasing investment in school-based behavioral health services to ensure timely and effective intervention when youth experience mental or emotional crisis. Expanding funding for prevention, mentorship, and leadership programs that provide meaningful alternatives to street violence. Enhance officer training in trauma-informed care and youth development to ensure consistency and empathy in all youth interactions. The Virgin Islands Police Department remains steadfast in its commitment to interrupting cycles of harm and guiding our young people towards safer and more hopeful futures. We recognize that enforcement alone cannot solve the problem of the youth violence. It requires a holistic approach grounded in prevention, intervention, partnership, and trust. Our young people are not only the victim of today's violence, they are the potential leaders of tomorrow. By working together across law enforcement, education, behavioral health, and the community, we can ensure they receive the safety, support, and opportunities that they deserve. Thank you for your time and consideration. I welcome your questions and look forward to the continued collaboration on this vital issue.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I will now proceed to the Honorable Gordon Rea, Esquire, Attorney General of the Virgin Islands Department of Justice. You're recognized for your testimony.
Good morning, Chairman Angel Bocas Jr., Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, and Parks members, other senators, legislative staff, and the listening and viewing audience. I'm Attorney General Gordon Rea. Joining me today is Assistant Attorney General Chad Mitchell, and I had hoped Assistant Attorney General Diane Russell would be able to be here as well, but she unfortunately is in court. It's an honor and privilege to appear before you this morning. The Department of Justice appreciates the opportunity to participate in this hearing dedicated to the delicate and often arduous subject of youth mental health and public safety. Specifically, this hearing was scheduled to examine current government and community response to youth violence and mental health challenges, particularly as they relate to justice-involved youth. In an effort to support the purpose of this hearing, the Department of Justice offers the following comments. Nationally, the number of youth arrests and incarcerations are trending downward, with at least one study finding a 75% decline in juvenile incarceration between 2000 and 2022. While this shift is encouraging, other reports suggest that incidents of juvenile firearm violence has increased. Additionally, the main causes of death among young people are routinely attributed to injury, violence, suicide, substance abuse, and motor vehicle accidents. The U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention defines youth violence as the intentional use of physical force or power to threaten or harm others by young people ages 10 to 24. Youth violence can include bullying, fighting, threats with or actual use of weapons, with our young people experiencing these acts of violence as witnesses, victims, and offenders. Although there are numerous studies and reports linking youth violence to mental health challenges, the Department of Justice feels it is best to defer to the capable and knowledgeable team at the Virgin Islands Department of Health to more thoroughly discuss the reasons why the two are so deeply interconnected. Instead, we'd like to focus on the trends of our Assistant Attorney Generals, or AAGs as they are called, assigned to the Family Unit, which resides within the Criminal Division of the Department. They are currently experiencing strong changes within the territory. While it may be common for jurisdictions throughout the United States to deal with racial and ethnic inequalities, leading to disparities in their juvenile justice and healthcare systems, this is not necessarily the case in the Virgin Islands. We do, however, have to contend with other systemic issues, such as poverty, cultural differences, and language barriers that can contribute to poor physical and mental health, increased delinquency, including truancy, and risky or criminal behaviors. In St. Croix, the Family Unit currently has 60 open cases. Of these, 9 are delinquency cases, while the remainder are custody, abuse or neglect, guardianship, involuntary commitment, or persons in need of supervision cases. In the St. Thomas St. John District, there are 58 open cases, with 22 of those being juvenile delinquency cases. Delinquency cases involve a minor who has committed an act that would be a crime if committed by an adult, with the goal of rehabilitation. Dependency cases, however, involve a minor who is the victim of abuse, abandonment, or neglect, with a focus on child protection. While the numbers previously provided are representative of the department's open cases within the Family Unit, it's important to note that some of the categories above, such as involuntary commitments, could include adult clients. Departments of Justice is seeing a high rate of juvenile recidivism within the territory. Our assistant AGs often have 2, sometimes 3 open cases involving the same juvenile offender. Currently, there are limited programs in place to assist with diversion, while programs such as the National Guard's Youth About Face program, which provides mentorship and guidance, the HAWK program, which provides counseling and education in drug use and behavioral issues, and Rising Stars Steel Orchestra, which was started by Judge Vern A. Hodge as a crime prevention program. These do exist, but there simply are not enough social service mentorship programs to help educate and support the pathways to rehabilitation and diversion needed in the territory. It's worth noting here that the National Guard's program consistently receives positive reviews from the juveniles who matriculate from it. More programs with a focus on teamwork, leadership, collaboration, and responsibility are needed in the territory to support our justice-involved youth. Although the Virgin Islands Department of Justice does not currently offer any services to address trauma or the behavioral health and rehabilitation for youthful offenders, the department does work with the Virgin Islands Police Department and the Department of Education to implement measures to help keep at-risk youths from re-engaging in delinquent behaviors once they've been arraigned and have a criminal case in family court. The Department of Human Services also assists DOJ with community service placement and counseling services for justice-involved youth. One of the biggest systemic challenges DOJ faces in addressing youth crime is trying to find a healthy balance between implementing punitive measures against youth who commit criminal-level offenses while also working within the protective mechanism that helps ensure children are able to thrive in their future. For example, the Assistant Attorney Generals in the Family Unit of the Department of Justice are responsible for the prosecution of juvenile delinquency cases, as well as overseeing the dependency docket, which often involves children who are placed into custody due to home situations that expose them to neglect and abuse. Because of the current organization of the DOJ could find itself in a position to act as the prosecuting attorney for a child who's being placed in the care of the Department of Human Services. DOJ's ability to allocate separate attorneys for delinquency and dependency matters is paramount to ensuring fair jurisprudence in those situations. Balancing the best interests of a child and the requirement to protect the public and advocate for victims can pose a real legal and systemic challenge for prosecutors. Creating and implementing more programs aimed at engaging youth is important to help prevent recidivism in this jurisdiction. Local youth have fewer social and recreational opportunities than children elsewhere due to the geographical and transportation limitations associated with island living. Additionally, there are not enough safe spaces in each district that allow youth to congregate and interact with their peers in a healthy setting outside of school, such as arcades and community recreation centers. Further, lower-income families may have fewer opportunities to engage their children in enriching activities due to financial hardships that could limit their access to programs requiring fees. These factors create a recipe for criminal behaviors that could be mitigated by the creation and funding of organizations and programs designed to keep at-risk youth engaged in intellectually stimulating and confidence-building activities. Technical schools could also be a valuable resource to assist older youth with learning a trade, leading to financial stability, increased life skills, and better social integration. There's a real need for meaningful and thoughtful services within the territory to address and prevent the behaviors that can lead to increases in physical and emotional harm and increases in risky and criminal activity. These services should exist in addition and alongside counseling. DOJ highly recommends policy and legislative actions that support the creation of and proper funding for social and community services for youth. Organizations such as the Virgin Islands Justice Initiative, a 501c3 legal education fund, cannot continue to offer teen education and criminal deterrence programs or advocate for policy change without adequate financial support. Greater interagency collaboration could be a valuable tool in addressing the youth in the territory. In addition to improving efficiency, including financial efficiency, by working together, agencies can gain a better understanding of the real needs of our youth, develop a more coordinated plan to address those needs, and ensure a more consistent and supportive response while avoiding duplicate, less effective efforts. The Honorable Jessica Gallivan, the presiding judge at the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands, has expressed an interest in a classroom speaking tour that would include attorneys from the Office of Public Defender, Office of Conflict Counsel, and the Department of Justice. Engaging students through interactive conversations about criminal, civil, and constitutional law and how they affect our daily lives could be an effective way to empower youth to make good decisions for themselves and the community. Additionally, the Department of Justice has plans to meet with VIPD, VIDE, DHS, and the judiciary to engage in a roundtable discussion about interagency issues that affect these local departments as they work to assist youth in the territory and reduce recidivism. Finally, greater agency participation in programs such as the Child Welfare Academy, which is hosted annually by the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands, Court Improvement Program, in partnership with DHS's Division of Children and Family Services, to address issues such as poverty and at-risk youth, could be beneficial to both the youth and the agencies that interact with them. This year, the Child Welfare Academy theme was Restoring the Restorers, and focused on promoting trauma-informed care and prioritizing the wellness of both clients and the professionals who serve them. I'm sure that either of the sponsors of the Academy would be willing to share more details about the activities and conversations that participants from several GVI agencies and community partners engaged in during an incredible 2 days of training earlier this month. Plans for future meetings and training programs, however, do not address the need for our youth right now. Based on feedback DOJ has received from local providers, there's an immediate need for funding for sexual abuse prevention. Specifically, the territory needs a juvenile sex offenders registry to attack offenders more closely and to help prevent recidivism. The territory also needs programs for youth who have experienced the trauma of sexual abuse. Additionally, with instances of sexual cyberbullying increasing, including cases of revenge porn involving minors, more education regarding prohibited or criminal actions and prevention is needed. Other real and current needs include more resources to assist minors who are the victims of domestic violence. The territory also needs an inpatient substance abuse program for teens dealing with addiction. And finally, the territory desperately needs mental health services for youth who are exhibiting the initial signs of schizophrenia, including aggression, as well as support for their family members. The Department of Justice applauds this committee's efforts to address current government and community responses to youth violence and mental health challenges within the territory. By addressing youth mental health and public safety and how our government and community responds to youth violence and mental health challenges, the territory can proactively reach our young people before any of the disparities that are inherent to the Virgin Islands affect their adult social and economic outcomes. I thank this committee for allowing the Department of Justice to testify during this hearing on youth mental health and public safety. This concludes my formal remarks. Assistant Attorney Mitchell and I welcome any questions you might have.
Thank you so much, Attorney General Rea, for your testimony. We'll now proceed with the Village Partners in Recovery for their testimony. Please state your name and title on the record.
Good day, Honorable Angel Bocas Jr., Chairman of the Committee of the Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks, and all honorable members of the 36th Legislature. Also to our listening and viewing audience, I am Carita Stevens Combs, Director of Treatment, speaking on behalf of Marsha Taylor, Vice President of the Village of the Virgin Islands Partners in Recovery. Today, I am accompanied by Brandy Brooks, our Prevention Programs Coordinator. We are honored to appear before you today on behalf of the Village VIPIR to testify on the critical issues of the youth mental violence prevention and public safety in the U.S. Virgin Islands. For more than 35 years, our organization has been a steadfast provider of substance use and occurring disorders services for adults. Over the past 5 years, we have expanded our reach to include substance use prevention and intervention programs for youth across the territory. Today, we stand as a pivotal moment in our organization growth, surpassing expectations to our programs, continue to deliver essential, life-changing, transformative services to youths to the Virgin Islands. Our youth-focused services encompass a range of prevention, early intervention, outpatient, counseling, mentorship, and family programs, including substance use intervention services and trauma-enforced care provided by the Adolescents in Recovery and Community Connections ARC program. School and community-based prevention services include behavioral health, coaching, life skills, and resiliency training provided by Project Horizon program. Family and community-based support provided by Strengthening Families program, which builds upon core values of family dinners, discipline, communication, and other factors in building a healthier family structure. At the Village, we utilize a holistic, integrated care model rooted in our core value of uplifting the human spirit. Our programs are guided by evidence-based practices and culturally responsive, trauma-informed care, and emphasizes family engagement and collaboration. We continue to strengthen partnership with schools and community agencies to create safe, trauma-sensitive environments for our youth. Our services are offered on both St. Croix and St. Thomas. However, service delivery on St. Thomas remains limited due to funding disparities, including challenges related to staffing, transportation, and infrastructure, which hinders full accessibility to all of our programs. We are at a critical point as the demands for youth-focused services are high in demand. However, we, with limited support, unstable funding streams, delays in government appropriations, limited grant flexibility, and limited sustainability for existing programs, reduces our operational agility. Amidst the many challenges, the village has tirelessly upheld our vision, uplifting the human spirit. It is imperative that you understand our challenges to fully empathize with the youth of the Virgin Islands and the goals of the village of building stronger, durable youth support systems. Nonetheless, we believe in coordinated, community-driven approach, which this establish here are our recommendations. 1, formalize partnership through MOUs with our government agencies, Department of Education, Department of Health, and Department of Human Services in integrating supported prevention and intervention services in school. Secondly, share data and referral networks to improve continually for high-risk youths. Last, increase investment in existing programs in peer and youth mentorship models. We stand as a pivotal moment for one of our territory's most impactful youth initiatives, the ARC program. Now in its final year of federal funding, ARC has been a cornerstone for empowering youth, people across St. Croix and St. Thomas. To date, the program has served 332 youths in a mandate to reach 400 by the end of its cycle on September 30th, 2026. Based on current projections for its services, precisely the kind of programming and deserves our continued investment. As federal support comes to an end, it is imperative that we step to ensure the stability and progression of our youth. Sustaining art beyond its federal funding is not just a commitment to our young people, it is an investment to the future of the Virgin Islands. We respectfully request the full support of our Virgin Islands government and championing legislations that prioritize early mental health, behavioral health and substance use prevention, intervention and cross-agency collaboration to ensure the core values of our youths are met. We thank you for your time, partnership, continued commitment to public health and the well-being of our youths in the community. Ms. Brooks and I are prepared to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We will now proceed to My Brother's Workshop. Please state your name and title and then read your testimony into the record. Thank you.
Good morning. Christy Payne, My Brother's Workshop Program Director. Good morning, Chairman Senator Angel Bloques Jr., Vice Chair Senator Carla Joseph, all other senators in attendance, and to the viewing and listening audience. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of My Brother's Workshop, or MBW, a nonprofit organization dedicated to providing hope, healing, and purpose to the young men and women of the Virgin Islands. MBW was founded in 2007 in response to the rise in youth violence and the growing number of people falling through the cracks. Since then, we have served over 1,700 youth and young adults ages 16 to 24 through a holistic model that focuses on healing, education, mentorship, career training, and job placement. Many of our participants come to us having experienced trauma, neglect, or systemic barriers that have impacted their emotional well-being. At MBW, we focus on healing just as much as skill building. Each trainee is paired with caring, consistent mentors who provide daily guidance and accountability. Our on-staff social worker and certified anger management instructor help participants address trauma, manage emotions, and develop conflict resolution and coping skills. Education and career training serve as powerful tools for personal growth and recovery. When a young person learns a trade, earns a paycheck, or achieves a diploma, they rediscover confidence and a sense of purpose. Our vocational training programs include carpentry and construction, heavy equipment operation, marine rebuild and repair, CNC machine shop, sewing, culinary arts, and customer service. These programs not only teach valuable marketable skills, but also foster teamwork, patience, and self-discipline, key elements of emotional resilience and long-term success. The results are inspiring. At our recent graduation ceremony, 7 students earned their high school diplomas and 17 earned certifications in CPR, first aid, career readiness, Microsoft Office, driver's education and driver's licenses, and MBW trade programs. To date, 59 students have earned their diplomas through MBW's education program. Each of these milestones represents far more than academic success. They reflect healing, growth, and renewed hope. Despite our success, funding remains our greatest challenge. Our USVI government general appropriations were recently reduced from $1,000 per island to $50,000 per island of St. Thomas and St. Croix, which now represents about 6% of our annual budget, which averages between 1.7 and 1.8 million. That represents a 50% decrease in general appropriations, despite MBW continuing to expand our services and potentially increase capacity. Excuse me. While MBW operates as a social enterprise, generating income through our cafe, bakery, workshop projects, and rentals, these funds alone cannot sustain the level of service required to meet the needs of our community. Additional support is essential, especially as we expand to our new Dunu Bypass campus, which will allow us to serve over 250 students each year, with the completion of the first building, which is fully functional, which is more than doubling our current reach. MBW's success is rooted in collaboration. We work hand in hand with schools to identify and support students at risk of dropping out, juvenile justice and law enforcement agencies to provide alternatives to incarceration, government partners to align workforce development and education efforts, and community organizations to ensure wraparound support for our youth. We know that when young people are given structure, guidance, and compassion, they rise to meet expectations. Federal studies show that programs like MBW can save communities $2 to $5 million per individual over a lifetime by transforming potential costs such as incarceration or dependency on social services, all while turning youth into productive, tax-paying citizens. To strengthen the impacts of programs like MBW, we respectfully offer the following recommendations. First, recognize workforce training as violence prevention. Investing in vocational and soft skill development builds safer, more stable communities. Second, invest in community-based capacity building to strengthen the infrastructure of local organizations that are on the front lines of youth development. And third, increase government funding for proven intervention systems. Sustainable appropriations allow programs like MBW to plan long-term, retain qualified staff, and expand outreach. In closing, My Brother's Workshop is proud to be a part of the solution for our territory's youth. We currently have 35 students enrolled between our workshops and our cafe and industrial kitchen, and 16 working towards their high school diplomas within our operations on St. Thomas and St. Croix. Every day, we witness the incredible transformations that happen when young people are given opportunity, guidance, and the belief in their potential. Our trainees are not defined by their past. They are shaped by the opportunities they're given today. With continued support from this body, we can expand those opportunities and ensure that every young person in the Virgin Islands has the chance to build a brighter future. Thank you for your time, your commitment, and your continued support to our youth and the mission of My Brother's Workshop. I welcome all questions and look forward to our continued collaboration.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your testimony. And we have the St. Croix Foundation online. Please state your name and title and, oh, well, one moment. We were instructed that the individual online was providing the testimony, or you are? Okay. So if you can bring her into the chambers, into the well. And for those of you listening via radio airwaves, we're just making sure that the executive director of the St. Croix Foundation is seated. Initially, we had someone virtually online, and it's just going to take a quick moment for her to get situated, and then we will proceed. But colleagues, this will be the last testimony in this block. We thought that this is a very, very important discussion, and all stakeholders should be present for such a discussion as this. So now we have the Executive Director of the St. Croix Foundation with us here today. Please state your name and title, and then proceed to your testimony. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Deanna James, President and CEO.
So the microphone a little closer.
Good morning, Senator Bolkes, members of the Senate Committee, and esteemed colleagues. My name is Deanna James. I'm President and CEO of St. Croix Foundation for Community Development. I'm joined by members of the Foundation's Kids Count team, Dr. Saul Santiago, our Principal Data Analyst, Shireen Hobson, and Lily Cox, Vice President of Communications. It is an honor to present some of our findings and insights around the current state of youth well-being in the Virgin Islands. Thank you for the invitation. To offer some background, St. Croix Foundation was selected by the Anne E. Casey Foundation to lead the Kids Count initiative in the U.S. Virgin Islands in January 2020, a national initiative that tasks grantees and territories and states with collecting and reporting local data on child well-being. Kids Count prioritizes 4 standard domains: education, economic well-being, health, and community and family. St. Croix Foundation sits before this committee as data collectors and reporters. We are also community conveners, advocates, with a broad 30,000-foot vantage point of the intersections and interconnections of the data and our community. From the very beginning of our stewardship of Kids Count USVI, St. Croix Foundation has remained laser-focused on moving beyond rote data and an annual publication of a data book in order to fulfill a broader Kids Count mandate. Not only have we been working tirelessly to design more holistic and interactive data products, but we're also focusing on conceptualizing progressive, out-of-the-box strategies for engaging key stakeholders around more collaborative and cohesive approaches to activating the data. Today, we're sharing some up-to-date information as we seek to tackle issues around youth mental health, violence, and public health and safety. While our community has a lot of strengths, the latest numbers around child welfare in the territory highlight some of the tough challenges. These numbers reflect what our children are experiencing and provide a broader picture of our entire community's well-being. Our aim is to inform, motivate, and spark conversation and collaboration in hopes that we can once and for all create a healthier and safer future for our children. Undoubtedly, the data speaks volumes. For example, as we prepare to publish our 2025 Kids Count data book in 3 weeks, one of the key data points that will be highlighted is a pronounced decrease in the number of youth being served by community-based youth programming offered by all sectors. In 2018, nearly 46% of female public high school students in the Virgin Islands reported feeling so sad or hopeless almost every day for 2 or more weeks that they stopped doing some usual activities. And more than 1 in 5 middle school students seriously considered suicide. These figures came from the USVI's Youth Risk Behavioral Survey conducted by the Caribbean Exploratory Research Center at the University of the Virgin Islands and contracted by the Virgin Islands Department of Health approximately 8 years ago. In 2020, the child poverty rate was 33%, and 42% of children under the age of 5 living in poverty in St. Croix. The USVI saw an increase in the public school dropout rate at all high school grades in the 2023 and 2024 school year. While our Kids Count data books report some hopeful trends, such as falling teen pregnancy rates and high breastfeeding rates, the reality of our children's lived experiences is sobering. We see the evidence of this in the headlines of our local newspapers and hear their voices in the data. In 2023, with 61% of deaths in this age group attributed to murder. Nationally, homicide was the 3rd leading cause of death for these youth at 13.6%. Our community's most urgent need is to transform data into action. Since 2020, St. Croix Foundation has been committed to ensuring that stakeholders have expanded access to share and utilize current data. To this end, our team has developed the territory's first free public Kids Count USVI data dashboard, an online real-time resource designed to empower policymakers, educators, parents, and community organizations with actionable insights. By disaggregating data by age, district, and risk factors, this tool can guide targeted investments and programmatic strategies. Now armed with current data and the ability to quickly share it via our dashboard, it was in 2023 that our Kids Count team issued a call to action, encouraging key stakeholders in the territory to activate the data by working together more intentionally to change the outcomes for our children and families. Of primary importance is addressing youth violence and mental health. To do so requires systemic, community-driven solutions. Earlier this year, the Kids Count USVI team launched an op-ed series addressing youth violence and its impact on our community. Recognizing that gun violence is a major concern for young people as well as the biggest threat to our children, we emphasized adopting a public health framework that encompasses primary, secondary, and tertiary prevention. Under our primary prevention framework, we believe that by building strong foundations through expanded access to trauma-informed early childhood education, while also strengthening parenting programs and creating safe community spaces like parks, sports leagues, arts initiatives, we can foster a sense of belonging for our youth. According to our 2023 Kids Count USVI data book, 40% of non-incarcerated youth who committed juvenile offenses were residents of public housing, illustrating the need to address structural poverty and direct resources where they are needed most. For our secondary prevention framework, we believe that we must reach youth already at risk, those struggling academically, exposed to violence, or disconnected. Schools must also incorporate behavioral health services that prioritize understanding trauma and early intervention. Likewise, mentorship programs, job training, and conflict resolution workshops, like those offered by My Brother's Workshop and Chant, are vital. Our most recent data indicates increasing dropout rates, underscoring the urgency of targeted interventions. Our tertiary prevention recommendations center supporting youth involved in violence through rehabilitative and healing efforts, or restorative justice, trauma-informed therapy, coupled with re-entry programs that include education, employment, and housing. We believe that when communities shift from punishment to healing, transformation becomes possible. No single organization, agency, individual, or corporation can accomplish this alone. Truly transforming the lives of our children and families demands sustained funding, strong cross-sector coordination, and data-driven policies that are interconnected and grounded in a culture of collaboration. Recognizing this need for collective action, this past year, St. Croix Foundation hosted its 2025 Kids Count USVI and Nonprofit Consortium Alliance Summit entitled Harnessing Community Genius. Over 3 days, this summit convened 82 community stakeholders to co-design innovative grassroots new projects and safety nets. The summit specifically focused on systems thinking and skill building in collaborative practice, seeking to empower grassroots stakeholders with the tools to build mastery around shared work. More recently, St. Croix Foundation has been awarded a grant through the Annie E. Casey Foundation Children and Youth Policy Fund to map current legislative and administrative policies around quality childcare, access, and to work with local government partners to develop the necessary policies to sustain and expand support for our families. To undergird the critical importance of this work, the data continues to provide evidence of the urgency of our current landscape. As reported in the 2020 census, our population is shrinking. The number of children under 18 halved since 2000, from 34,289 to approximately 17,086, while our senior population over age 65 has surged from 8.4% to 21.3%. This demographic shift carries staggering implications for our educational, healthcare, and economic systems, infrastructure that is needed to support families. The stark truth is that if we do not take this data to heart and activate it via policy, funding, programming, and an overarching shift of consciousness that focuses on children and family, they will continue to migrate away from the island. While we all know that our children are our future workforce, families are also the biggest spenders. This demographic shift is not merely a statistic. It's a signal that our community's very foundation is at a crossroads. The decisions we make now will determine whether we can reverse this trend and secure a vibrant future. In our August 2024 testimony to this committee, St. Croix Foundation offered several policy and programmatic considerations that we would like to reiterate, as we believe they could serve to address multiple crisis points and multiple priorities. These considerations explore holistic and intersectional strategies from tackling some of the most critical and deeply entrenched challenges facing our children. The first policy consideration entailed expansion of the territory's free tuition criteria to include expat Virgin Islanders whose children did not graduate from local public high school, but attended public school in the USVI at any time throughout their academic career. With the recognition that many of our families with school-age children continue to leave the territory due to the high cost of living and limited academic standards and options, this policy consideration could serve as an incentive to draw young Virgin Islanders and their families back to the territory. As we continue to struggle to address the complex issues surrounding youth violence, student engagement, and limited academic options for our children and families, another interesting policy consideration was born from our connection with an affiliate from the public Montessori school in Puerto Rico. with a commitment to expanding academic resources and learning opportunities for parents. Public Montessori schools currently offer practical and sensory activities that support the development of cognitive, social, emotional, and physical skills as students learn to to collaborate with peers, resolve conflicts constructively, and develop a sense of empathy and compassion and respect for others. Currently, of 856 public schools in Puerto Rico, 60 of them offer various levels of Montessori education. The creation of an American Montessori Society affiliated training center in Rio Piedras, Puerto Rico, has currently credentialed more than 500 teachers in over 50 public schools on the island. Graduated driver's licensure laws have also been enacted in a number of states seeking to tie adolescents' driver's licenses to high school and secondary educational enrollment, apprenticeship training programming, as well as gainful employment for teens ages 15 through adolescence. While the data is not conclusive regarding the efficacy of these policies, we think consideration should be given to the exploration of such a policy as a possible strategy for incentivizing our youth to complete high school while deterring idling and social engagement. As we reported in our testimony to the Senate Committee on Health, Hospitals, and Human Services back in June of 2024, in a New York Times bestseller entitled The Anxious Generation, social psychologist Jonathan Haidt addresses the epidemic of teen mental health illness around the world, particularly in developed nations. Haidt offered several targeted yet radical legislative policy recommendations, including no smartphones before high school and no phones in schools. While these considerations may seem radical, they are simple levers that can have a significant impact on not just the data, but our community mindset. In truth, the Virgin Islands is well poised to meet challenges and weather storms because of our community's inherent wisdom and collaborative assets, the warmth, resilience, and collective spirit of its people. Harnessing these assets through strategic collaboration informed by real-time data and realistic targeted policy will enable us to build a safer, healthier future for all of our children. Moving forward, sustained support, innovative initiatives, and unwavering community commitment are essential if we are truly to ensure every Virgin Islands child has the opportunity to thrive. The future of our Virgin Islands depends on our ability to recognize the urgency of this moment, embrace our collective power, and make deep, intentional investments in the lives of our children and families. Thank you.
Thank you so much, colleagues. That ends all of the testimonies, and we have received a very robust and comprehensive set of testimonies, and in totality, they paint a very large picture that inter-organizational communication and collaboration between the public and nonprofit sector is the only path forward. Where we see the gaps, or wherever those gaps exist, we need to create pathways and opportunities for our youth. And that is the premise of why we're here today. And again, I want to thank each and every one of you for what you do. And we're just talking about youth alone today. And each and every one of your organizations does so much more. But just the scope of youth alone and the testimonies that were provided to us today shows the magnitude of the issue before us in concern of the youth in our Virgin Islands. So again, thank you, each and every one of you, for being here with us today. And we're going to open up the floor for questions. And before I do that, I'm going to outline the set, who's going first, second, third, fourth, etc. And then I'll ask a quick question. First, we have Senator Marvin Blyden. Second, Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Third, Senator Carla Joseph. Fourth, Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. And fifth, Senator Alma Francis Heilega. And I wanted to start off with a quick question to the Department of Health, Dr. Sims. Your testimony notes a high level of untreated trauma. How many adolescent behavioral health providers are currently available in the territory or even the district, each district?
Thank you for the question, Dr. Nicole Sims, Assistant Commissioner. I'll actually ask Director Ramos, who's over the Behavioral Health Division, to provide the detail for you.
Thank you. And name and title, please, thank you.
Giselle Ramos, Director of Behavioral Health. We have four.
One moment. Media, could you please recognize?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
We have four clinicians, clinical therapists on the St. Thomas district, and we have one clinical therapist on the St. Croix district, and we have two part-time psychiatrists on St. Croix, and the other part-time psychiatrist, she goes back and forth to St. Thomas.
What about St. John?
That as well. So we have one of the clinicians over in St. Thomas goes over to St. John.
Is that every day, every few days?
So she actually lives over in St. John and provides services in St. Thomas. So it's just one clinician over in St. John.
Okay. And is that adequate for your impact needs currently, or are we saying
no?
Ideally, what would be ideal?
We will need more clinicians, more psychiatrists, more outreach workers, more case managers, more of everything.
If I may ask, has the department figured out what that amount of,
The breakdown?
Yes.
Yes.
What are those numbers, if I might ask?
So we will need like 6 more clinicians, clinical therapists, 3 on St. Thomas, 3 on St. Croix, actually 7, sorry. 1 and St. John, because they have a smaller population and a more need is in St. Thomas right now, so that's why it's 3 clinicians. We will need like 4 more outreach workers, 2 on St. Thomas and 2 on St. Croix. And for case managers, that would need like 5 more case managers, 2 on St. Thomas, 2 on St. Croix, and 1 on St. John.
Okay. I would like for the department to send a breakdown to the committee
Will do.
so that we can review it a little more in depth. But we want to go ahead and open up the floor, beginning with Senator Marvin A. Blyden. You're recognized for your 5 minutes. Madam Clerk, 5 minutes on the clock. Senator Blyden, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, you and listening audiences, staff, central staff. Good morning to the testifiers, and thank you so much for those in-depth testimonies on point, as a matter of fact. I must say I appreciate the data and the information that came forward this morning. And I want to thank the chair, Senator Volquez, for this hearing. I mean, it's very important in terms of healing our youth and assuring that, we examine the rise of youth violence here in the territory, trauma-informed responses, the root causes of trauma and aggression, especially aggression among our young people, and what kind of behavioral health services across the territory is available for our students, and exploring how schools, law enforcement, and grassroots organizations are working together collaboratively and or independently to interrupt the cycles that we see here in the territory. I really appreciated, though, my brother's workshop and St. Croix Village testimony the most. I mean, they hit some pertinent points. And I want to ask a couple questions right quick because I know I don't have much time. But let me ask my brother's workshop. Good morning, first of all. Good morning.
Good morning.
And I know I've been working with this organization for some time. You said you have served over 1,700 youths so far here in the territory. And I like your model in terms of addressing some of those challenges that our young people face. In respect to your students, do you have a data in terms of tracking exactly how many of those individuals get jobs or through internship end up with a company? Do you have that data?
We do, yes. We have about an 80%, 75 to 80% success rate, and that means that when our trainees leave MBW, they either go on to gain employment, further their education, or enroll in the, or enlist in the military. And we do keep records of all that information.
Okay, very well. And Dr. Sims, good morning.
Good morning.
Let me ask you in respect to trauma and aggression from our young people, because these days, you know, if you're a young person, you're like walking on eggshell because you just walking by, you touch somebody by mistake, you're in a jam, you mistakenly step on somebody's foot. People gone from 0 to 1,000 one time is drama.
Yeah.
Do you guys have any inkling in terms of what's going on in that space and how can we address that? Because back in the day, you know, I mean, we agree to disagree, but the same thing wasn't as civil, but right now it's like everybody on edge.
Yeah.
Speak to that right quickly.
So I'll start and then I'll ask DC Steele and his team to chime in, and also Ms. Ramos, who's over there, who works with youth primarily. But one of the things that we see over time is that we have to understand that these occurrences, I'm sorry, Dr. Nicole Cragwell-Sims, Acting Commissioner, Department of Health, these are not one-to-one occurrences. So there is a lot of, as we said before in the testimony, collective trauma. There are things that are piled on. So they are now reactions that would happen quicker because it's like a pressure cooker. Things are just piling on and there's no outlet. There are not enough ways or areas to address the trauma as it comes. So it continues to build. So that's one of the things that the Department of Health is looking to do, is to focus more on prevention. So when things happen, we're dealing with it. We're talking about it. It's interwoven as a daily occurrence. So I'll ask Ms. Ramos or the team to provide you more information on what they're seeing.
We have 2 Ramoses. Tamara is Tamara, okay.
Okay, Tamara Ramos, Territorial Coordinator of Behavioral Health. So basically what we do, we go into the schools and several times we do like presentation forms where the school actually puts what their request is. And most of the times when we go into the school, we're trying to teach the kids basically, you know, healthy coping skills. We try to share like relatable stories with the kids to make them feel super comfortable with us. And then we also try to do like prevention and then like show them like, you know, when you're doing these negative coping skills, we're trying to show them like, hey, if you switch it out, you have like 5 different coping skills. That way it kind of like, maybe when you're angry, you have this coping skill. When you're sad, you can use this coping skill. But just being able to identify what the trigger is and kind of finding a healthy thing to cope with it healthy.
Thank you for that. And before my time is called, let me ask Ms. James from St. Croix Foundation. You spoke to your call to action and being intentional. Let me ask you in respect to your data, in respect to 2018, nearly half, which is 46% of female public high school students reported feeling sad or hopeless amount every day for 2 or more weeks. And also 33%, with 42% of children under age 5 living in poverty on St. Croix. And you also spoke to a certain percentage too in terms of looking to commit suicide. I know you spoke, it has been spoken today in terms of collaboration and funding. I heard funding from everyone, which is very important. I just wanted to put on the record also, in this year's budget, many of these actual organizations and other non-for-profit organizations were not funded, and we actually funded all of them to the tune of $5 million, and I know the chair is going to talk about it, the Finance Chair, Senator Francis. So I think that was important to all of us to assure that we fill the gaps as was spoken to in many of the testimonies. I know it's not enough, but we try our best in terms of seeing how we can fund these organizations. But let me have a respond to what is she doing in terms of collaborating with the different agencies to assure we can address the issue that I just spoke of. Ms. James,
yes.
Can you speak to that,
Deanna James,
please?
St. Croix Foundation. So one of the things that I think undergirds the work that we do at the foundation is a commitment to getting to the root cause of problems. And so what we believe is that we as adults have a lot of work to do. I think when we watch these statistics, we think first, like, how do we solve the problem for our children? And I think A lot of it begins with us. We are models. We are teachers for our young people, and so when we talk about crime and violence and inability to resolve a conflict, it starts with us. What we've been committing our scarce resources to is convening, working with a number of our national partners and experts on collaboration, skill building, to teach us how to work together, how to share work, how to think more holistically about the interconnections and intersections of our pieces of work. And so that's where we have been directing our resources. We also, as a philanthropic organization, I spend a significant amount of time with national partners trying to make the case for the Virgin Islands to secure more philanthropic investment from large national institutional funders.
But thank you for all of your responses. I want to thank all of the stakeholders for being here today in this most important discussion. Mr. Chair, I want to thank you so much for the time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Marvin Blyden, for your round of questions. Before we proceed to...
Speak up. Chair, if I may?
Yes, you may.
I just wanted to based on Senator Blyden's comment, I just wanted to put on record that the Department of Health is absolutely willing to fill those gaps through collaboration. So St. Croix Foundation and other, My Brother's Workshop and other entities, it is our goal to pool limited resources, especially for something so critical.
Thank you so much for that very important commentary. Before we proceed to Senator Johnson, I wanted to ask the Attorney General, Department of Justice, a question. Your testimony referenced a rise in juvenile recidivism, and I was wondering what specific patterns or risk factors are most common in those repeat youth offenses.
Gordon Ray, Attorney General, if I might have Chad Mitchell respond to that. He's been handling juvenile for quite some time, family as well as our mental health issues.
Attorney Chad Mitchell, Assistant Attorney General.
Lift the microphone, Attorney. Excellent. Right there is good.
So the question is, what is the cause of recidivism? And I really think it is the lack of opportunity. I think that the child that is in the juvenile justice system, they go through the process. They have given opportunities to rehabilitate. They're given counseling. They're given, encouragement by the judge, given encouragement by the caseworker, given encouragement by VIPD to, do certain things, and then they go back to their old ways, so to speak. And those opportunities, even though the counseling is still available post. They can still do the counseling. They can still do some of the things. They don't want to. And so I don't know how to engage. The thing that we need to do is really engage, what does this young person want to do with their life? And then give those opportunities. Sometimes the judges will require them to write an essay as to what are their life goals. And when we listen to those, sometimes they're very lofty and sometimes they're very childish. And so we need to really engage them with that thought process of what am I going to do with my life and how do I get there? What's the path to get to where I want to be? And I think to combat recidivism, we have to have real opportunities that include vocational training, because if you don't have a job when you get out, or even if you don't have a job as a teenager, just for some extra cash or to buy the jeans you want or the shoes you want, there's going to be a desperation there. And with that desperation, then you're going to look to crime as a way to get the things that you want. And it's not about greed, it's about opportunity. It's not about even fashion or whatever. It's about how are you going to have what you need to start a family, to even get a car, to get a driver's license. There's expenses involved with that. You have to have a driver's license and a car to get to most jobs. So just that basic helping young people get the tools they need to reach their goals. They all have goals. Every person that we see in juvenile delinquency has a goal. Sometimes, like I said, the goals are childish. They want to be a rock star. They want to be, a famous rapper, and you have to have a lot of skills to do that. And it's like a 1 in a million chance, right? But we have to also help kids, focus on reality. What are some real goals that you can attain just by getting a job, just by saving your money, and all that? So I think that the real way to combat recidivism in the youth is to give them real opportunities to have jobs that they can then have ownership of their life.
And thank you for that response. And I think in Block 2 we'll be having that discussion on expanding youth opportunities. I think someone is. Did I hear someone?
Yes, this is Saul Santiago, the analyst for Kids Count USVI. I wonder if I could add to that, please.
Yes, of course.
All right. Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon. Saul Santiago, Kids Count USVI principal and analyst. So I just wanted to add some context to those remarks in terms of we, with the Kids Count project, looked at the young persons who were in YRC or who committed criminal offenses. And what we found was there was a significant amount of abuse and neglect at the home. So, for example, 87% of minors in the Youth Rehabilitation Center reported having experienced abuse or neglect at home. We also saw that, for example, they witnessed domestic violence, they witnessed drug abuse or alcohol at home. About a third of them had siblings who were also involved with the justice system. And of course, there was significant poverty involved as well. So I think, when we look at the causes of what's happening, we need to look at the root causes, and that includes, the domestic violence, that includes providing the resources to them so that they're able to have better outcomes, as was said earlier.
Thank you so much for that input. We'll proceed now to Senator Franklin Johnson for his round of questions. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to all, God, to the testifiers, listening viewing audience. I also want to say thank you very much for having this hearing here today. And I would have liked to see Parks and Rec here in this session, because when we were growing up, there was always someone to the park. Either have a little tennis tournament, softball tournament, some kind of tournament, but an other avenue for the children to have something to do versus being idle. So I would have loved to see them here to see how they're gonna find ways of getting back to those type of after-school programs in our parks. We've been investing money in these recreation facility, but no staff in there doesn't help us. Just a building doesn't do us any good. I want to start out by line a question with St. Croix Foundation, and what I want to ask you, you spoke about the high school dropouts and extremely high rate. What percentage are we talking about? And you also spoke about the population decline. So is it partially because of the decline in the population, or help me out with that?
I'll let our data analyst, Dr. Santiago, take that question.
Good morning, everyone. Saul Santiago, Kids Count USVI. So the actual dropout rate remains low relative to say national figures, but the number of children the number of children and youth who are separating from the department, I think we averaged about 160 or so a year, every year for the past 6 years. And that's still an alarming number, because they then become disconnected from school, and they become disconnected from work, and that can lead to a lot of adverse outcomes for them. So while we look at the graduation rate is steadily improving, and that's a very positive outcome, just the number of students dropping out is a concern.
So, and my question was, is that dropout because of the population decrease, or basically they are dropping out right here on the island?
So once they drop out, the problem, Senator, is that we lose track. So if they're dropping out, they become disconnected from school. We don't have a way to track them in enrollment. if they don't join the labor market, they become what we call opportunity youth. So they're essentially disconnected, and it's very difficult. One of the things we've been doing in the past 4 or 5 years is spending a lot of effort to try to track what happens with them, but it's very, very, very difficult. And this year we'll be publishing data on some of them becoming homeless or unsheltered or doing emergency housing. So it does become difficult to track. In terms of like the decreasing population, that is true. Obviously, we've had a decrease in population, but enrollment in public schools is actually starting to tick up a little bit. So I don't think that explains all of it.
Thank you very much. What I heard here today from just about all the testifiers is cross-agency collaboration. How do we gap that bridge? How do we make this happen? Because it can't be done legislatively. It has to be done administratively. So how do we make this gap happen? Because it's important that it happens, because if we continue to have this separation, everybody doing it by themselves, then we're missing the ball, and we're missing those children that nobody is communicating to say, well, I don't have him. Who have him? I don't have her. Who have her? And I think that's what we really need to get to make sure that agency are working cohesively together in order to really bridge this gap for these children that are not active, not involved. And when they're not active and when they're not involved in the programs that you guys have to offer, then they're going to be involved in crime. It's just as simple as that. Now, I'll start off with PD. You spoke about your police cadet. How many enrollments do you have in that program right now?
Good morning, Danisha Samuel Santos, VIPD. Right now in the program, what happened is with that program, it's a collective with Department of Education. We started off with a pilot program here on St. Croix. We have now, as of yesterday, 11 enrolled in that program on St. Croix. Unknown of the number on St. Thomas, because St. Thomas is just starting for the first year. This is our second year in VIPD with cadets. So we have 11.
That's a pretty significant low number. And you gave some statistics, and you talk about detained and total case. Explain that 249 detained to me.
When we speak to detained, we mean that they're under arrest and they go to the court system. So that's all out of that 800 plus. All the others go into intervention or as referrals to human services.
And I know I've been to human service probably about a year ago, and there's only like 2-3 individuals inside there. What are those numbers now, if you know by chance?
Right now I am unsure. I could get the numbers and hand them to the chair for you at a later date.
Yeah, I'll appreciate that, because I remember back in the days, those numbers used to be relatively high. And I'm not saying that it's the best fit, because it really isn't. Basically, what we're doing are graduating them most of the time from the juvenile to Golden Grove. So I don't think it's the best fit. But if they're being sent back home in the same environment, whether it's abuse or neglect, the outcome is going to be the same. They're going to reach the Golden Grove. You know, so I definitely would like to get some more information on that to figure out where do we go and how do we make it happen. Throughout this term being in this position, I know the chair of Finance Committee we have done whatever we could do to make sure that every nonprofit gets something. It might never be enough because we could never fill that basket. But when you're talking about putting nearly $5 to $6 million across the board, if the government agency and these nonprofit agency can even start working more together, I think it's going to happen and it's going to make it work. Because every little bit helps. Now, when you look at the nonprofit, sometimes it's 60, 70 or more nonprofit organization, and everybody do their little part. But we need to find a way to bring it together, because everybody working in a silo, it's not helping. It definitely ain't helping. We continue talking about this piece of device here. It could be the best thing, and it could be the most dangerous thing. And one of my colleagues do have a bill to try and get it out the school. And I know when that bill comes, it's going to be a lot of problems because nobody believed that we should take it from them in school. But it's a distraction. It's a big-time distraction in school time. And we have to find areas to make sure that they do things that are better with them. And I always use this example of friends that have children that do different games. One of my friends, his child did a car racing game. And that's the game that he played. And his interest went towards mechanic and repairing car. And next one child had a horse race. He got to get up, get on his phone, and train the horse. His interest went into horses. But then when you find those that family are not paying attention, and they got these shooting and craziness on it, where you think that child gonna go to? That's what he's learning on this phone is actually what he's going out and trying to do. And when you hear some of the reports from the police department about the type of car chase that you have when you find out there's a juvenile, this is what he's repeating, what he learned from this. So I surely can't wait to hear my colleague bring that piece of measure and see where we're going to go with it, because we got to find a solution, and whatever we need to do to make life better for our children, if it's giving them that break without this phone, then let's make that happen. I think my time was gone, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for the leniency.
Point of information. Point of information. Thank you, Senator Franklin Johnson, for your round of questions. And point of information, Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to everyone. Actually, good afternoon. I wanted to go back to the issue that was raised in respect to the dropouts within our school, and to go back to Dr. Santiago. I moved legislation in regards to truancy and attendance, and we continue to kind of track the attendance record. But I wanted to know if you came across any research that could that we could create by policy and mandate, where we're able to, during those separation, is for there to be some level of reporting back for minors or students under the age of 18, where we could then determine that there should be some feedback to education or the school entity where those students are relocating to, what's causing a dropout, or some type of status, so that we could do a better job in terms of tracking the amount of dropouts that we're seeing.
Good afternoon, Saul Santiago, Kids Count USVI. Senator, that's a good point, because once they separate, it's very, very, very difficult, as I was saying earlier, to keep track. Now, to be clear, the dropouts, as the Virgin Islands Department of Education calculates it, does not include, obviously, students who transferred to other states or private school, so long as they request, the transcripts. And in high school, they usually do request a transcript. So what we're saying is, for the most part, these are children who have not transferred or have not informed the department that they've transferred, and have not returned to the school. And in that way, the best thing to do is really to go back. And we were talking earlier about the collaboration, but we could take a close look at, for example, chronic absenteeism. That's something that we're able to track at the school level. So those are students that average 30 days. So that's a whole month absent every school year. We could track them. We should support them, because, as you know, Senator, they will likely be the next dropouts in the future. So we have to use the data we have to try to make the difference early on, because once they drop out, it's very, very difficult, almost impossible to keep track.
Okay, thank you. I will continue to deep dive that issue, because I think that we need to get a handle on what's happening there. Ms. Ramos, you had something to add to that?
Yes, I'd like to touch on that. Gisa Ramos, Director of Behavioral Health. We've been in collaboration with Department of Education, most recent as of last year, September, and we've been implementing in-school suspension program because they found that one of the issues with the dropouts was suspension. So a lot of students, when they get suspended, they look at it as vacation. and don't come back. They don't have a need to come back because, like, why come back if I'm gonna get suspended again if I continue this behavior? So what we did was implemented the in-school suspension, which is the SEL program, which was led by the Assistant Director, Ms. McCarty, over in the St. Thomas District. The pilot program, like I said, started in September of last year, and it's continuing. It's a 6-week program that is for social emotional learning for the students. It covers performance as well as it helps the teachers as well to pretty much look for coping skills to deal with the children within the school setting rather than suspending them. In that way, we can be able to monitor their behavior and have them stay in school rather than dropping out. And the more acute care will come to our outpatient clinic if they need more intensive therapeutic counseling. They will have that services at the Division of Behavioral Health.
Thank you so much for that point of information, Senator Francis. And I wanted to ask, because as we continue the discussion, obviously, as mentioned in several testimonies, to include yours, Sergeant Samuel Santos, where there was a slight alluding to limited interagency coordination. I'm not saying that you're not, because obviously you're coordinating with the Department of Education, but the question is, are you sharing data with each other? And I think that's a very salient point, because data drives policy. And I'm curious to know, for instance, let's use the kids count data. How many of your organizations utilize that data? You do? Everyone does? Attorney General, do you use the kids count data as well?
Good afternoon, Christy from My Brother's Workshop. We also supply the data that's included in that report.
So
not all of it, but portion.
A portion. I understand that each entity supplies the St. Croix Foundation, when they're doing their round of acquiring data, with the points of data that they need to create the report. But once the report is generated, does any of the agencies utilize that data for any policy or any decision making in the area of youth?
Yes, Senator Dr. Nicole Cargo-Sims, Acting Commissioner. Yes, we do. Once it's collected, we utilize it. So the Department of Health, through the Behavioral Health Division, has an interdepartmental mental council. There are 2 councils to be established there, and when we receive that data, it could be the breakfast, it could be the data collected from the various entities. We utilize it to develop trainings and education. Because resources are so limited, it becomes imperative for us to utilize what we receive to then do ripple effect type training programs. That way we design certain programs, like I mentioned before, the Positive Vibes Only, developing Zen Vans, having the Department of Education trained on self-awareness and self-care and things of that nature, even aggression and violence, so that we know these are the things we're seeing and these are the programs that then we have to use to address them. And it does speak to Senator Johnson's point as well, in terms of collaboration and that relationship. It becomes cornerstone to any of the efforts that we make as a department and as a territory.
Thank you. And VIPD, do you use the data, and how do you use it? And let's go down the line to the Attorney General, Office of Gun Violence, and then the Department of Health.
Denisha Samuel Santos, VIPD. Yes, we use the data. We utilize it based on our at-risk youths. So a lot of it right now is being used, especially in PAL, where PAL provides baseball. Right now they're doing tournaments every weekend, and they keep these kids with them all week, and they play, they travel. I think the last travel was St. Thomas, and they're playing here this weekend. So yes, we do. The issue isn't the data being gathered. The issue is that the body is not meeting collectively. We all meet as individuals with different units. So if we could come together collectively, I think we would have more progress.
Okay, thank you for placing that on the record. Department of Justice.
Attorney Chad Mitchell, Assistant Attorney General. The data that we receive when we get that document every year is more educational for us. We do, however, collaborate with the other agencies on a regular basis, on a case-by-case basis, because even in our mental health cases and our guardianship cases, our child cases, we often have a requirement to meet as an interagency meeting before every hearing. So we do meet and we do collaborate. As far as using the data, however, our work is spread out, so I guess you could say across a wide spectrum, and most of our focus is case by case. What does this person need in this situation, whether it's a mental health, a juvenile delinquency case, or a child welfare case? It's a very case-specific analysis, and so the data is educational for us, but we don't really, and we're not ones that run programs, so we don't really direct our programs. We're dealing case by case.
Okay, thank you for placing that on the record. Office of Gun Violence.
Yes, we use the data to decide where we're going to target our resources based on the numbers that we see from the kids count, and we combine that with information from the Department of Education. For instance, the school suspension program, we're also working with that. We work with PAL. We're doing the baseball team stuff, and so and we're into the schools and talking about the same stuff: the de-escalation, conflict resolution, personal management training, the leadership program that we do in the schools, and YRC are all based on some of that information that comes out of Kids Count.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Department of Health. Well, I think Dr. Sims mentioned, but I still want to get some input from you, Mr. Malloy.
Good morning again, Ruben Malloy. As Dr. Sims indicated, we use the data from different sources, both internal and external, to develop targeted interventions.
Okay. Okay, excellent. So we're going to move. Oh, and I believe the village wants to make a statement, and I'm hearing another voice. Oh, let me go to the village first, and then we'll come to you.
Yes, my name is Brandy Brooks, Prevention Coordinator at the Village, and we do utilize the Kids Count data. Our prevention programs are federally funded. When we were initially applying for the funds, because our prevention programs are also newer, they started in 2017. The question was whether or not there was a need for those types of services here, and through that we were able to identify youth who are at risk and communicate the need. So we received 2 prevention grants, and through that we are able to also collect our own data about substance use to further be able to apply for additional grants. So that is how we utilize that data.
Thank you so much for placing that on the record. Please proceed.
Giselle Ramos, Director of Behavioral Health. So we utilize the data and every other data as well as ours to correlate with other individuals' data to implement evidence-based practices within our clinic and within the school setting, such as our prevention outreach within the school that was driven by data as well as those outreach that you see in a community that was driven by data as well as our therapeutic services that we enter into our clinics that is driven by data. So we utilize not only the child count data, but every other data to make sure that we're providing the necessary services for our community.
Okay, excellent. And Executive Director?
Yes, Deanna James, St. Croix Foundation. I'd love to invite Dr. Santiago to talk a little bit about the data landscape, because the challenges that we face every single year to collect the data and to collect good data is, I think, relevant to this conversation. I don't know if he's still on the call, but I think he can provide a little bit more context to the exercise that we have to go through every year because of the absence of VIX, the Virgin Islands Community Survey that used to be the source for most of Kids Count data, has not been released. I think the last data that was released from VIX was 2015 data. Actually, it was collected in 2015, released in 2018. It was, I think, collected again last year, but has not been released. Nationally, almost every state, including Puerto Rico, has access to something called the American Community Survey, which is where most of Kids Count data comes from. the Virgin Islands, because of the data landscape that we have a sector liaison, Charmaine Hobson, who has to connect with every single government agency and nonprofit partner to collect data directly from those agencies. And I think it's a relevant part of this conversation to make sure that we are collecting the kinds of quality of data that allows us to make informed decisions. And I don't know if he's still on the call, but I think he can provide some context.
Mr. Santiago, if you're on the line.
Good afternoon, Saul Santiago, Kids Count USVI. It really is heartening to hear the agencies discuss the use of the data. As Deanna mentioned, it is a huge undertaking. And as we collect the data, one of the Achilles heel that we found is just data sharing. So every agency either has an existing data system, are doing a data upgrade, or they're procuring a new data system. And the only common thread is that the data systems, as Senator Johnson pointed out, are just in silos. And so in the written testimony from Westcare, when they talk about the shared data, the Attorney General would like to increase interagency collaboration. Department of Health talks about, or rightfully points out, the importance of baseline data for intervention. We start to see the missing link, the silos of the data systems. We publish our data dashboard. It's free. There's no login. You can print everything. You can have everything. We would invite all agencies to share in the spirit of breaking up data silos, to embrace publicly accessible data. It just helps us in having a common understanding of the scale of the problem, in speaking the same language, and in understanding where the gaps are.
Okay, thank you so much for that. We're going to now proceed to my Vice Chair, Senator Carla Joseph, for her 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good afternoon to everyone. I really want to commend you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this meeting. It's a very good turnout. It's a really critical conversation that we are having today regarding our young people, because they are indeed our future. It's very important that we work collaboratively with each other. I just going back on my time in the trenches working with at-risk young people with a program I managed for over 10 years. I'm seeing that we still have some gaps. I'm seeing that I'm hearing that we are, good point is, we are utilizing the data. We utilize, just like the village spoke about, utilize the data to get the grant funding and then to implement those intervention programs. And VIPD also had played a tremendous role with educating our young people regarding their rights and how to interface with VIPD officers and promote that level of community policing. So I really want to also thank you, Sergeant Samuel Santos, for that. So I'm going to start my line of questioning first, because I want to find out, and just to piggyback on what the chair mentioned, for the testimony presented, Acting Commissioner Dr. Sims, the data that you mentioned that was collected, is that localized data that you used in your testimony for the 2017 Youth Risk Behavior Survey, or is that national data that we're looking at?
It's local, Senator.
It's local, very good. I wasn't clear on that. And the entity that collects it is the Department of Health? Or is it collaborative?
Yes, so it's a collaborative. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's a collaborative effort. So that Youth Risk Behavioral Survey is the Department of Education. It is funded by CDC. It is the Department of Health is the lead agency. University of Virgin Islands provides like technical data collection assistance, and the Department of Education.
I really applaud you and all of you in doing that, and I'm hoping that we'll get some updated data soon. I wanted to also ask, in looking at this, because there is some law on the books regarding working collaboratively together. It's Title III, subsection 27, that establishes the Virgin Islands Commission on Youth. Are any of you familiar with that? That portion? that title? Anyone? Dr. Sims, are you familiar? Attorney General Ray, are you? Mr.
It's in my legislation, yeah.
Yes. So that is really one of the vehicle. I think that's a primary vehicle we need to look at. Really, if we are serious and intentional about addressing some of our at-risk young people and having that collaboration, it really establishes that bond between all of these agencies, and it's headed through the office of the governor, ideally. And so that's something that we need to really look at, and I'm hoping that my colleagues and we would look at it too with the governor and have that bond, because, you know, we are greater when we work and collaborate with each other. Yes, we may have our little things, but we are greater. Before my time is called, I wanted to ask you, Attorney Gordon Ray, Attorney General Gordon Ray, I had some questions regarding how you are seeing that the Department of Justice can work, because I saw that there were maybe some conflicts with your councils representing and then having to represent both the Department of Human Services and then look at maybe prosecuting some of our juvenile. How are you working that through?
This is a fairly rare event, but when it does happen, we obviously assign separate attorneys, and there's a wall between them.
Okay, and does the Office of, Mr. Chairman, I just wrap up with this. Does the Office of the Public Defender in any way play a role with you in any collaboration?
Well, we have been doing basically monthly or more often meetings between our prosecutors and the defense attorneys with the public defender so that they can go through all the cases coming up in the next session and see what can best be done with each of the defendants, if there are pleas, if there are other dispositions. My position as Attorney General is that our job is not just to get people in jail. Our job is to try to help people. And when you look at the juvenile side, my belief is that a jail is going to do a juvenile no good whatsoever.
I agree. I agree.
And I'm a big believer in diversion programs, be it drug programs, anger management programs, counseling programs, and I would virtually always prefer to see that as a result, particularly in a juvenile section, than in incarceration. And that's sort of the philosophy that's been my philosophy, and it's also one I believe that's the philosophy of our department, and it's been followed.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I do have 2 more questions, but I will hold those because I think we need to go on to the other senators and give them an opportunity to feed in as well. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for your leniency.
Thank you, Vice Chair Joseph. And before we go to Senator Francis Jr., I wanted to ask the village, Ms. Gums, in relation to your, I think it was the ARCC program, I think it's called, and there was an indication that it's going to have a deadline coming up very soon.
Yes, Brandy will elaborate more on that as she works with the youths.
Yeah, so the ARC program, Brandy Brooks, Prevention Coordinator at the Village. The ARC program is our treatment program for people who are between the ages of 12 to 25. So if they are dealing with addiction, they could come and receive treatment on an outpatient basis. We're going into our last year. So at the end of this fiscal year, our federal funding will come to an end, yes.
Is there an opportunity for renewal of that program?
I believe that they can reapply, but the thing about these federal fundings that we received a couple years, maybe 4 or 5 years back, is that a lot of the grants that were available at that time, they cut that type of grant. So we, I believe, are looking into it, but our major focus right now is trying to figure out how we could collaborate with the VI government to make sure that is a program that is sustainable. However, as of right now, I do believe they're looking into options to reapply for the grant.
And you mentioned that there's 332 youths that you've served so far, but there's a mandate of 400, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you're currently on pace to hit that 400 mark? Not that that's something we want
easily,
necessarily,
so
like it's a, we wanted, I apologize for cutting you off, but in my mind, I'm like, the least amount of people having to go through that is better, but we know that this epidemic exists. And we know that it's, even my own family member, a young man has substance abuse issues, and I appreciate what the village has done for him in his rehabilitation. So I know exactly the type of work that you all do up there, and I appreciate it very, very much. But there is a mandate for 400, and you currently have young people there that you're serving at this time?
Yeah, so our youth programs actually outperform many of the treatment and prevention programs nationally. So as we're talking to our GPOs, our people who work for SAMHSA and the federal agencies that we're tied to, we're outperforming on a national scale. So yes, we are on track to not only meet 400, but probably overserve the requirement. So unfortunately, there is a need because people are utilizing substances at a young age, but yes, we are able to meet the requirements of the grant.
I would kindly ask that you provide us data about what the cost of that program looks like so that we can sort of deliberate on that, just to at least for our knowledge.
Okay.
Please, thank you. Senator Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, good afternoon to you and my colleagues, and good afternoon to everyone. I want to say that this is an amazing conglomerate and consortium of individuals that's before us today, and the wealth of information, intellectual properties that you have put into this information here speaks volume. The difficulty for me a lot of time is that we have these amazing teams that come before us, and then you leave, and then there's like nothing happens. It kind of fall apart. And I'm hoping that this discussion today could drive the need for us to really collaborate, create a council, advisory group, or something, because when you all work together, again, we could really be able to be beneficial in our community. I want to say to the St. Croix Foundation and the Kids Count team that you have done an amazing job and your work is not in vain. I, as a policymaker, utilize the information quite often. My staff will tell you that 75% of my time, I go back and review the data that's presented there. I call, I text sitting here. A lot of times I ask them, what did the Kids Count data provide, so that it could help to drive my decision in moving some of my policies decision forward. So it's not in vain. I believe that when we come together, and I heard the conversation about the funding, I think from everyone that talk about it today, we talk about funding. When the miscellaneous came down from the administration, this time around it came down zero funded because there are some difficulties in finding funds. We became creative, and we came up with a little over $6 million to go towards our miscellaneous items. A lot of it came from the Epstein funds, by the way. So, the need for us to collaborate, the need for us to pool resources, I think will be beneficial because we're after the same target. So once we're able to come together, I believe that we'll be a lot more impactful, doing that. I spent 5 years of my career within the Youth Investigation Bureau, and it became a revolving door. You saw the same individuals in and out. I was supervisor of detectives. I was commander of the Youth Investigation Bureau. You saw the same faces. So I think that we have to be able to make an impact, break the school to prison pipeline, and really get to these youths. And in order for us to do that, we have to be able to utilize our team effort and being able to accomplish that. I wanted to ask a little bit about the 988 hotline. How is that working out? Is it being utilized here in the Virgin Islands to access and get information from those individuals that may be in trouble situation?
Good afternoon, Dr. Nicole Cragwell Sims. Yes, Senator, and I'll have Deputy Commissioner Steele elaborate.
Renan Steele, Deputy Commissioner, Department of Health. Yes, the 988 system is set up that local residents can call 988. It is still being answered in the mainland as there's no call center in the territory. To finish the process for the call center, unfortunately, SAMHSA doesn't allow you to set up a call center, which is Substance Abuse Mental Health Service Administration, until you go through a certain time period. We're still submitting what's needed towards accreditation before you can have a local call center. And we just now sent over the DPP. They finally approved for us to put out the RFP to actually contract with a out of the territory call center, but they will answer all our lines to one hub. That would improve the communication back to the team to allow us to know if they need boots on the ground response. We'll be able to do so. Instead of working with our national rollover, it'll be one call center answering the Virgin Islands calls.
Okay, and the issue of gun violence in our community, is the Department of Health considering this a public health issue and concern?
Absolutely, sir.
Any course of action, plan of action you intend to undertake as a result of that?
As we talked about collaborations earlier, we've been working very closely with Office of Gun Violence. We've been working with HIDET team. We are also working with VIPD. We also do this in our interdepartmental coordinating committee, which meets monthly, where all agencies are represented there. And anytime they're called out for assistance, whatever they need from our team, we've been able to provide that assistance as needed. Yes, we do.
All right. CEO James St. Croix Foundation, in respect to the kids count and the work that you have done so far on that, can you speak to some of the positions that you have taken, especially along the line of the poverty area and the poverty map? Is there any particular recommendations that you have, I'll wrap up here, Mr. Chair. Is there any particular recommendations that have been made as a result of those poverty areas? Is those continue to be seen as you embarked on your new release of your kids count? What are we doing in terms of that space?
I think when we were here, it's Deanna James, President St. Croix Foundation. When we were here last time, I think one of the conversations we had was doing a much more comprehensive assessment of poverty. The definition that is used for poverty is based on the federal income level. And we believe that in our community that it's much more contextualized. And so we think that that's an area for exploration for us in terms of how we're collecting the data. That's one of the strategies that we've been exploring. Beyond that, what's happening now in terms of federal funding retraction, we know that the data that will be collected this year, which will be presented next year, will be incredibly telling and provide us a much more granular understanding of the impact of what's happening with federal funding. So that's the degree that the foundation is responsible for collecting the data, reporting the data. It is the responsibility of all of us collectively to distill and make sense of that data.
Correct. And any early indicators that you're willing to share at this time? Of course, I know that you want to complete your analysis and make some determination, but any early indicators that could help us to hone down on some of those issues and recommendations that you have made. Any early indicators that you'd like to share with this committee at this time?
Deanna James, St. Croix Foundation. I'm going to toss that question to our data analyst, Dr. Santiago.
Good afternoon, Saul Santiago, Kids Count USVI. Well, Senator, without giving too much away, because we really are working through the upcoming data book, we will say one of the things that did strike us. So Deanna talked about the participation and the enrollment at the various groups, and we expect that number to decrease as the federal funds and the national environment sort of have their impact on the territory. But what was surprising to us, Senator, is that we started to see some of that even now, meaning that some of the programs for the most vulnerable youth have less enrollment. So they have a lower amount of children engaged for whatever reason. And we think, this might be related to seeing the first signs of a slowdown. And as you know, with the needs that we're talking about today, we should be accelerating. We should be increasing enrollment across all of the areas, all of our programs. And so at this vital time, it is very, very concerning to see what could be the beginnings of a slowdown in enrollment for whether it's intervention programs or even sports parks or Department of Labor programs or things like that.
Very well. Thank you very much for all that you do, each and every single one of you. Yes, we could sit here and be critical, but if you weren't doing what you were doing, it would be a lot worse. We would be in a lot worse situation. So thank you to all that you do. Of course, the Village Partners is certainly one of those areas. We didn't talk a lot about mentorship today, but I think that that's a very important component as we endeavor in terms of getting our civic organization to be involved in mentorship. Again, Mr. Chair, thank you very much for this opportunity. This is a wonderful discussion. Outside of not having DHS, SPR, Sports Park and Recreation, Department of Health here, this is an amazing conglomerate of individuals here this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis Jr., and I believe Mr. Malloy wanted to chime in on something that you mentioned. Oh, and also Dr. Sims after Mr. Malloy. Mr. Malloy?
Okay.
Thank you. Ruben Malloy, Assistant Commissioner at the Virgin Islands Department of Health. I just wanted to, as it relates to your comments, your earlier comments, this is on all of us, whole government, whole community situation. And I'd like to introduce and acknowledge the work of the Divine Nine fraternities and sororities and their role in addressing youth concerns, to include youth violence. Beyond my role at the Department of Health, I am a member of one of those Divine Nine organizations, the Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, and I have other members are represented here today. I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate the St. Croix alumni chapter of Delta Sigma Theta for earning a national recognition for their treating gun violence as a public health issue. The Alpha Phi Alpha fraternity implements several national programs that are relevant to this discussion. Go to high school, go to college, Project Alpha, which includes sessions on evidence-based sexual health, consent, life planning, builds decision-making, good decision-making. A vote less people is a hope less people. And we also offer the Judge Antoine Joseph Scholarship. So when we talk about including all stakeholders, the Divine Nine organizations are a critical stakeholder.
Thank you for putting that on the record, and we thank that organization and many other organizations that are doing their part in our society to help curtail the gaps that exist with our youth. Dr. Sims, you wanted to place something on the record?
Yes, Senator, thank you so much. Dr. Nicole Cragwell-Sims, Acting Commissioner. I wanted to float to the top of everyone's mind the fact that while we are discussing collaboration and we've talked about different ways we can do it and the funding, et cetera, we as a collective can still be viewed as the entity. And so stigma is really the first step in breaking any of this down. That really takes a humanistic approach to what we're discussing. It really takes a discussion with youth walking up to someone and literally asking them and speaking to them, what is the reason for this? What is the reason for the attitude? What is the reason for the anxiety, the anger? Because we're still, quote unquote, suit and tie in this entire thing. So while we do have to collaborate and work and get these programs established, we also have a responsibility to youth to remember We were once youth, and sometimes it's hard to communicate and hard to speak to adults in any setting, no matter how they're coming. So patience and compassion and empathy are going to be where we definitely need to start, because we can have the best programs ever, but if they're not coming because of the stigma and how they view us, they're not going to show up. So we definitely have to channel that, be able to speak to them person to person, understand where they're coming from, listen without judgment, listen without assumption, and ensure that we are meeting them where they are. And I just really wanted to make sure that that was a part of the record today as we're continuing this discussion.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And a point of information, Senator Carla Joseph.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to ask a question relative to what we're looking at and in the conversations regarding what the St. Croix Foundation had put out relative to the percentage of children in poverty. In your testimony, you indicated at 33% in 2020 that we had 33% of our children were in poverty. I know in about the last legislature, looking at that and knowing that some of the young people who are in poverty were in single-parent household. And we had a level of non-custodial parents who were not paying their fair share. I had introduced some legislation, and it was passed with my colleagues, and I and the governor signed it to look at, assuring that the Paternity and Child Support Division of the Department of Justice receive the requisite tool to incentivize those non-custodial parents to actually come in and make an opportunity to get their custodial, their child support calculated. I wanted to ask you, Attorney General, how is that working for the Division of Paternity and Child Support when we increase the default payment for paternity and child support for the calculation for individuals to come in and actually make good and start to make the payments non-custodial parent. Are you able to talk about that today?
I am not. I just don't know the answer to that question, but I can obviously check with Catherine DeLugo, who's heading that department, and I'd be glad to get back to you with some specifics.
I hope before the end of today. I wanted to also ask a question for VIPD. I know Dr. Sims mentioned some training that they do. Do the VIPD also do trainings for the teachers along with the teachers, or is it a collaborative effort?
Denisha Samuel Santos, VIPD. Yes, we do training collectively with almost all agencies. We have our crisis intervention team. Majority of the time, a lot of our training is in partnership with Department of Health's Ms. Ramos, the one that left, and we do a lot of training. Actually, I'm scheduled to do some training with teachers next week.
I'm glad to hear that. Very good, very good.
Okay. Thank you so much, Senator Joseph. We're now going to provide Senator Frances Heileger with her 5 minutes. You're now recognized, Senator Frances Heileger.
Thank you. Good day to my colleagues. Good day to the people of the territory. First off, I would like to say I really appreciate this panel that has come forward to testify. I think that it is so important that we take the time out to speak about the youth here in our territory. One of the things as I've sat here listening to my colleagues and really listening to the interaction and the questions, I was very happy when I heard specifically about some of the things that are already being done. When you guys, well, let me jump into my questions because I'll be here all day. I want to ask the Attorney General quickly. When you spoke earlier and said you would prefer dealing with a lot of preventative programs and you listed a few, how do you interact specifically with, for example, human services, other agencies dealing with young people's mental health before you potentially go to prosecution? do you try to reach out to these agencies to get a better grasp of what's happening with a particular person that might have been brought to your attention?
Well, people are generally brought to our attention when they're arrested. And so we get involved after the investigative stage. And as I mentioned earlier, once particularly a juvenile has been arrested, I'd like to see us take a position that will help that person get back onto the right track because they have an entire life ahead of them. And Department of DHS and other departments are a critical part of that, and that involves figuring out what is the best diversion program or system that can be set up. The threat of continued prosecution acts sort of like a hammer over their head that encourages the juvenile to stick with the program and to work it out, because then if the probation turns out well, then they aren't going to go into adulthood with a criminal conviction over their head, which, as we all know, is a very hard thing to overcome. So that's our goal. And the various departments that you've just mentioned are an important piece of it, but it comes up in terms of individuals. We can't really fashion ahead of time.
Have you made any recommendations outside of what you've shared today, or anything you feel that we are lacking as a government or even agencies and organizations that potentially could be implemented to help with some of these young people, you know, becoming repeat offenders or even offenders in the first place?
I think we have a real gap in mental health. We just don't have the psychiatric and counseling means here. And as you just heard from the testimony, obviously Department of Health and Department of Human Services are doing their best, but they just simply don't have the personnel to cover this wide range of counseling, of psychological background that's needed. So I think that's going to be a big piece of it.
And I think I have to agree with you 100% on that, because while sitting in this seat as a senator, several people have spoken to me over the years and even recently within the past couple of weeks and spoke about things that happened to them when they were a child. And I remember I paused and I thought to myself, these are now the adults that were once youth that didn't get the help that they needed. And when we have situations like that where people might have had to experience things or deal with things that really affected who they are as adults, we start to question why our community might be going in a particular direction, why our community might be having specific issues in certain areas, because there was a whole group of people that didn't get the help that they needed that transitioned into adulthood, and this is the end result. So it's very important what we're doing here today to really recognize how we have to tackle making sure that our young people get the help that they need. And I do agree with you specifically on the mental health part of it, because a lot of the issues that I have heard about, even from past situations, were people that were dealing with mental health issues as adults and transitioning from young people issues. I recently spoke to one lady that reached, Mr. Chair, could I quickly wrap up? I think I heard time.
Please proceed.
Thank you. I recently heard from one young lady that reached out to me as a senator, and she said to me, I never really told anybody this, but I feel I can trust you because I want to tell somebody. And she said to me, when she was a student at Convene Junior High School, she was molested by her physical education teacher. And it transitioned her entire life because she, as a young person, had to deal with threats. She had to deal with fear of her family. She had to deal with going into young adulthood being promiscuous, because a lot of things were affecting her because she didn't know how to handle what was going on. And she started to cry, and even I, listening to her, started to cry, because I kept saying, These are the lost young people of our territory. And I'm telling you this story because I think you guys need to recognize that the conversations that we're having today could save a young person so that they could be a better adult to help this territory, to be a better adult, to have a better life. So everything that we do today, whether it's through the Office of Gun Violence, through the AG's office, Human Services, makes a big difference. So all I'm asking is, please, when you guys are working on these things, understand that everything that you do is going to have a benefit at the end. It will help someone. So I appreciate the conversation today, and I really look forward to see us implementing some of the things we talked about, because our young people and helping them now are very important. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator Alma Francis Heilega. I believe we've completed our line of questions. You have a point of information? A point of information, Senator Carla Joseph.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to really say it really takes a village to raise a child, and I'm glad to hear the collective discussion. I wanted to ask a question of the Department of Health, just to get an idea about your case management load for youth at risk. How many clinicians, psychologists, psychiatrists, and case managers do you have? What is your load with those compared to in your clients? Do you have a ratio?
Deputy Commissioner Steele, if he can provide information.
Yes, Red State Deputy Commissioner of Public Health. So currently, as we mentioned earlier, we have 2 part-time psychiatrists serving the clinics from all 3 islands. We have 4 counselors in the St. Thomas office. They're carrying caseloads of 40-plus clients, and that includes, because they're also serving adults, keep in mind, we're not just. And then we in St. Croix, we're down to 1 therapist with 1 vacancy also to fill that gap, and they're also carrying over 40-plus in therapy, which is high caseloads for therapists. The school outreach staff, Ms. Tamara Ramos right here could explain, they're seeing thousands and thousands of kids on a quarterly basis. We've been ramped up those services, and she's been in so many classrooms and working in collaboration with other agencies, but we definitely, as mentioned earlier by everyone here, as the AG office just mentioned as well, an increase in therapists, clinicians, case managers is desperately needed in the territory. And it's not easy to find that workforce, but even so, if we had more funding ability to expand our workforce, it would be grateful.
Right, and so that's why I was trying to get, we understood some of the vacancies, but I didn't understand how many clients that you were serving on maybe a weekly basis or daily basis. So you're saying about 1,000 or more for young people?
Yes, definitely
and
across.
40 for adults, and that 40 sometimes include young people too?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Point of information, Senator Francis Jr.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to ask each of the representatives here today if they could submit to the chair some way, shape, or form, outside of not just funding, that the legislature would be able to support and assist you in your endeavors, whether it's going to be a policy position, legislation that's required. If funding is the only thing that you have, then certainly you could submit that. But outside of funding, what can this legislative body and this committee do to support you in regards to the subject matter that we're discussing here today? I'll greatly appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis Jr. Colleagues, I think we have had a very robust conversation today, a very important conversation, and we've heard about the gaps that exist. And I want to thank, again, each and every one of you, the testifiers before us on this important discussion who have joined us for the first part of this hearing today. And your insight, your experiences, your recommendations are deeply appreciated. We heard clearly that there is gaps in communication and collaboration for violence, trauma, and mental health services and challenges, and a serious and growing concern for our youth. These are not just individual problems, they're urgent community issues. And your work in your collectively as independent entities are very important. So I just wanted to give each and every one of you 30 seconds to do a quick wrap-up. Being that we began here in the St. Croix district with introductions, we're going to begin with wrap-ups over in the St. Thomas, St. John district, beginning with Dr. Sims from the Department of Health. Please proceed with your wrap-up.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Senator. Dr. Nicole Cragwell-Sims, Acting Commissioner, Department of Health. Chair, we want to thank you on behalf of Commissioner Encarnacion and the Department of Health for having us here today for such an imperative discussion. It's truly something that needs further discussion, but it's awesome that it started today. And now I really want to speak to the youth. If at any chance you are listening to the sound of my voice, I want you to know that you are not alone. And we know that sometimes it is difficult to reach out for help. You feel like adults just don't understand, but we are here and there are resources for you. So we're asking that you reconsider and reach out to one of us that you've heard today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And when you see Waldo, tell him come to the hearing next time, okay? My Brother's Workshop, you may proceed.
Christy Payne with My Brother's Workshop. Thank you so much, Chairman Blokes Jr. and the committee for allowing us to testify today. I want to wrap up by just touching quickly on the funding discussion that everyone has brought up. I understand completely that there's a large group of organizations and agencies that are more than worthy of receiving the funding that you all were able to creatively come up with for that $6 million. And I certainly don't want to come off as ungrateful, so thank you so much for your support. I do want to bring it to all of your attention that although that funding was allocated, My Brother's Workshop only received the first quarter of our general appropriations. We received nothing from the second, third, and fourth. And as far as the Family and Youth Crisis Grant, we were allocated $200,000, which we've not received any of that funding. And again, I just want to bring that to your attention because that's about $275,000 in funding that our organization was relying on for this year. And we're lucky that we had reserves, that we've been able to continue our operations thus far, but it's going to begin to impact our operations and our programs and potentially employment. So with that, thank you all.
Okay, thank you so much for that information and your exit speech, your closeout speech. St. Croix Foundation, name and title, and your closeout, 30 seconds, please.
Deanna James, President, St. Croix Foundation. Following on that trend, I want to talk about funding that, Kids Count is 5 years old. We have received zero local funding for this critical initiative. All of the funding that we secure for Kids Count comes from national sources for an asset that provides so much value to our local community. So I just want to put that on the record.
Thank you so much. I believe Department of Health was already covered. So the Office of Gun Violence.
Tony Manuel, Office of Gun Violence Prevention. The collaborative thing is really important. And I only want to say that none of our organizations have the monopoly on sharing information. When we go into the schools, we go into our communities, we do the work, just because Health and Human Services may have said it, or because the police department has said it, or because the Office of Violence said it, it can be said over and over again, because sometimes people absorb information differently, and that's why I believe that everybody should be sharing this responsibility. I'm really pleased that our relationship with the VIPD has become a lot better than it was when we first started. We've always enjoyed the schools. It's growth, and it takes our growth for us to work together to be better, and I'm really appreciative of the collective effort that we've been showing lately. So,
excellent. Thank you. Department of Justice, Attorney General.
Yes, thank you, Gordon Ray, Attorney General. And I'd just again like to emphasize that my view of the Department of Justice is to do justice. And when you're working with kids, when you're working with juveniles and with adults, again, but particularly with the younger folks, I'd like to see them be able to get onto a good track and lead a good life and be able to move on. It's what's best for them, and it's best for the entire community. I think I learned a lot today listening to what everyone had to say, and I think it would be good to continue this kind of discussion, maybe set up a committee that would have us and the other people who were going to be here but were unable to. And it also suggests that an important member to all of this would be the judicial system, the courts, because it's the judges that set the sentences that determine exactly what will happen with these young kids. The Department of Probation plays a big part of it, and it would be good to make sure that they know what are all the organizations that are out there that they could work with, that they could assign various juvenile offenders to. I think that would make a big, big difference. But thank you very much for getting us all talking. I learned a lot today. Thank you.
Yes, and thank you for being here with us as well. Thank you. Virgin Islands Police Department.
Good day again. First and foremost, I'd like to thank
Name and title.
Denisha Samuel Santos, Virgin Islands Police Department. I'd like to thank you for the invite and the opportunity, because it has been some amazing discussion. We have started something that I would like to see continue and not just stop here. Secondly, I'd like to thank my team for the patience that they express with the youths and how far they take it. So again, thank everybody for being here, and I hope to stay in contact with everybody.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And the Virgin Islands Partners in Recovery.
Carita Stevens Combs. I would like to thank you for having us here and everyone for hearing out. I definitely see where there's a lot of partnerships to happen in this room. I see where we can collaborate with many entities and hearing what I'm hearing today. So I'll be reaching out. I want you to know that our mission is steadfast. Uplifting the human spirit is what we do, and we will continue to do that. So on behalf of the village, VP Marsha Taylor, and myself and Brandy Brooks, we thank you for having us.
Excellent. Thank you. Senator Johnson, point of information.
In little conversation here with Ms. Brandy Brooks here, she's ready to take the lead in bringing you all together as a team. So before y'all leave, make sure y'all make some contact and have that collaboration. That's what's needed. And as we were talking, I was saying, sometimes they might have someone that doesn't want to be a part of what they're offering. They might want to join VIPD with the cadet or either my brother's table. So sometimes each of y'all might have someone that wants to go in the next direction. And by collaborating and coming together as one, you'll be able to help a lot more instead of just losing them, dropping off, dropping out to school, wherever. It's about communicating. So Ms. Brooke took up that task. She's ready to chair and lead that group. Thank you very much for your willing to serve, Ms. Brooks.
Thank you so much, Senator Johnson. I know about them. They're an action team up there at the village. I know exactly what they do. So I appreciate, again, each and every one of you. And this committee will actually go into a recess for a half an hour. So testifiers, you're now released. And the Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks is hereby on a 30-minute recess. Everyone, there is...
All right.
The Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks is hereby back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you please read Block 2 of the agenda into the record? Proceed.
This block will continue the committee's in-depth review and shift the focus to the long-term structural conditions shaping youth success in the Virgin Islands. This segment will assess educational access, vocational training, and workforce readiness disparities. The committee will examine data on school dropout rates, employment trends, and the underutilization of existing youth development programs. Invited agencies and stakeholders will offer insights into challenges and gaps within after-school services, technical career education, and youth employment pathways. Testifiers will be asked to recommend legislative and policy solutions to strengthen school-to-career pipelines, improve equity in public programs, and expand youth opportunity through culturally rooted community-based initiatives such as recreation, sports, and the arts as essential tools for youth empowerment and engagement, along with recommendations for the support of programs and services concerning the youth of the Virgin Islands. Invited testifiers, Dr. Haldane Davies, Director, Virgin Islands Bureau of Economic Research. Honorable Dion Wells Hedrington, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Education. Ms. Genevieve Whittaker, the Executive Director, Career and Technical Education Board. Honorary Gary Malloy, Commissioner, Department of Labor. Honorable Avril George, Commissioner, Department of Human Services. Mr. Vincent Roberts, Commissioner Designee, VI Department of Sports, Parks and Recreation, and Mr. Julio Reimer, Director of Office of Management and Budget. And this concludes the reading of the second block, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, we just for a typographical there, it's the Honorable Vincent Roberts, Commissioner of the Department of Sports, Parks and Recreation, for the record. Okay. But thank you for that, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, we are now in Block 2, expanding youth opportunities, community access, workforce development, education, and equity for the youth of the Virgin Islands. And we now have a very robust panel of testifiers here in this block as well. We began today's hearing concerning healing and empowering the youth and confronting the issues and the gaps with violence, mental health, and opportunities in the Virgin Islands. So now we're going to move forward with our discussion, and we want to do some microphone checks, starting here in the St. Croix district. And I'm going to start to my far left, going to my right, and then we'll have microphone checks in the St. Thomas, St. John district. So we'll proceed. Please always place your name and title on the record before you speak. Cell phones on vibrate or silent so that we don't disrupt any of the conversation. So let's proceed here to my left.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Anthony Martinborough Jr., Secretary, Virgin Islands Board of Career and Technical Education.
Good afternoon, Genevieve Whittaker, the Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Board for Career and Technical Education.
Good afternoon, Dr. Carla Bastian Knight, Superintendent, St. Croix District.
Good afternoon, Victor Sum III, Assistant Commissioner of Education.
Good afternoon, Dr. Gary Malloy, Commissioner, Department of Labor.
Good afternoon, all. Nisha Christian Hendrickson, Assistant Commissioner, Legal Counsel, Virgin Islands Department of Labor.
Good afternoon, Tishani Macedon, Assistant Director of Workforce Development.
Good afternoon, Renee Hansen, Acting Commissioner, Sports, Parks, and Recreation.
Good afternoon, Jamila Henry, St. Croix District Administrator, Sports and Recreation.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll move over to the St. Thomas, St. John district. Testifiers, please proceed. I'll let, who do I see there? Oh. Who's on the far closest to, in the green over there, I can't see who it is, but you may proceed first and work our way around the chamber. Is that Shenika Sebastian, is what I'm hearing? Please place your name and title on the record. If they're speaking, media, we cannot hear anything. Should we, let's go on a brief.
Good afternoon.
Oh, there we go. We can hear you now.
Good afternoon, Shenika Sebastian, Director of Youth and Apprenticeship, VI Department of Labor.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Richard Clinton, Youth Community Coordinator, Sports, Parks, and Recreation.
Good afternoon, Isaiah Thomas, Youth Community Coordinator, St. Thomas St. John District, Sports, Park, and Recreation.
Good afternoon, Dr. Monique Faulkner, State Director, Career Technical and Adult Education, VI Department of Education.
Good afternoon, Dr. Renee Charleswell, Deputy Commissioner of Curriculum and Instruction, Virgin Islands Department of Education.
Good afternoon, Dr. Simrity Brown Gums, Deputy Superintendent, St. Thomas St. John District.
Good afternoon, Dr. Mario Francis, Principal of the Raffaello Whitley Skills Center, Post-Secondary Career and Technical Ed Institute.
Good afternoon, Gene Ford, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Labor.
Good afternoon, Alden Davies, Director of Bureau of Economic Research.
Good afternoon, Bernicia Liber, Senior Project Analyst at the Bureau of Economic Research.
Okay. The last two speakers, we didn't clearly hear them. Media, if you could turn up their mics and have the last two speakers state their name and title, please.
Good afternoon, Halden Davies, Director, Bureau of Economic Research.
Good afternoon, Bernicia Liber, Senior Project Analyst at the Bureau of Economic Research.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I want to thank you all because I love to see this kind of participation. I really do. And I want to thank each and every one of you for being here today. We're going to go ahead and move into the testimonies, and I'm going to ask for testimonies based on how they're outlined on the agenda. So we're going to begin with Dr. Haldane Davies, the Director of the Virgin Islands Bureau of Economic Research.
Good afternoon to the Honorable Angel L. Volquez Jr., Chairman of the Virgin Islands of the United States 36th Legislature Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks, other committee members, other members of the legislature present, legislative staff, fellow testifiers, members of the media, persons in the viewing and listening audience, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Haldane Davies, and I'm Director of the Bureau of Economic Research, Government of the Virgin Islands of the United States. With me today is Miss Bernicia Liber, Senior Project Analyst, also at the Bureau of Economic Research. The Bureau of Economic Research is commissioned by 3 VIC Section 4B to, among other requirements, 1, regularly conduct special research projects in the form of briefing papers and special analyses or surveys. 2, produce routine statistical reports on the socio-economic indicators and the economy of the Virgin Islands. 3, provide data for government agencies to use for operational planning, federal grant applications, bond issues, database development, impact analyses, and forecasting. And 4, provide assistance in the areas of economic development planning, financing special projects, and information management. I welcome the opportunity to comment on the long-term structural conditions shaping youth success in the United States Virgin Islands. It is important that the youth of this territory are positioned to reach their full potential and actively and freely participate in the economic, social, political, educational, and health and well-being processes of this territory. We are at a time when the youth of today must, more than ever, play a role and engage in the future direction of the territory. The prosperity of these islands lies in the hands of the youth today and tomorrow, and we must do all that is necessary to ensure that they are equipped for the tasks ahead. They must develop territorial pride by recounting our history and culture and having access to quality education and training, appropriate programs, recreational activities, and opportunities to contribute and participate in the shared governance of the USVI as productive members of our society. There are many opportunities for education, recreation, work, and entrepreneurial activities across the territory, ranging from pre-kindergarten to university, inclusive of all public schools' tuition being funded from the public purse. While there are also many programs and initiatives for the engagement of youth, such as the Department of Labor Summer Youth Work Experience, the Governor's Millennial Council, the Department of Health Youth Risk Behavior Survey, and the Kids Count initiative spearheaded by the St. Croix Foundation, there may be need for a more focused approach to youth development by establishing an official territorial youth policy. Such a policy would set clear goals for employment and entrepreneurship, identity and culture, social cohesion, education and training, care for safety and protection, health and wellness, and sports and recreation, among others. It would also state the responsibilities of society, parents, government, private sector, religious and faith-based organizations, civil society, non-governmental organizations, and the youth themselves. While more specific work is to be done on a deeper dive in unemployment among youth ages 16 to 25, according to the World Bank, the youth unemployment rate in the USVI was estimated at 25.3% in 2024. Besides those entities mentioned earlier, nonprofit organizations like My Brother's Workshop, Caribbean Boys and Girls Club, and others provide job training, counseling, and placement services for at-risk youth. The dropout rate in 2022 stood at 4.6% for youth between the ages of 16 and 19, and 263 youth between the ages of 18 and 24 were arrested for violent crimes in 2023. The average household income with children receiving housing vouchers was $25,061 in 2023. While we have made progress over the years, this is not a story we want to tell in the years ahead. Defined and more engaging transformative work together with living wages for all, both public and private sectors, implemented in a phased and sustainable manner, should improve life and living for all residents across the territory. We must continue to improve our efforts to address the challenging economic needs of our people in general and our youth in particular. To enhance the prospects of our youth and ensure a resilient workforce, it is crucial to strengthen career and technical education programs, which equip students with valuable skills and practical experience needed in today's job market. Expanding youth workforce programs will further provide essential training and mentorship opportunities for young individuals, allowing them to explore career paths. Additionally, investing strategically in early intervention initiatives can help identify and support at-risk youth, steering them toward positive developmental trajectories. It is also vital to adopt data-driven policymaking, which will enable us to assess the effectiveness of existing programs and make informed decisions on resource allocation. By identifying gaps in underutilized or underperforming youth development programs, we can target areas that require improvement or expansion. Furthermore, increasing the reach of nonprofit organizations with limited impact will ensure that more young people gain access to the resources and support the need to succeed, ultimately fostering a brighter future for our communities. On the gainful employment front, non-agricultural employment in the USVI was at 35,443 persons as of December 2024. Of that number, 24,667 employees were in the private sector, and 10,776 employees were in the public sector in a variety of industries and services. In keeping with Vision 2040 and the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy, focus should be on further creating the workforce that would meet the evolving needs of the industry clusters of tomorrow. These clusters include agribusiness, coastal ocean resources, health sciences, renewable energy, light manufacturing, professional and technology services, research and development, and VI-style tourism. Expanding the economic base by growing other unique industries as a supplement to tourism, especially those inspired and spearheaded by our youth, would lift the standard of living, inspire hope, and transform our islands. Other jurisdictions around the world have done it, and we at home and those in the diaspora can and will do it. A signature challenge that must be overcome is that of a declining population. Census 2020, which was conducted during the COVID-19 pandemic, stated the population as 87,146, down from 106,405 in 2010 and 108,612 in the year 2000, the peak year of population count for the territory. Although some people reported having not been counted during the census, the impact of the refinery closure, hurricanes, and pandemic saw approximately 14,550 USVI-born residents relocate to the U.S. mainland. Most of those individuals moved to Texas, Florida, Georgia, New Jersey, and Virginia. It is likely that some of those people may have already returned to the territory, as indicated in higher estimated population numbers from the 2023-2024 Virgin Islands Community Survey. And while we are in the process of verifying those numbers in collaboration with the UVI Eastern Caribbean Center, the Bureau cites the official U.S. Census estimates for the USVI for 2025 as 103,792 when responding to questions of population estimates. Equality and economic stability are the reality of population growth or decline by way of live births and deaths, as noted by the Department of Health Office of Vital Statistics and Records. A review of data reflects a net live population gain of 181 persons in the USVI during January 2021 and as recently as June 2025. During this period, 3,760 live births occurred and 3,579 deaths were recorded. As a result of this scenario, the USVI has an older population than the national average, with approximately 37% of the population being 55 years of age and older. 26%, 35 years to 54 years of age, and 21% of the population between the ages of 15 and 34. 15% of the population represent birth to 14 years. Additionally, student perspectives, as noted in the 2022 USVI Labor Shed study on whether they believe they will continue to live and work in the USVI after graduation, show that 22% said yes, 35% said no, and 43% were unsure. Of those responding to whether they believe they can pursue a career in the USVI after graduation, 46% said yes, 23% said no, and 31% were unsure. It is within our hands, therefore, to help turn the tide on this perspective by providing the requisite engagement for our youth at all levels. When considering the educational attainment of the USVI adults from Census 2020 data, 13,518 persons did not possess a high school diploma, while 24,140 possessed a high school diploma or equivalent. Those with some college or associate degrees were 10,718, while 8,506 persons possessed a bachelor's degree. There were 5,339 individuals who had a graduate or professional degree. A breakdown of that data by island has been shared as an attachment to these remarks. The difference in median income varies significantly for the various levels of educational attainment. Persons with less than a high school diploma had a median income of $21,683. High school graduates, including equivalency, a median income of $30,283. Those with some college or associate degree, $38,621. Those possessing a bachelor's degree, $50,408, and those with graduate or professional degrees had a median income of $61,201. It should be noted that in today's world, many professions in the technical and technology skills environment are at the higher end of the remuneration spectrum. A review of 2023-2024 Virgin Islands Virtual Information System, VIVIS, data indicates that 835 teachers supported 10,312 students in 20 schools across 2 districts. 91% of students were regularly present, and 9% were generally absent over a 10-day period. Enrollment is almost 3,000 students less in 2025 than in 2017. Additionally, there were 1,995 high schoolers on St. Croix in 2017, and now 1,590 in 2025. On St. Thomas St. John, there were 2,172 high schoolers in 2017, and now 1,715 in 2025. Graduation rates are generally steady, albeit with a slight increase. The educational landscape in the USVI also reflects important areas of concern. A 2023 report by Kids Count, as was noted in the first block, indicated that a substantial 95% of 7th graders were not proficient in math, and 84% did not achieve proficiency in English language arts, underscoring a significant academic challenge. Although the high school graduation rate improved to 83.9% in 2025, it continues to trail behind the U.S. national average of 86%. The economic implications of dropout rates, 4.1% in 2023, could be considered when left unchecked, when left unchecked. With 33% of children in the USVI living in poverty, this figure rises to 42% for those under 5 in St. Croix, thereby potentially limiting future economic mobility. Moreover, youth development programs often encounter challenges related to funding and capacity. For example, career and technical education programs have seen a decline of 50% since 2002, primarily due to teacher shortages and funding constraints. While organizations such as Project Promise and My Brother's Workshop are making meaningful contributions at the local level, a broader systemic support framework remains necessary. Employers frequently highlight a significant gap in work-ready skills, particularly within vital sectors. With respect to graduates in the workforce, the overwhelming majority of those graduating from USVI high schools and attending UVI or other higher education institutions nationally and returning to the territory usually work in the public administration sector. Others work in accommodation and food service, healthcare, and social assistance, as well as retail and other industries. Unemployment rates have maintained a general all-time low of 3 to 3.5% for the last 3 years. There has been work for whoever wants to work, although some people may be underemployed. What is more significant is the need for skilled labor to complete the many disaster recovery projects that are currently in the design phase and must be constructed and made operational within a specified timeline. Repatriating workers from outside the territory may have issues of housing and other logistical support. However, it may be necessary for the work to be carried out. Making provisions for a soft economic landing at the end of the project cycle must be a priority for the government moving forward to assure economic stability and resiliency. BER sees the coming into existence of the long-discussed technical college as further commitment of this territory to ensure expanded opportunities for youth and adults who desire to be certified in areas of needed skills for the foreseeable future. In keeping with current CTE work and recommendations made in the 2022 Labor Shed Study. These include support CTEC's current plan to pursue technical college accreditation, increased emphasis on skill sets and competencies tied to important cross-cutting career opportunities, expand CTE access to adult learners, encourage and enable industry professionals to serve as instructors in various CTE programs, review, assess, revise, and upgrade existing CTE programs on a continuing basis, establish a scholarship fund to support students seeking training that might not be available in the USVI, and expand CTE training at the high school and higher education levels. Economic equity for our youth can be attained through skilled industries by providing equitable access to skills training and education. Skills development programs must be aligned with the labor market needs, which in turn can foster pathways to higher paying and more stable jobs. Our collective goal as a territory is to create a more inclusive and prosperous economy by increasing employment rates, wages, social mobility, and increased productivity and competitiveness. The Bureau of Economic Research remains fully committed to doing its part to provide analyses and information on a variety of economic indicators impacting the local economy, and in this case, our youth. As other economic pillars continue to grow and offset potential challenges to tourism, the territory will be stronger and better positioned to sustain its future, especially with the impactful engagement of our youth, who are indeed the leaders of today and tomorrow. The talents and gifts bestowed upon the people of this territory must be kept alive, transferred to our youth, and not allowed to fade into obscurity. Collectively, we can boost economic growth and strengthen the pillars of our economy as we empower our youth for participation and success. Thank you, Senator Volkers, for your stewardship in holding this hearing and for keeping the economic well-being of our youth high on the agenda of the 36th legislature. It is certainly an investment of time and resources that will pay great dividends now and in the future. We welcome the opportunity to respond to questions regarding this important hearing. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Davies, for a very comprehensive, data-driven, and robust testimony. We'll now proceed to the Department of Education. Please state name and title and proceed with your testimony. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Angel L. Bolquez, and committee members that are present, and my fellow Virgin Islanders. I am Victor Sum III, the Assistant Commissioner of Education, representing Dr. Deanne Wells Hendrington, the Commissioner of Education. Thank you for this opportunity to provide a review of the long-term strategies to support youth success in the Virgin Islands through education, training, and opportunity expansion. Joining me today are Dr. Renee Charleswell, the Deputy Commissioner of Curriculum and Instruction, Dr. Simra D. Brown-Gums, Deputy Superintendent for the St. Thomas St. John District, Dr. Carla A. Baston Knight, Insular Superintendent in the St. Croix District, Dr. Monique Faulkner, the State Director of Career, Technical, and Adult Education. Additional VID personnel are on standby to provide detailed insights into specific areas if needed. Again, thank you for your unwavering support and opportunity to testify today. Access to public education across the districts. There are currently 10,263 students enrolled in public schools across the territory. As of October 28, 2025, the St. Croix District has 4,991 students enrolled and 5,272 students in the St. Thomas St. John District. The Virgin Islands Department of Education offers registration for compulsory school-age children. The compulsory attendance law in the Virgin Islands requires that all children between the ages of 5 through 18 must be enrolled in an educational instructional program. An instructional program includes public, private, or parochial schools, as well as homeschooling. The Virgin Islands Department of Education allows enrollment all year round for students transferring from a non-public school, off-island, as well as those being homeschooled. The registration process is for all first-time students that have never registered as a student at the VIDE and students who were previously enrolled in public school and withdrew. You will see in the testimony the documents required for the registration process. School placement is determined by the Student Services Registration Division. Once all documents are submitted to this division and the parent or the guardian successfully completes the demographic details and all forms which are guided by the email from the Enrollment Express, the student's enrollment will be finalized. This process is designed to ensure the integrity of the registration and to safeguard the parent and guardian and the student by preventing unauthorized individuals from misrepresentation. Dropout prevention efforts and re-engagement strategies. The Virgin Islands dropout rate as of school year 24-25 is 3%. This is almost 50% lower than the national average dropout rate of 5.1%. This rate is due to many factors, including an increased graduation rate, even when the number of students enrolled in public schools has decreased. Other factors include the elimination of the Federal Job Corps program, an increase in access to current technical education courses, transition of students to alternative education, and night school adult education program, as well as more directed intervention strategies. As seen in the table included in this testimony, the graduation rate data, there were 189 students in 2022-2023, in the 2022-2023 school year not graduating. However, that loss has steadily decreased each subsequent year. In the 2023-2024 school year, there were 168 students, while in 2024-2025, only 136 students did not graduate. The graduation rate steadily increased from 78% in the 2022-2023 school year to 83.9% in the 2024-2025 school year. This trend is apparent even though the number of students entering public school has declined. And again, in the testimony, you will see the graduation rate data. Students who entered the Job Corps program could no longer be tracked by the department, and they were considered as dropouts. Anytime a student's educational progress is no longer traceable, they're considered to be dropouts. The encouragement of students who have attained 18 years of age, which is the maximum compulsory age, to go to adult education or night school has significantly reduced the number of students whose educational endeavors were no longer traceable, as students' attendance in those programs are not counted as dropout programs. In 1995, the United States dropout rate was about 5.7%. The opening of the St. Croix Career and Technical Education Center in 1995 and the continuation of the Ralph O. Whitley Skill Center in the St. Thomas and John District increased alternative avenues to learning a trade and helped the Virgin Islands to reduce the dropout rate. In 1997, the Virgin Islands dropout rate was about 5.03%, and by 2020-2021, the 2020-2021 school year, it was reduced to 2.3%. Another factor that is causing the decrease in the dropout rate is the intensive intervention strategies employed at Virgin Islands public high schools. Most of the public high school guidance counselors whom we met with recently move with a cohort of students from 9th grade through 12th grade graduation. This helps to build strong interpersonal relationship with students, with some counselors even interacting with students through extracurricular activities. The reduction of high school enrollment with graduating classes of 500 plus in 1985 to less than 300 in 2025 also enabled more one-on-one interactions between students and counselors. Guidance counselors and dean of students in all 4 of the public high schools in the Virgin Islands have indicated that they have sit-down meetings with students even before having parental conferences that helps to bridge the gap in support for high school students facing difficult family situations or lack of parental and family support. English language learners entering high school for the first time are often older and have a harder time staying in public high school. The ability for English language learners to have access to first language teachers in adult education is another benefit that reduces the dropout rate. Immediate academic intervention also plays a very large role in keeping students in high school. Instead of having to wait until summer school or the following year to retake a failed course, students on track to graduate can retake the course the following semester as credit recovery, thereby reducing learning loss and increasing possibilities of success using computer-based online programs such as Admentum or Acellus. Remediation steps such as removal from larger class size to smaller ones, or incentives such as having coaches and band music instructors tie the ability to perform with passing grades continues to provide extrinsic motivation for students to stay on track for graduation. None of these positive steps curbs all high school dropouts, but together they provide substantive avenues that keeps the Virgin Islands dropout rate consistently lower than the national average. Career and technical education pathways. The Virgin Islands Department of Education career and technical education pathways are designed to equip students with practical skills and knowledge directly applicable to industries within the United States Virgin Islands and the broader national labor market. By aligning education with local workforce needs and national standards, these pathways provide a pragmatic approach to preparing individuals for successful careers in the evolving United States Virgin Islands economy. Real-world relevance and curriculum alignment. Employers in the United States Virgin Islands frequently struggle to find qualified workers. The department's CTE programs, career and technical education programs, address this gap by providing students with technical competencies and essential employability skills, including communication, critical thinking, and problem solving. Graduates often leave with industry-recognized certifications, technical skills, or licenses, making them immediately attractive to employers and reducing the time and costs associated with entry-level training. The State Office of Career, Technical, and Adult Education began the process of collaboration with respective state curriculum and instruction coordinators and districts to update CTE curricula across all pathways, to include incorporating direct input from industry professionals. These updates are ongoing and ensure that curricula are nationally recognized while remaining aligned with local labor market demands. Hands-on learning experiences will bridge theoretical knowledge with practical application. For example, construction programs that utilize the National Center for Construction and Education Research, NCCER, curricula will also be aligned with local building codes, while automotive programs will include local dealership input on new diagnostic technologies and terrain-specific automotive issues. To maintain relevance, the department will formalize a continuous feedback loop through newly established program advisory committees. This ensures that CTE curricula remain responsive to both local and national workforce trends. Work-based learning opportunities. The department provides secondary and post-secondary seniors with on-the-job training, internships, externships, and apprenticeships. These experiences allow students to gain real-world work exposure while allowing employers to assess their competencies and enhance employability by allowing students to build professional networks. The State Office of Career, Technical, and Adult Education is developing policy and procedural manuals, including standard operating procedures for students placed in on-the-job training, pre-apprenticeship, or apprenticeship programs. This initiative began with the first Career and Technical Adult Education Summit in February of 2025, hosted at the West End by VIDE CTE students. CareerWise presented the high school pre-apprenticeship model, originally developed in Colorado to bridge gaps in workforce development for secondary students, built on the foundation of employers' buy-in. Phase 2, beginning January 2026, will involve districts, the CTE board, the Workforce Development Board partners under WEA, the Department of Labor, the Department of Personnel, the Division of Personnel, and key business and industry partners collaborating with the State Office and CareerWise to develop seamless on-the-job training and pre-apprenticeship manual for secondary and post-secondary students. Career clusters, pathways, and future-ready skills. The department's CTE programs, which include exploratory, secondary, exploratory at the junior high school and middle school level, secondary, which is high school, and post-secondary, which is the adult education programs, offer a wide range of career options, including culinary arts, automotive technology, architectural drafting, emergency medical technicians, and licensed practical nursing. As industries evolve, our programs are adapting to incorporate new technologies and emerging career fields such as drone technology, artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, and social media marketing. The department encourages instructors to embrace adaptability, ensuring programs remain competitive nationally while equipping students with future-ready skills and a mindset of lifelong learning. New classrooms are integrating virtual reality simulations, robotics, and 3D printing to mirror high-tech work environments. Emerging programs include a post-secondary cybersecurity program aligned with stackable career pathways to be backfill to the secondary level, an aviation flight program in partnership with the Aircraft Owners and Pilots Association, piloted at the St. Croix Career Technical Education Center in school year 2025. A STEAM Academy in partnership with the RT Park at the University of the Virgin Islands provides elementary and middle school students exploratory opportunities in science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. A dental hygienist pathway with the new Ralph O. Whitley Skills Center, currently under review and accreditation. Inclusion of students with disabilities, English language learners, and adult learners. The department is committed to including students with disabilities, English language learners, and adult education learners in our career and technical education programs. These students face unique barriers but are vital to the United States Virgin Islands economy. To address these challenges, the State Office of Career, Technical, and Adult Education is developing an integrated education and training model that aligns academic instruction with technical training. This model promotes literacy, language, and employability skills simultaneously, providing equitable access to accelerated credential attainment in preparation for sustainable high-demand careers that strengthen families and the economy. Enrollment data and program reach. For school year 2024-2025, the department enrolled 9,905 students in CTE programs. Of those, 5,002 were secondary students, including 825 secondary CTE concentrators, students completing 2 or more consecutive classes in a pathway, and 4,127 elementary and middle school CTE participants in the exploratory phase, taking 2 or more classes. As you will see in the testimony, Addendum 1 provides a detailed breakdown of elementary, secondary, and adult CTE enrollment, while Addendum 2 outlines all current CTE pathways offered across the territory. Partnerships. The department recognizes that partnerships and collaboration are the foundation of an effective career and technical education system. We envision partnerships not as isolated efforts between government, business, and industry, but as a seamless network of collaboration that drives change, promotes strategic thinking, sustains program growth, and strengthens our workforce. Aligned with the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, WIOA, our core partnership systems integrate government agencies, public and private organizations, nonprofits, educational institutions, and employer groups. Together, these partners work to train, place, and support workers while meeting regional labor market needs. This collaboration ensures our students and their families receive the tailored support that they need while reducing duplication and training, workforce readiness, placement, and follow-up services. Our cross-agency ecosystem improves student access to high-quality, relevant training that meets employer demands, enhancing employment outcomes. Students gain comprehensive support services that remove barriers to learning and allow them to focus on education and career advancement. Partnerships also create pathways for students to earn stackable credentials and seamlessly matriculate into higher level programs, such as those offered in partnership with the University of the Virgin Islands without duplicating coursework. By strategically aligning resources, the department strengthens the territory's workforce, attracts business and industry partners, supports economic growth, and reduces crime and recidivism. Our partnerships also enable the creation of shared, reliable data ecosystems that informs program improvement, supports federal reporting, and helps secure additional funding to expand our initiatives. Existing challenges. Funding is the greatest challenge facing the Virgin Islands Department of Education career and technical education programs. Unlike other U.S. jurisdictions, the Virgin Islands lacks dedicated local funding for CTE, and limited federal resources must be divided across 2 districts serving 3 islands. While the Carl D. Perkins 5 grant is designed to implement local programs, it cannot replace essential funding needed to maintain and grow CTE offerings. Many CTE classrooms operate with outdated equipment and technology. Without sufficient resources, the department must choose between maintaining student competitiveness in a rapidly evolving workforce or upgrading equipment and curricula to meet national standards. Resource allocation challenges extend to staffing, instructors, and materials, making program growth and sustainability extremely difficult. Without local financial support, these challenges risk reducing the credibility, relevance, and effectiveness of the department's CTE programs. Misperceptions that CTE is a lesser educational pathway can limit graduates' employment opportunity despite the high-value hands-on skills they acquire. Solution path. Increased local funding and federal funding, strategic resource allocation, and clearer communication of CTE program values are essential to ensure that students are prepared for high-wage, high-demand careers and can compete globally in today's workforce. Recommendations. To address the existing challenges around the department's CTE programs, the department has established a culture of shared and unified reach towards collaboration. The state director is a part of the workforce board and serves as an ex officio member of the CTE board. There are active participation, representation, and engagement from the department in workforce development. The suggested is for consistent messaging within the districts as well as publicly to ensure that CTE is rightfully recognized for its role in education and workforce development. The department hosted a territorial career and technical education fair for the past 3 years to demonstrate the great work that our CTE students, our CTE teachers and students are doing, but that is not enough. There must be dedicated local financial support that will help the department to ramp up our outreach. It is recommended for dollars to be appropriated to the VIVIS system to be revisited and tailored as a comprehensive longitudinal data system to effectively track the progress and outcomes of Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, or WIO, participants across education, training, and employment pathways. Such a system would be shared across partners to enable data-driven decision-making, improve service alignment, and strengthen accountability. Importantly, the design and implementation must fully comply with the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, or FERPA, and the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, or HIPAA, to ensure that the highest standards of data privacy and security protecting participants' personal, educational, and health information. This will not only ensure that outcomes are met by allowing each partner to receive or to review data related to assigned categories of service for an individual. It also ensures that there are non-duplicative services which will effectuate a greater cost-saving measure for the territory, as it lessens the per-individual cost for services. Finally, the territory's federal reports will be quantitatively aligned, as some reports overlap in reporting outcomes under WIOA. In the Virgin Islands currently, students start to receive core academic credits for career and technical education at grade 9. However, with the shift across the nation within the past decade, we clearly see that CTE is no longer a secondary option. It is a mandatory priority as it has evolved to being the driver behind the workforce. It is recommended that the CTE board, the Board of Education, and the Department of Education establish the grade levels at which academic credits are awarded towards high school graduation for career and technical education students. This joint effort would ensure that CTE coursework is appropriately valued and integrated within academic pathways, promoting equitable recognition of hands-on learning and technical skills development. By reviewing credit structures together, the boards can create a more seamless transition between academic and technical education, ultimately improving graduation rates, workforce readiness, and alignment with post-secondary and industry standards. CTE credits must be embedded from the exploratory level through graduation with core academic credits for career and technical education starting at the 8th grade, allowing students to take the introductory course to an identified career pathway. This leads to increased graduation rates, equitable opportunities, and a stronger workforce with increased CTE certifications upon graduation. There should be a strategic initiative that bridges industry and education across all CTE programs currently offered by the Virgin Islands Department of Education. This initiative should incentivize skilled tradesmen and women to share their expertise by teaching their craft to students. To make this feasible, the process must remove the bureaucratic barriers often associated with becoming a formal educator. Instead, a co-teaching model should be established, pairing industry professionals with certified academic instructors to collaboratively design and deliver lesson plans. These lessons would integrate rigorous academic standards with real-world hands-on skills of the trade. The State Office of Career, Technical, and Adult Education is actively advancing this approach to the development of an integrated education and training model. It is important to clarify that poor program performance is not simply a result of limited local funding. Districts are required to report outcomes and conduct student follow-up to maintain the federal funding. Local dollars can strengthen the department's effort to build a competitive funding base, rewarding districts that demonstrate measurable growth in graduation, job placement, non-traditional enrollment, and follow-up metrics. Sustained accountability, strategic resource allocation, and robust data systems are key to ensuring long-term CTE program success. In closing, the Virgin Islands Department of Education is committed to ensuring that every student has access to quality education, meaningful career pathways, and opportunities that prepare them for success beyond the classroom. Through our ongoing efforts in dropout prevention, student re-engagement, and the expansion of career and technical education programs, we are providing students with skills and experiences they need to thrive in the workforce and in their communities. Our strong partnership with the Department of Labor, the Career and Technical Education Board, the Workforce Development Board, and community-based organizations continue to strengthen our school-to-career pipelines and expand opportunities for all students. By investing in these long-term strategies, we're empowering our youth, fostering educational equity, and preparing the next generation of leaders for success across the Virgin Islands. Thank you for the opportunity to share the department's vision and initiatives in your support of our students' futures. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Assistant Commissioner Sum III, for your testimony. Next, we have Ms. Genevieve Whitaker, Executive Director of the Career and Technical Education Board. You may now proceed.
Good day, Honorable Senator Angel Bocas Jr., Chairman of the Committee, Vice Chair Senator Carla Joseph, other members of the 36th Legislature, fellow testifiers, and members of the listening and viewing audience. I am Genevieve Whitaker, the Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Board for Career and Technical Education, having officially begun my tenure on October 6th of 2025. I am honored to appear before you today to discuss the critical role of career and technical education in addressing the opportunity gaps facing our youth and sharing the board's vision for a more equitable and empowered future. Additionally, I am joined by board member and secretary, Mr. Anthony Martinberg Jr. Our youth are navigating a landscape shaped by economic uncertainty, educational disparities, and limited access to meaningful career pathways. CT is not merely a program, it is a transformative framework that equips students with skills, confidence, and direction to thrive in today's workforce and tomorrow's economy. Since assuming this role, I've prioritized listening, collaboration, and action. I've met with CT instructors across both districts, participated in both AFT Teach events, the AFT Teach St. Thomas St. John Local 1825 and the AFT Teach St. Croix Local 1826 events, and initiated internal communications to bridge long-standing divides. My staff and I have been actively organizing stakeholder meetings, several of which I've already held to ensure that our efforts reflect the voices and needs of our educators, students, and community partners. The state of CTE in the Virgin Islands. And I highlight CTE programs in the Virgin Islands span high demand sectors: health sciences, CNA, LPN, phlebotomy, medical massage, information technology and cybersecurity, culinary arts and hospitality, automotive and construction trades, business and finance. These offerings are available in both the St. Croix and St. Thomas districts. For example, at the Raphael O. Wheatley Skills Center, courses included certified nursing assistant, clinical medical assistant, CMA, emergency medical technician, EMT, medical administrative assistant and billing and coding specialist, patient care technician, PCT, phlebotomy, practical nursing, LPN, programs in human services, hospitality and tourism, information technology, transportation logistics, architecture and construction. Human services, cosmetology, barbering, esthetician, hair braiding, medical massage therapy, nail technician, culinary arts, computer applications 1 and 2, automotive body repair, automotive mechanic, electrical vehicle technician, construction, carpentry, electrical technician, heating, ventilation, air conditioning, refrigeration, HVAC, plumbing, At CTEC, courses in business, cosmetology, welding, aviation, certified medical assistant phlebotomy, NAF health science, millwright and craft, NCCR core, culinary arts, early childhood education, CDA childcare, agricultural science, electrical, Microsoft 365, and many more, because my staff and I continue to confirm even the courses in the lower grades. Recent progress and innovation. Despite long-standing challenges, the board has made significant strides. Reinstatement of the National Technical Honor Society, the NTHS, including the first adult chapter. Expansion of the use of virtual reality career exploration tools, including the relaunch of the Transfer VR goggles to bring immersive learning into the classrooms. Increased instructor certification rates increased from 15% to over 70% in 5 years. Implementation of a CTE certification portal to streamline instructor credentialing. Challenges and barriers. We continue to face systemic challenges. As highlighted before, instructor shortages. Many instructors are nearing retirement, and recruitment is difficult due to competitive industry salaries. Infrastructure deficits. Facilities and equipment are outdated, limiting hands-on learning and on-the-job training. Digital divide. Schools lack reliable internet, impeding access to virtual tools and platforms. Funding constraints. Budget reallocations have reduced, and allocations have reduced our operating funds, impacting program delivery. Funding requests. We are again requesting an appropriation of $600,000 to establish the Miss Lena Schulterbrandt CT Fund. A request that has been presented to the legislature during the last 2 budget cycles, including our most recent testimony in June of this year. This fund is essential to advancing our mission and will support hiring journeymen and specialists as part-time instructors, paid internships and apprenticeships for high school students, emergency equipment repairs and instructional support. CTSO, Career Technical Student Organization, participated through an 80-20 cost share model, professional certification and appreciation of initiatives for instructors, development of a shared CT data dashboard to track student outcomes and guide policy, launch of a World Skills USVI chapter to expose students to global skills standards, expansion of school-based on-the-job training opportunities, ensuring that students gain real-world experience in high-demand fields, strengthening partnerships with the business community, including employer sponsorships and collaborative workforce development initiatives, continuing support for the career and technical student organizations, which play a vital role in developing student leadership, fostering career readiness, and providing opportunities for national competition and recognition. These organizations are essential to building confidence, professionalism, and real-world skills among our youth, and require consistent funding to ensure equitable access and participation across districts. Strategic initiatives underway. As part of our immediate roadmap, we are mapping career clusters, expanding pathways in STEM, legal studies, renewable energy, marine trades, and agribusiness. Initiating dual enrollment discussions with UVI and the Tech College Initiative. Conducting a staff skills audit and planning quarterly professional development workshops. Enhancing communications through a revamped website, monthly newsletters, and social media outreach. Building partnerships with employers to develop structured apprenticeships and internship pipelines. And formalizing interagency collaboration and regional partnerships to position the Virgin Islands as a leader in the Caribbean CT innovation. Policy recommendations. To strengthen CT to career pipelines across the territory, we recommend the following. Legislative support for expanding CT infrastructure and staffing. Incentives for employer partnerships and school-based apprenticeships. Integration of the CTE with academic curricula to reduce redundancy and improve alignment. A territory-wide data collection and analysis to inform future investments. Supporting statistics. According to the Association of Career and Technical Education, ACTE, career and technical education, CTE, produce strong evidence-based outcomes for students nationwide. The average high school graduation rate for CT concentrators who complete multiple courses within a CT program area is 96% compared to the national average of 85%. In 2024, 152 state-level policies were enacted across 40 states to expand and strengthen CT programs, reflecting bipartisan support for workforce and education alignment. Dropout reduction. CT participation is strongly associated with reduced dropout rates and improved student engagement. These outcomes outscore the vital role CT plays in preparing students for post-secondary education, high-demand careers, and long-term economic success. Conclusion. CT is not a separate track. It is a vital integrated component of comprehensive education system. By investing in CTE, we are investing in the future of our youth and economic resilience of the Virgin Islands. I urge this committee to support our funding requests and policy recommendations to ensure that every student has access to tools, trainings, and opportunities they need to succeed. Before I conclude my testimony, I want to express my deep gratitude to my dedicated staff. Their unwavering commitment and day-to-day excellence makes this work possible in advancing career and technical education, CTE. I also extend my sincere appreciation to our board members whose diligence, leadership, and vision continue to move CT forward for the benefit of our students, employers, and community. I want to also acknowledge all of our CT leaders across the territory, our principals, coordinators, programs, and department chairs, whose leadership and advocacy ensure that CT remains a priority in every school. I also commend our CT student leaders and students at large for their determination and passion to pursue their education and credentials. Your efforts inspire us and drive this mission forward. Thank you for your time and continued commitment to our youth. I remain available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Executive Director Genevieve Whitaker of the Career Technical Education Board. And now we have the Honorable Dr. Gary Malloy, Commissioner of the Department of Labor, for his testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Angel Bolkes Jr., Chairman of the Committee, Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks, honorable members of the committee, distinguished senators of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, the listening and viewing audiences. I am Dr. Gary Malloy, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Labor. I'm joined here today on St. Croix by Nisha Christian Hendrickson Elsko, Assistant Commissioner and Legal Counsel, and Mr. Shani Macedon, Assistant Director of Workforce Development Services. On St. Thomas, we are represented by Jean Ford, Assistant Commissioner, Charlene Hodge, Director of Workforce Development Services, and Ms. Shenika Sebastian, Director of Youth and Apprenticeship. Before I begin my testimony, I'd just like to put on the record that, Senator, that Assistant Commissioner Legal Counsel Nisha Christian Henderson and I might have to step away for a brief minute based on some issues that we're dealing with that would require both legal and myself. In that case, Assistant Commissioner Ford is prepared to continue with the discussion. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on long-term solutions, excuse me, to enhance youth opportunity through workforce readiness, technical training, and equitable access to employment. To begin, I will like to provide an overview of the workforce development system to frame the breadth of the youth workforce opportunities available across the territory. Overview of the workforce development system. The Virgin Islands Workforce Development Board determines the target industries in the territory. VITAL, or the Virgin Islands Department of Labor, builds the territory's pipeline through the workforce development programs that focus on target industries. Workforce development continues to build stronger and better relationships with employers throughout the territory, recognizing that employers drive the workforce. The workforce development system, under the umbrella of the U.S. Virgin Islands America's Job Center, which includes the one-stop operator, EQUIS, contracted by the Workforce Development Board and housed in the Virgin Islands Department of Labor's offices on St. Croix and St. Thomas. When customers visit the Virgin Islands Department of Labor office, they will initially interact with a staff from the Employment Services. After further assessment and determining their individual needs, the customer will then either remain in Employment Services or be referred to EQUIS for an adult or dislocated worker program, youth services, or one-stop services from other partners. Building the USVI talent pipeline creates a pathway from the classroom to the workplace. So hopefully we can get that infographic up while I talk about this part. It is a 5-step process: inform, attract, acquaint, train, and hire. It is essential to introduce students from kindergarten through 12th grade to career opportunities within high-growth sectors. Career awareness is fostered in classroom, where educators guide students in exploring their identities and potential futures. Initiatives such as elementary career days and follow-up on those interests in high school with the career and technical education programs lay the foundation for purposeful career development. Ultimately, these opportunities stem from education, which serves as the cornerstone of a prosperous economy. So the infographic that I am referring to is building the U.S. Virgin Islands talent pipeline, and it's supporting Governor Bryan's workforce development initiatives, where it outlines what employers are responsible for, or what we're doing with the employers, and how the students interact with the Virgin Islands Department of Labor, K-12, what the actual steps that happens are what's highlighted in the blue. So clearly you see in K-8, Speakers Bureau, class presentations, site visits, class mentor, individual mentor. From 9 through 12, there's job shadowing, interns, work experience, summer employment, pre-apprenticeship, and 12 plus, occupational classroom training, on-the-job training, customized training, registered apprenticeship, incumbent worker training. And all of this within the pipeline, it's leading toward the targeted industries, and those targeted industries are represented by through the Vision 2040, agribusiness, coastal ocean resources, health sciences, light manufacturing, professional and tech services, renewable energy, research and development, and VI-style tourism. Youth employment programs currently administered by the department. The Virgin Islands Department of Labor, through its Youth and Apprenticeship Division, administers a range of initiatives designed to prepare young Virgin Islanders with the skills, experiences, and career pathways essential for success in today's workforce. The Youth and Apprenticeship Division develops and manages workforce development programs for individuals ages 14 to 25, providing personalized support through an individual service strategy, ISS, through a structured workforce pipeline. The youth team connects participants to training opportunities, supported services, and practical work experiences that enhance job readiness and professional growth. This individualized approach ensures that each young person receives the tools, guidance, and opportunities needed to secure meaningful employment and achieve long-term career success. The Youth Workforce Pipeline is a comprehensive and international system that meets young people where they are, whether in high school, college, or entering workforce, and guides them through a progressive career awareness, skill development, and employment. Each stage is developmentally aligned to prepare participants for the next level of opportunity. Together, these stages create a seamless continuum of services that move youth from early exploration through to sustainable career advancement. The pipeline consists of several interconnected programs, each serving youth at different stages in their development. Career Exploration Program, ages 14 to 15, serves as the foundation of the pipeline by introducing youth to the world of work through career assessment, job shadowing, and workplace readiness workshops. Summer Youth Employment Program, ages 16 to 25, often a young person's first paid work experience. This short-term employment initiative provides hands-on exposure to professional settings across the public, non-public, non-profit, and private sectors, bridging classroom learning with real-world applications. Work, Learn, and Earn program, ages 17 to 24, designed for out-of-school youth and young adults, combining education, paid work experience, and skill-building opportunities to support career and personal development. Labor Investing for Tomorrow, or LIFT internship program, targets college juniors, seniors, and recent graduates, ages 18 to 25, with a minimum GPA of 2.8 and at least 60 earned credits, preparing them for entry into professional employment. Occupational skills training provides job-specific training aligned with local labor market demand, equipping participants with industry-recognized credentials. Jobs for America's Graduates, or JAG-VI, conducted in partnership with the Virgin Islands Department of Education. JAG-VI helps students overcome barriers to graduation and employment access or success. Registered Apprenticeship Program, offered, structured, earn while you learn opportunities in high-demand industries, preparing participants for sustainable long-term careers. So we have another infographic that really shows that the early career access, early career awareness and skills exploration, and those programs are, again, the Career Exploration Program, soft skills workshops, partnerships with schools and youth organizations, school presentations, and this is predominantly, again, for ages 14 to 15, career readiness and skill building, again, categorized. We have the work experience, which is the Summer Youth Employment Program and the Work, Learn, and Earn program. We have the internship, our LIFT internship program, occupational skills training, the career readiness workshops, and in-school partnerships with JAG-VI and the NAF academies at the CTEC programs, and the CTEC and the Ralph Wheatley Skills Center. Career connections and advancement, that's under registered apprenticeships and employment and higher education. That's normally ages 18 plus. Through these programs, the Youth and Apprenticeship Division serves over 800 youth annually across the territory, utilizing both federal and local funding supports or funding sources to support the local programs, as well as local funds are essential for maintaining flexibility and ensuring responsiveness to unique workforce needs of the Virgin Islands. Continued financial investment is crucial to meet the growing demand for youth services, expanding opportunities for underserved populations. The success of these initiatives is built upon the strategic alignment of resources and strong partnerships with key stakeholders, including the Department of Human Services, the Department of Education, nonprofit organizations, and other community-based entities. Employers and community organizations serves as the backbone of the department's youth development efforts by providing mentorship, hands-on learning, and real-world experiences that prepare participants for meaningful employment. The youth team actively engages employers throughout the territory, developing trusted relationships with businesses that rely on the Virgin Islands Department of Labor to identify, train, and develop emerging local talent. By aligning local and federal resources, the department maximizes impact, stretches funding, and strengthens the overall youth employment pathway. Outreach remains the cornerstone of the department's youth initiative. The youth team conducts year-round outreach to schools, community organizations, faith-based groups, and local employers to promote awareness of available programs and opportunities. Staff regularly participates in high school and college career fairs, classroom presentations, and community events to connect with students early and guide them toward workforce readiness. The division also leverages social media, community radio, and collaboration with partner agencies to reach disconnected and underserved youth populations. In 2022, the department launched the I Am the Future youth campaign, which serves as a bold and inspiring symbol of empowerment for youth, our young people across the territory. The campaign reflects the belief that youth are not only tomorrow's leaders, but also today's innovators, learners, and change makers. The logo and message are designed to inspire confidence by encouraging youth to see themselves as capable and valuable contributors to their community and workforce. This promotes identity and pride by fostering a sense of belonging and ownership in the programs, reminding participants that they are an essential part of shaping the future. The campaign unifies all youth initiatives under a recognizable brand, connecting opportunities from career exploration to apprenticeships, while motivating encouragement and reinforcing the message that investing in personal growth, education, and career readiness strengthens the community. This summer, as a part of our continued effort to inspire and motivate participants, the division hosted our Summer Youth Work Experience closing ceremonies featuring guest speaker Akeem Shannon, founder and CEO of Flipstick. Mr. Shannon, who gained national recognition after appearing on Shark Tank and secured an investment deal, delivered an energetic and motivational presentation that resonated deeply with our youth participants. These closing ceremonies celebrated the achievements of our participants and highlighted the department's dedication to creating experiences that inspire long-term growth, confidence, and career readiness among youth, Virgin Islands youth. Registered apprenticeship programs. Registered apprenticeship programs operate as a work-based learning model, combining supervised on-the-job training with job-related education, while apprentices earn and progressively increasing wage. Designed for long-term employment, these programs serve as proven training strategies for recruiting, training, and retaining top-tier talent, with a history spanning decades across various industries. All registered programs adhere to industry occupational standards, ensuring authenticity and consistency, ultimately leading to a nationally recognized certificate. The duration of a registered apprenticeship program varies from 1 to 5 years, contingent on the occupation training requirement. We have an infographic here that shows the timeline, that what happens as we move our participants through the programs. For example, the customized training is 2 to 6 weeks. The incumbent worker training is 6 to 8 weeks. The on-the-job training can be up to 6 months. Registered apprenticeship can be from 1 to 4 years. Functioning as the state apprenticeship agency, the Virgin Islands Department of Labor contributes to program development by registering those that meet federal and state standards. The Virgin Islands Department of Labor also actively promotes the creation of new programs through marketing and technical assistance, provides ongoing support to sponsors throughout the program lifecycle, and ensures that all programs maintain high-quality training standards. The most recent approved apprenticeship program is the K-12 teacher program sponsored by the Virgin Islands Department of Education. Individuals must be at least 18 years of age to enroll in a registered apprenticeship program. Interested participants may complete the apprenticeship interest application found at the apprenticeship.vidal.gov website. Our current registered apprenticeship programs, right now we have a certified massage therapist, that's a territorial. We have pipe fitter, which is construction, which is territorial. Medical assistant, patient care coordinator, that's St. Croix only. Certified nursing assistant, dementia specialty, St. Croix only. Life safety coordinator, St. Croix only. Certified nursing assistant, restorative specialty on St. Croix. Surgical technologist, St. Croix. Recreation assistant, St. Thomas. K-12 teacher, territorial. Human resources specialist, territorial. Able seaman, water sports, St. Thomas. Boat building, that's St. Croix, and it's going to be territorial shortly. We have the construction craft laborer, St. Croix. We have marine services technician, that's territorial. We have the cook, which is territorial, and again, boat building, which is going to be territorial. The Virgin Islands Apprenticeship Council is a 9-member body that assists in development of procedures and policies for the promotion of apprenticeship in the territory. The body includes representation from the Virgin Islands Department of Labor, the Virgin Islands Career and Technical Education Board, the Virgin Islands, the University of the Virgin Islands, and the hotel and tourism industry. This encourages or ensures that the different sectors of the workforce are represented during quarterly meetings. There's a graphic here that we have that shows the data on youth employment trends, placement rates, and areas of workforce demand. The WIOA, or the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act youth data from program year 2018 through program year 2024 highlights both employment outcomes and occupational interests of youth in the Virgin Islands. 2 indicators were tracked. Employment rates in the second quarter after program exit, immediate job placement is what it really looked at, and in the fourth quarter after exit, longer term retention. Employment trends. Overall, the second quarter placement rates have been steady, ranging from 57% to 71%. While there were declines in program year 2019, the program year 2021, the most recent program year, 2024, shows recovery with 69% of exiters employed, indicating that youth are consistently entering the workforce soon after program completion. The fourth quarter outcomes reveal a more uneven pattern. Employment retention rose sharply to 77% in program year 2021, reflecting post-pandemic recovery and targeted interventions, but later stabilized around 61% in 2023-2024. This suggests that, although participants are finding jobs, sustaining long-term employment remains a challenge. A particularly strong year was program year 2022, when both measures peaked at 71% second quarter and 73% fourth quarter, showing that participants not only secured employment quickly, but were also able to maintain it. Since then, results have leveled off, signaling stability, but not the same momentum. Occupational interests. Youth demand for training and career opportunities is concentrated in a few key areas. The top 5 desired fields: healthcare support, 14%, office and administrative support, 13%, transportation and material moving, 12%, construction, 11%, and healthcare practitioner and technical roles, 10%, account for more than 60% of the total interest. This distribution reflects a dual pathway. Many youth are seeking immediate entry-level opportunities in support roles, while others are targeting professional careers in healthcare and technical fields. Interest in installation and repair, 10%, and food services, 6%, further emphasizing the responsiveness of the territory's service-based economy, while smaller portions in IT, education, and protective services point to a broader but less concentrated aspirations. Key highlights. The data highlights both progress and areas for improvement. Strong entry, weaker retention. Youth are entering the workforce successfully, but long-term retention is inconsistent, suggesting barriers such as seasonal employment, limited advancement opportunities, or skills mismatches. Alignment with market needs. Participants' interests align closely with the high-demand industries identified in Vision 2040, like healthcare, construction, transportation, and emerging sectors such as IT and renewable energy. Supportive services matter. Sustained outcomes will depend on expanding wraparound supports such as transportation assistance, mentoring, and continued training to help underserved and at-risk youth remain employed and advance in their careers. Strategic priorities: expanding apprenticeships and technical certifications in high-growth industries, particularly healthcare, IT, marine services, and construction, will directly respond to both youth aspirations and employer demand. The evidence demonstrates that the WIOA, the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act, youth participants are motivated, focused on growth industries, and capable of securing employment. The next step is to strengthen retention and career progression by ensuring that job placements are tied to sustainable career track opportunities. With targeted supports and deeper alignment with employer needs, the territory can transform early workforce success into long-term economic resilience or reliance for those in the youth population. Challenges faced in youth engagement, training, participation, or employment partnerships. Many young people face barriers to participating in workforce development programs, including transportation difficulties and competing responsibilities such as school or family obligations. Building effective partnerships with employers require ongoing collaboration with private and public partners to ensure that youth employment initiatives align with industry needs and provide meaningful career pathways for participants. Recommendations for improving employment pipelines and expanding support for underserved and disengaged youth populations. Virgin Islands Department of Labor will continue to prioritize development of targeted workforce programs that connect underserved and disengaged youth to sustainable career pathways. This includes expanding technical training and workforce readiness initiatives through public-private partnerships that will equip young Virgin Islanders with skills necessary to meet evolving labor market demands. Interagency collaboration and employer engagements are essential to ensure that youth employment programs are accessible, inclusive, and responsive to the needs of marginalized populations. By embedding equity in employment access across all government-supported initiatives, the territory can foster greater opportunity and long-term economic resilience for its youth. In closing, Virgin Islands Department of Labor is dedicated to continued collaboration with our partners. Our commitment is evident through the various programs and services offered at our offices in the St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John. On behalf of the Virgin Islands Department of Labor, I express the gratitude to my staff and for their continued dedication and hard work, and to the members of the Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sport, and Park for allowing us to testify about this subject. This concludes my very long testimony, and my team and I are prepared to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Malloy, for your very comprehensive and data-driven testimony as well. We'll now proceed to our last testifier in this block from the Department of, Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation, Assistant Commissioner Hansen. You may now proceed.
Good day, Chairman Bolkes, members of the Committee of Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks, senators of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, fellow testifiers, the listening and viewing audience. My name is Renee Hansen, Assistant Commissioner of the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation. It is my honor to appear before you today on behalf of Commissioner Vincent Roberts, who is currently out of the territory, to discuss long-term strategies to strengthen youth development and expand opportunities through recreation, sports, and the arts across the Virgin Islands. Allow me to introduce our leadership teams who are present today. Mr. Isaiah Thomas, Youth Community Coordinator, St. John. Mr. Richard Clendenin, Youth Community Coordinator, St. Thomas. And Ms. Jamila Henry, District Administrator, Sports and Recreation of St. Croix. The Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation's mission is grounded in empowerment through engagement, ensuring that every Virgin Islander has access to safe spaces, structured activities, and mentorship that foster growth, leadership, and community pride. Youth-focused programs and recreational initiatives. DSPR remains committed to developing well-rounded youth through diverse programs that promote fitness, creativity, and civic engagement. Our current youth-focused offerings include summer enrichment and learn to swim programs. Operating on all 3 islands, these programs blend sports fundamentals, water safety, arts, and life skills to promote confidence, health, and teamwork amongst youth ages 6 to 17. Territorial Youth Sports Leagues. DSPR organizes and supports leagues in basketball, baseball, softball, volleyball, soccer, tennis, and track and field, engaging hundreds of young athletes annually through friendly competition, discipline, and sportsmanship. I Believe I Can Fly boxing program, a mentorship-based program that uses boxing to teach discipline, resilience, and self-confidence. after-school recreation, and mentorship. Our recreational centers provide safe, structured after-school environments for youth to participate in the arts and crafts, table tennis, board games, and academic support. Territorial sports academies and clinics. In partnerships with local sport federations and volunteer coaches, DSPR provides clinics in basketball, soccer, baseball, softball to develop athletic skills and leadership. Athletic accomplishments beyond USVI borders. The USVI Territorial RBI program / softball program achieved unprecedented heights when the Junior Baseball All-Stars made it to the regional semifinals, and the 13 to 18 girls softball All-Star team not only won the regional tournament, but in doing so, they ultimately reached the semifinals in the Nike RBI World Series tournament. Community events. Regular community activities such as bingo nights, card tournaments, movie nights that foster social connections across generations. Upcoming and revitalized programs. Recreation in Motion is a mobile outreach program bringing structured play, fitness, and art activities to neighborhoods and schools that lack recreational access. Walkout Wednesdays and fitness programs. Weekly community wellness events that promote active lifestyles and intergenerational participation. Summer Cultural Arts Series, integrating music, dance, and traditional arts to strengthen cultural pride and introduce youth to creative career paths. These initiatives are designed not only to enhance and engage, but to build character, discipline, and community identity. Facilities and programs supporting youth development and workforce readiness. Our parks, fields, and recreational centers serve as the foundation of youth engagement. Beyond recreation, there are learning environments that cultivate leadership, teamwork, and vocational skills. Through partnerships with the legislature, the Department of Labor, and nonprofit organizations, the SPR continues to expand student internships and summer youth employment opportunities. Participants gain hands-on experience in parks maintenance, landscaping, recreational support, and event coordinating, while also learning valuable life and workforce skills. Our summer enrichment internship program provides practical work experiences that promote responsibility and readiness for future employment. Additionally, planned initiatives such as the Youth Employment in Parks and Junior Recreation Leaders programs will help participants develop communication, leadership, and professional skills, preparing them for future careers in both public and the private sectors. Challenges to access and inclusion. While DSPR continues to make progress, we face several ongoing challenges. Aging infrastructure. DSPR continues to renovate and restore facilities through ongoing FEMA and federally funded projects. However, many playgrounds and recreational facilities still require modernization to meet current safety and accessibility standards. Limited staffing and funding. Program expansion is often limited by personnel shortages and financial constraints. Reductions in our territorial revolving fund, reductions in our tourism revolving fund and rebuild infrastructure programs appropriations have further challenged our operational capacity. Equitable access. Certain rural and remote communities, particularly on the island of St. John and the western part of St. Croix, still lack consistent access to programs and facilities. Inefficient gymnasiums. DSPR currently lacks dedicated gymnasiums in both districts, restricting year-round indoor programming, youth sports development, and potential revenue generation. Addressing these challenges will require sustained capital investment, public-private partnerships, and coordinating interagency planning. Partnerships and community collaborations. DSPR success in serving our youth depends heavily on collaboration. We continue to strengthen partnerships with the public and private schools, integrated sports, arts, recreation programs into school curricula and extracurricular activities. Community nonprofit and faith-based organizations, co-sponsoring youth leagues, mentorship programs, and wellness initiatives. Local sports federations, including basketball, soccer, baseball, softball, and track associations, will help identify and develop young athletic talent. Municipal government and civic clubs, collaborating on park rehabilitation projects and youth engagement initiatives such as Adopt a Park and PAL programs. These partnerships ensure DSPR efforts remain community-driven, culturally rooted, and inclusive. Recommendations for expanding youth access and opportunity. To sustain and expand our department's impact, DSPR respectfully recommends the following actions: modernize facilities, continued capital improvements to ensure recreation centers are safe, ADA compliant, and equipped with modern amenities and technology. Expand workforce development pathways. Link recreation participation to certification and training in coaching, officiating, event management, and facility operations. Invest in cultural arts programming. Support young artists, musicians, and performers, creating new avenues for expression and entrepreneurship. Enhance mobile and pop-up programming. Expand recreation in motion and similar initiatives to reach youth in remote and underserved areas. Conclusion. Chairman Bolquez and members of the committee, that the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation stands firm through sports, arts, and cultural engagement. We are not only developing athletes and artists, but we're shaping responsible, inspired citizens who will lead the Virgin Islands into the future. We thank the committee for its leadership and continued partnership in supporting youth opportunity, and we remain committed to building programs that empower, uplift, and unite our young people through recreation. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Our team welcomes your questions.
Thank you so much, Assistant Commissioner Hansen. Colleagues, we've finished our line of testimony, and I must say, they all came here with their A game today. So I want to commend each and every one of you for your very comprehensive and well-informed and data-driven testimonies. I would like to go on a quick 3-minute recess to give everyone an opportunity to stretch their legs or even utilize the restrooms. So we'll go ahead and do that. Then we'll be back for the line of questioning. So the Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks will go on a 3-minute recess, and then we'll continue. The Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks is back on the record. Before we proceed, I wanted to put on the record that the Honorable Avril George, Commissioner of the Department of Human Services, and Director Julio Reimer from the Office of Management and Budget were also supposed to be in this block, but they both submitted letters that they were unable to be here today because of prior arrangements. So we just wanted to excuse them from this block because their letter has been submitted. And again, I want to thank each of the testifiers for your thoughtful and well-informed and passionate perspectives on what you've shared today with us in this committee. You're highlighting the issues and the gaps and the challenges that exist concerning our youth. And we are definitely open ears and are about to go into a deliberation of questions. And when we get into this discussion, I would like for us to center our questions around the core principle of equity. Equity for education, equity for access, equity for opportunities, and equity for outcomes. This moment calls for intent to fill those gaps. So we want to go ahead and proceed with our first senator, who is Senator Franklin Johnson. You're now recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Been a long few days here. I sat and I listened tentatively to the testifiers. And what it did, it took me back to when I was going to school in a lot of areas. And I'm trying to understand this. We pretty much regress or gone backward in a lot of the things that I knew used to happen, and maybe I don't know that they are happening. I look at, in education, in 6th grade, in Claudio Marco School, 6th grade, we had carpentry, we had welding, and we already start taking these classes. No, we're talking about 8th grade now. Am I right to say that?
Good afternoon, Senator Victor Sum III, Assistant Commissioner of Education. In the middle school and high school, junior high school, they take exploratory classes that would include things like agriculture, business education, and so forth and so on. But they're not actually full-fledged CTE students. That doesn't happen until the high school level.
I'm not talking about CTE students. And I'm going to say it again. I took up welding classes in 6th grade. Mr. Ritter did carpentry in 6th grade. We're not having these type of programs in 6th grade anymore?
No, sir.
And I said it to say that it might have been 6th grade when I did it. Not it might, I know it was. Never thought I would become a welder. With all the years that went by throughout everything, I ended up going to a vocational school and became a welder by trade. So I did start it in 6th. Went on to do many other things. But that's why I fall back too. And had successful employment in New Jersey for quite a while. So, and that's why I said that we kind of step a bit backwards. And then, again, in the schools, I remember where all the trades classes, we used to compete against each school. Is this not the air conditioning, the carpentry, the air refrigeration? We used to have competition among the schools. And is this not happening anymore?
I'm going to refer to Dr. Monique Faulkner, the State Director for CTE. However, we may not have competition among the schools, but at our high school level, students do get to participate in USA Skills, where students travel to the mainland and compete against other students in mainland schools. Okay. Dr. Faulkner?
Yes, Dr. Monique Faulkner, State Director, Career Tech and Adult Ed. So to answer the Senator's question, what happens is because we receive federal funding from Perkins, we have to follow the Perkins 5 legislation, which states that from the 5th grade through the 8th grade, our students receive exploratory CTE. So that means they can explore all the programs that the VIDE has to offer. And then from the 9th grade to the 12th grade, the student actually selects a pathway now. And they follow that pathway from the 9th to the 12th grade so that they can graduate with a certification. However, also, I don't want to say that in the VI Department of Education or in the Virgin Islands, we have exploratory CTE from elementary all the way through the 8th grade. For instance, in our St. Croix district, let's take, for instance, welding. Our CTE students at the high school level develop a portable welding booth. And that portable welding booth, they go around to their lower classmen at the elementary and the junior high school level, and they show them, you know, the feel or the trade of welding. And as a result of that, we have a great deal of interest in welding. We do our CTE fair so that we can also give them that exposure. We bring out our elementary and middle school students, and we invite our public and private school students and parochial school students as well. So we do have it, but by law, because we're receiving federal funding, by law, we cannot actually engage our lower class, our lower level students, our elementary and middle school students in CTE. Also, one more thing.
I don't want you to take out the time when we got the clock running.
Don't worry.
You guys.
I'll provide you with some time, Senator.
Please, you guys learn this skill better than we. You brought up something interesting that you spoke about Perkins funds. What part of that funds go to the CTEC board? Isn't that fund by law should be, some of that money be going to the CTEC board?
No. So the Perkins funds are actually distributed to the districts. The St. Thomas, St. John, St. Croix districts, secondary and our post-secondary programs by formula. So there is a congressional law, the Code of Federal Regulations that we have to follow with our distribution. And as the State Director for Career and Technical Education for the Virgin Islands, I am allowed to take up to 5% or $50,000 for administrative costs. And I am also mandated by law every year to provide training and professional development for our districts. But I would say about 90% of the money goes to the programs for career and technical education in the St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix districts.
If I may.
I definitely would like to hear from the CT board.
Genevieve Whitaker, the Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Board for Current Education. So by law, yes, the Perkins Fund is supposed to come to this board, but way of practice that happened before this current board is where the money, a decision was made by the Virgin Islands Department of Education leadership some time ago. I don't have the exact year, but it's been at least over the last 10 years or so. I'd have to get more accurate in terms of when exactly it occurred, whereby the Department of Education is the fiduciary of the funds. When I served in office, of course, all of you know, I did reach out to the U.S. Department of Education and ask them, because our statute speaks to the fact that our board is responsible for all of the, back then, which was vocational funding, and even the Perkins funding, but it was indicated by the U.S. Department of Education, it's up to the local leadership as to where the funding goes. And that was a decision that they provided to us. It's up to us to decide if we're gonna follow our own local laws, as they didn't want to get in the middle of a seemingly political issue.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. That's the thought that I always had in mind. And if I may, I want to wrap up with Parks and Rec because I definitely have some questions there. You spoke about your modernization of your facilities, but in WIM you have a set of playground sitting down. In Canegata, you have a set of playground sitting down, and couple other parks. You have some brand new equipment sitting on the premises. And then I'm going to close off so you could go on the chair time. Go back again to the days where each park had a recreation leader that been there for after-school program. And I'm not seeing much of that on the island of St. Croix. Can't speak for St. Thomas, but I could definitely speak for St. Croix. So I will allow you to go ahead and answer on the chair time. And before you go, I've been to the football game last night in St. Thomas. Wonderful game, although the Caribs got crushed. But I had a wonderful time seeing the children enjoying themselves. Got a little tense, but that's part of football. So you could go right ahead, please. And
Okay, so I'll take the playgrounds and I will turn it over to Ms. Henry for this staffing. Also, the playgrounds was purchased with a grant, and we needed to kind of separate the contract, the process. So we purchased the playground equipment, and then we also went to get a contractor to install it. So that process took longer than expected. But as we speak, all the playgrounds, we have the contractors on both districts, and Grove is up now. They're actually working on Sign Farm. So they're making their way. So by the end of, I would say, November, all the playgrounds will be up in both districts. So it was just a matter of us having to make that purchase and then having funds to go out and get the contractor to install. So again, it didn't work out as we wanted to, but it's working now. Okay, if you go to Grove for Bull and Bread tomorrow, you'll see the new playground up and the children could enjoy it. Ms. Henry?
St. Croix District Administrator. As for staffing at our facilities, we have at least 2 per facility except Pedro Cruz in Profit.
If I may, you said you got 2. You got somebody working in Wimball Park on a regular basis?
Yes.
Well, I gonna walk through them kind of these days too with my flashlight to try and find them.
Let me add. So she's being modest. She only has 11 staff. So we got a hit when it came to trying to rehire some of our personnel. But we have to make shifts when people call out. So you may not see them all the time, maybe because they're at Midre or somewhere else. But yes, there are 2 stationed at all parks, well, not all, for most parks, except for Pedro Cruz, which we're hoping that we can get some additional personnel to man that facility. And it could be the hours, because I have made it a constant cry to Ms. Henry that the staff come in later so that when the school children come out, that they're there. So sometimes that is an issue, but yes, the staff is there. There's 2 per site.
That's the most important part of it, because if the staff is there when the children are in school, we're wasting our money. We really are. If they are there when the children is in school, waste of time.
I want to, if I may, I would like to have Mr. Clendenin speak to St. Thomas as well.
Hey, thank you so much for the lenience, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome, Senator Johnson. Mr. Clendenin, please proceed.
As far as St. Thomas staffing,
Mr. Clendenin.
Mr. Clendenin, St. Thomas District.
Name and title, please.
Richard Clendenin, Youth Community Coordinator, St. Thomas District, DSPR. As far as staffing in St. Thomas District, we have 2 in McBean Bar Park, 2 at Winston Remote Center. We have 1 currently at Griffith Bar Park, 2 at Frenchtown, and 1 at Corwin Terrace Bar Park. And yes, staffing is an issue on St. Thomas. We need more staff on the islands in St. Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Clendenin. And I know Mr. Clendenin is out there almost if not every day, doing 2 or 3 jobs himself, so I appreciate your service. What I wanted to do, just for the record, Assistant Commissioner Hansen, the Senator was asking for you all during the first block, so I'm sure he's happy to see you. That's why he had so many questions for you, just letting you know. And I know we have some of you all need to leave soon, so we want to be able to ask those pertinent questions before you leave. I think you have another commitment coming up, and then at 4:30, Department of Labor has a hard stop. So I just wanted to at least put that on the record really quickly. For the Department of Education, I wanted to ask, I think in your testimony you mentioned about funding for CTE programs, if I recall, correct?
Yes, we did, Senator.
Okay, so are you familiar with Act 8434?
Yes, we are.
You're smiling, Commissioner. So
Yes.
talk to me. Put it on the record for me, please.
Your question is very timely, Senator. We are having a discussion, I believe, next week on Act 8434. Let me provide you with some information. Up until 2024, we did not receive any monies from that act. In fiscal 2024, there's $171,893. And in fiscal 2025, the amount is $322,000. We came to find out in our research that the department must set up a budget so that we can access these funds. So we are going to do exactly that, set up a meeting so that we can access funds from 2024 and fiscal 2025. We're also going to approach the Department of Finance and VIPD regarding monies from fiscal years 2021 through 2023. So that those monies can be used specifically for their intent at both the St. Croix Current Technical Education Center and the Ralph Whitley Skill Center.
Okay, excellent. So I'll let you know that I put in the bill draft to get those funds moving. We'll be working with the chairman of the Committee on Finance to figure out what's the best way to do that. But we did take a walkthrough with the CTE program recently, my office and I, and then became aware of the challenges that existed in that area. So one question before I proceed to Vice Chair Joseph. Your VIVIS database, youth data system, what is the status of that system? Is it slated to go live anytime soon? What is the challenge or setbacks associated with VIVIS at this time?
I can't, Victor Sum, the third Assistant Commissioner of Education, I cannot provide exact details other than to say the department is regularly updating information from our Power School Student Information Database into VIVIS. As you know, VIVIS is not only the Department of Education, but several other departments to include Health, Human Services, VIPD, and what have you. If I'm not mistaken, at one point in this body, there was some discussion about moving the VIVIS platform up so that it was managed by the Office of the Governor. I don't know where that is, but I can say the department continues to input information into VIVIS.
Thank you, Assistant Commissioner Sum. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good afternoon to everyone.
Please recognize the senator's microphone.
Thank you. I think there may be a little glitch in the cable here. Anyhow, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to ask some questions. I want to talk to because of the data, because we should be making our decisions based on data and based on the need. And putting the resources and pooling our resources where those needs are based on the data we have gathered. Dr. Davies, Director of the Bureau of Economic Research, I did go through one aspect of your data, and I really want to thank you for that very comprehensive report. And it looked like, in just going through it quickly, regarding the male educational attainment and the female educational attainment, the males were slightly outpacing the females for the high school graduate or high school diploma equivalency. And then when it came to the acquiring or attaining of degrees or some college, bachelor degrees, graduate or professional certification, the females started to pick up a lot of steam and totally obliterated the male. Almost, it's such a stark difference. And so I want for us to have that conversation now today, because I am one person, I love equity. I like when we are treated the same. I like when we are able to see the achievement on the same level. So tell me and tell us furthermore, what are some of the factors that is contributing to the men excelling, doing well, but it's by a small amount, it's by like 100, graduating with a high school diploma over the females, but then after that, it's thousands. You have a difference sometime of 3,000 more females that are attaining bachelor's degrees and higher education degrees than our male counterparts. Because we know that if we have a balance in our community is going to do better when you are educated well. And our workforce improves as well. So tell us what it is.
Halden Davies, Director, Bureau of Economic Research. Thank you for your question, Senator. It's a very interesting observation that you've made. Generally, you find where when it comes to higher education, and it's not unique to us here in the territory, it is all around the Caribbean region, and it occurs across the nation as well, where female students tend to progress more toward learning in a particular field of higher education, as opposed to men who tend more to go into the workforce at that particular stage. There is also the opportunity for men to learn in shorter or smaller bits of information, and being focused on those bits of information, like being stackable within the context of what they learn, as opposed to our female counterparts who may tend to be more settled and stable and focused on going forward to complete a particular course of study. So it is something that we need to continue to encourage. I recall from my own experience, when I served as a university president, one day we were having at graduation, we had about 750 students being graduated. And of those 750, we only had about 110 men, and the rest were all female. And I said, men, we must do better. That sparked a national conversation at that particular time. And we continue to encourage our men to stay focused, because as you see from the statistics as well, those who go on to obtain a degree, their earning power is significantly higher than those who choose not to. However, if a male student counterpart feels that, well, look, I can go and have a truck or get some quick dollars and make ends meet for me from a technical standpoint, then they may choose to do so.
Thank you so much, Dr. Davies. But I want to think, and for us to be really able to put on some really good cap, because even if you attain a degree of higher education, you could still do some of the other menial tasks. You know, you could still be a labor-intensive physical task. And it helps us in being able to diversify what you do and how you work. Because, you know, some of us who have attained a degree, females, I could just talk to myself, I could fix my own plumbing. You know, in my bathroom, I could do that because I had someone teach me how to do it. But it doesn't mean that you have to be lockstep. I think we supposed to, with all of the programs, and I want to, Mr. Chairman, if you allow me, I know my time was called. I wanted to ask Commissioner Malloy, Dr. Malloy, what is your sense of that and how we could better diversify our educational and professional certification coupled with the academia as well as the trades to help improve our overall workforce, and also to look at reducing violent crimes and behavioral issues around our young people? I know it's a big question. It's a big question because it's all interlocked with each other. So I know it's a big question, but tell me some of the things that we look at that can be done in that area.
Thank you for that question, Senator. Dr. Gary Malloy, Commissioner, Department of Labor. First of all, I think you started in the right place by dealing with the data. We definitely have to make sure that that's where we have to start. And for that data, we need to make sure that we're looking at the true demand sectors that are in the Virgin Islands. Once we get that, then the workforce system has to be built to be adaptable to be able to address those needs, because what's happening right now, education is and will continue to be the cornerstone, but there's going to be a lot of mismatches between skills, education, placement, and what the needs are in the particular workforce. And that's where we're seeing most of the disconnect, where some of the young people will say, well, you know, impressionable, I want to be in this career, and then when we give them the experience and you actually get in it, they're saying, well, I don't want to do that. I want to change. And then by the time, if you're in a particular structured pathway, then you have to undo and come out and restructure. And so that is causing some of the challenges. So again, to make sure that we all, like what we're doing now, we need to get in the same room and understand that education, workforce development, and economic development are all tied together, and we have to be able to make sure that the alignment is there, with education being the playground and everything where they can test and do everything else. And supportively, the workforce has to be, again, based on the demands that we have, not the demands of someplace else. And then we need to have the funding to support that. Because, for example, with the Workforce Development Board, they are tied to the nationally recognized demands. So the federal dollars can only be used if it's going to be for a national recognized certificate. So if you have an area that's not that's a demand in our area, let's say, for example, we might have individuals that want to become actors or DJs or in the horse racing in industry. So we would have to find the specific area, and that's where the flexibility of building an apprenticeship program comes in. But then we would might have to have local dollars to support that, because the federal dollars might not be able to support that.
Thank you so much for that explanation. I think it warrants more exploration and more discussion, and I really want to commend the chairman for really having this candid discussion with all our stakeholders. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair Joseph. Before we proceed to Senator Francis Jr., I have a few questions for the Director of BER, Dr. Davies. You, in your testimony, you provided what is to be a number of recommendations. You recommended that the legislature mandate and fund sort of a territorial youth policy to unify all of the youth-related services across education, labor, health, recreation, and the justice sectors. You also indicated that you wanted that to be aligned with the 2040 plan and the clusters within that plan, which are high growth industry clusters, healthcare, hospitality, green energy, agribusiness, and the list goes on. And you urged also that data dashboards or scorecards should be utilized when, in fact, appropriating funds to youth programs, is basically what I gathered from your statements and recommendations. Could you share some more insight on how you believe such a policy would assist all of the stakeholders who are present here with us today concerning expanding our youth opportunities here in the Virgin Islands?
Thank you for the question, Senator. Haldane Davies, Director, Bureau of Economic Research. It is important at every stage of any organization to have a guiding document. Most organizations are guided by plans, strategic plans, or they may have other names that they may refer to the document by. But when I look at all we are doing, and we're doing a whole lot for our youth here in the territory. At the same time, however, I have not seen a direct policy that promotes youth engagement as a whole, a document that would have full input from our youth themselves, from parents, from legislators, from the various departments represented here, from other entities that are in our community providing services to youth, policies that will guide with set goals and objectives that will allow us to measure the progress that we are making for our young people. As you said also, 37% of us are 55 years old and over, and only a reduced percentage represent our youth. And we need to address these issues, and these are the individuals who will be leading this territory in the years to come. And thus having a clear territorial youth policy with clear guidelines as outlined in the testimony, I think would be quite helpful. Many countries around the world have national youth policies. And for us to have one for ourselves and for our young people is important for this territory and our sustainability moving into the future.
Thank you so much for that additional information. I believe a point of information from Senator Carla Joseph.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I did a little bit of research, and I mentioned it in the first block, relative to Title III, subsection 27, Virgin Islands Commission on Youth. And this is supposed to be an entity operating within the office of the governor. One of the things that it highlighted is that the commission is the sole Virgin Islands governmental agency for the initiation, implementation, administration, supervision, coordination, and monitoring of programs, services, and activities oriented exclusively toward youth services, and which are publicly funded in whole or in part, but excluding those programs or activities for which other provision is specifically made by this code. And then it goes into who all populate it. I don't know what happened to this youth commission. I just pulled it up. I think it's still an active part of our code. But we collectively, and I believe this conversation is something that is a broader, to see if and how and when we can reinstitute the Youth Commission. I know some of you might be familiar with it here, sitting here, but it may be something worthwhile for us to visit and think about and put in action, because it is here in the code. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Novelli Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for your testimony and very, very good information. I certainly want to welcome back our former Secretary Ford and former Secretary Genevieve Whitaker to the legislature. Good to see you guys. So again, today, this afternoon, we have some very good information circulating here. And I have a few questions, and I wanted to start off with Dr. Davies because the information that you have put together here is very valuable information. I just wanted to ask you, what is the process once the information is produced? Is there an opportunity for you to then meet with via the cabinet or via some retreat where you meet with the various agencies and discuss the data once it's produced?
Thank you, Senator. Haldane Davies, Director, Bureau of Economic Research. We are certainly available. I'll start, and then Ms. Liebert will follow up.
I need a short version. I need a short version, Mr. Dr. Davies, a short version, not the professor version.
Right.
Okay.
Sure. We are certainly open to making that happen, and we responded to that on the radio program. I think it's Breakfast Table just the other day, that we are open to meeting with anyone to share this information so that decisions could be made. Additionally, and just quickly, we're in the process of gathering administrative data, extensive administrative data from all departments and agencies to look at information that we do not normally look at and conduct a full analysis on that type of data and information and make that available to everyone here in the government, in the legislature, and across the territory as appropriate.
Okay, but my question was, though, what are you doing with the data now that is produced? Are you have an opportunity to meet with the via cabinet meeting, retreat, or whatever? Are you able to meet with the various agencies, the stakeholders, and have a discussion? Is that occurring now?
It's not occurring right now, but we plan to make sure that that happens.
Very well, thank you. Thank you for that. Ms. Liebert, do you have anything to add to that?
Yes, good afternoon. Bernicia Liebert, Bureau of Economic Research, Senior Project Analyst. Additionally, we have started the process of outputting MOUs to the different agencies in attempts to collect more administrative data. The whole idea behind of this, once we collect this data, we go to a cleaning process and we analyze the data and furthermore put it out to the public for dissemination. So right now we're in a process of MOUs, meetings with stakeholders, all government agencies and entities, and we also reach out to some private entities requesting information as well in the process of analyzing and then distributing to the public for decision making.
All right, thank you very much for that. Shifting gear a little bit, Assistant Commissioner Soames, in your testimony you talk about the dropout rate being at 3% currently. How are you tracking the dropouts? Are you, are you following up to determine exactly what has transpired with these students? Is there any attempt to reach out to them, find out what happened, whether to relocate, whether they're, there's an opportunity for them to come back into school? What happens once an individual is determined to be a dropout?
So, good afternoon. Victor Som, the third Assistant Commissioner of Education. I will refer to the districts to respond to that because that information comes to the districts. But before I do that, because my office is responsible for homeschooling, as you know,
yes.
We were able to detect those students that left the public school system and now go into homeschooling. And so once we get that information, because not every parent or guardian does what they should do and officially withdraw their children. But once we detect if they submit an application or notice of intent to homeschool, we advise the district's registration office that Novell Francis is no longer in a public school. He is attending homeschool. That's one of the ways that we track. But I'll let the districts respond as to what the process is.
Dr. Bashford Knight, Superintendent, St. Croix District. Like Mr. Sum mentioned, that's one of the ways which we do track our students, those that are able to be tracked. We do have the practice where students just fall off the radar, become unreachable for whatever reason. Those are the ones that we probably have a hard time with reaching. What we have done over the years is just find creative ways to kind of motivate them to stay in the school system, whether we transition them to the night program or the day adult program. And once they have reached the age of 18 and make the decision, we kind of support them as much as possible, those that we can.
Okay, and based on the 136 that was mentioned the last time around, are you doing a deeper dive in terms of the demographics of those individuals, what grade they may have dropped off from, what location they came from, any additional deep dive done on those particular numbers?
Yes, we do. Our Power School system is able to generate by school and by district the number of students who've dropped out from that school.
Okay, and you look at the grades as well. We know
Yes.
that there's a transition between 6 to 7. There's a lot of times you see a dropout at that level, and then again from 9, I guess on.
We look at, and I will share that information with you, Senator. We do look at the grade level, particularly middle school, junior high school, and high school, to see where the dropouts are occurring, to monitor high dropout rates at a particular school to see what's going on. So we do look at that information.
Okay, very well. And I think also in your testimony, you talk about a mandatory priority for CTE programs. Can you speak to what is that mandatory priority you're speaking of?
Senator, with your approval, I will have the State Director respond to that question. Director Faulkner.
Time.
State Director, CTAE. Senator, can you please repeat that a little bit more? Can you expound on that? The mandatory priority for CTE?
Yeah, in the testimony, there is a discussion that the commissioner had mentioned in regards to requiring a mandatory priority for a CTE. And I just kind of wanted for you to explain what is your intention with the mandatory priority, whether or not you're indicating that every student be required to go through the CTE or not. What is the mandatory priority you're looking at?
Yeah. Certainly. So across 3 prior administrations, the President Obama, President Bush, and now under current President Trump, as well as under Governor Albert Bryan, there was a mandate that every single student must graduate college and career ready. Right. So it is the Virgin Islands Department of Education's intent and purpose for every student to graduate college and career ready. Every single career path is a CTE. Every single career is a CTE career anyway. So there are like 14 career and technical education programs with thousands of occupational entry and exit points for different careers and career pathways. So it is our ambitious intent to have every single Virgin Islands Department of Education student, and then by extension, even our private school, our private and parochial schools, students graduate college and career ready.
Very well, thank you for that. I just want to say that was required back in the 80s when I attended school. And I had to actually, I graduated in 1984, and I had to actually go through a career as well as the college prep. So again, we're going back to basics. Mr. Chair, I just have if you allow for one question to the DOL and one to Sports Park and Recreation. That's a yes?
Yes. Yes, please proceed.
Very well, thank you. Commissioner Molloy, I wanted to ask you in regards to I'm not able to read my notes here to you on this. I wanted to ask you whether or not there is some synergy that's drawn from students when you look at the amount of students that you're seeing coming out of high school, if there's a synergy that channel them from Department of Education to Department of Labor and then to the workforce. Is there any type of synergy that's drawn in that space?
Thank you for that question, Senator. There's a real tremendous and great connection and synergy, and Director Sebastian can outline more. In our testimony, you'll see that flow chart. In addition to that chart, we visit the high schools to have make presentations to the seniors on a regular basis to make sure that there's a connection between them to do employability discussion, and then to make sure that we advertise our summer programs, and to try to make sure that to try to determine those that are going to college, going to trade school, going to the military, and who's going to the Wall of Walk. For those that are going on the Wall of Walk, our youth team does a tremendous job in getting them registered in our view system, and then try to find employers that they can partner with, so that when we place them in the summer, that more than likely would keep them.
So where do you see the delta in the pipeline? Because your chart is excellent. I mean, you have a tracking from K to 8, from 9 to 12, and then 12 plus. So where are you seeing that gap? Where are you seeing the delta?
Well, the gap is coming in the fact from why we're having this conversation. We just need to be in the same room a little more often to make sure that there's continuity. There's no issues with us in education. We're talking on a regular basis, and we have access to the principals based on the commissioners and the superintendent's authority. Our directors, again, engage in any outreach that we can do for the youth as much as possible. But in some programs, like I mentioned, there's a mismatch, because there's not a right fit for every one of our youth. And so when we find that outlier that poses challenges that might not be ready for employment because of some other social illness or some other barrier, those are where the special programs that, like the JAG program, like the Work, Learn, and Earn program, that we utilize, that would have wraparound services to try to help. And in that case, our director would then definitely have to work with Human Services and some of the other partners. Okay. I'd like to see that collaboration occur. I think that's what we keep talking about in terms of the synergy, because it's important that we're able to do that, so we could narrow that pipeline that we're seeing with those dropouts as well as the unemployed. Real quickly to Assistant Commissioner, you spoke about having insufficient gymnasium. One of the concerns that have been raised, and I think that we need to look at every available revenue opportunity in that, but there's the Arthur Richards Sprung Shelter, for example, in the Frederickstead area, where there's a lack of facilities currently available in that area. Is there an opportunity? Have you had a conversation with Department of Education or anyone else in regards to how you could utilize that facility, the available facility, then to close what you're seeing in terms of that lack of or insufficient gymnasium or recreation areas for youth throughout the various communities?
Renee Hansen, Assistant Commissioner, Sports, Parks, and Rec. So we collaborate with Department of Education often. Our cry is, we're competing for their facility. So our cry is that we would love to have a facility of our own that we can continue to develop indoor sports, and as well as be able to possibly help ourselves by generating some funds. So we really don't have an issue when we reach out to the Department of Education, but we're competing, sports going on at the same time. So if we want to have an event, they probably have an event. So of course they're going to be priority. So we just want our own to have our access to be able to develop and expand what we know we are capable of doing.
I concur with you and agree with you that you need your own, but in time of short,
well, that's what we're doing now. We are making it work, but there is a need, a strong need, because I could give you an example. So we've been trying to do some programs, and we haven't been able to implement them because education is using their gyms. So it's, you know, so we falter in that area because, again, we do not have access.
There's no opportunity to stagger the time or make use of time? Day versus evening, evening versus day. There's no opportunity there?
No.
Department of Education, especially
not when they're not when they're using it.
Department of Education, that's Sprung Shelter at Arthur Richards. Is there an opportunity there?
I think they're
for it to be
using
done?
that for another reason.
They're using it for storage, I'm hearing.
Bastion Knight, Superintendent, St. Croix District. We're actually not using that Sprung Shelter for storage. We're actually currently going through the process of getting ready to relocate that Sprung Shelter to move to one of our other campuses in the district that is in need of such a facility. It's a whole process, I think, with FEMA, the Bureau, everybody is working together to get that Sprung moved, actually to the Ricardo Richards site.
Okay. All right, I'll let the individuals know, because we sit here and then we get all these text messages because our community is concerned. Our community is you know, reaching out so that we could be able to address these issues, and that's why we have these public hearings, giving them an avenue by which they could bring their concerns, and we're asking them to, if you see something, say something. And, you know, these are some of the recommendations that's being made in order to close the loop and the gap that they're recognizing in our community. So I asked a question, you said that there's an additional use for it, so I'll respect that and move on. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time and opportunity.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis Jr. I know that the Department of Labor has to leave along with the SPR, so at the 4:30 hard stop, so you may make a quick closing remark.
No, if I may, Senator, just myself and legal counsel needs to leave. Assistant Commissioner Ford is in St. Thomas with Director Sebastian, Director Hodge, and we have Assistant Director Tashani Macedon here that will be able to continue the conversation. They're boots on the ground anyway.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Dr. Malloy and Attorney. You're excused, and the rest of the leadership team will handle business as usual.
And for here, just Jamila Henry needs to leave, and I want to believe, I'm not sure about Mr. Clendenin, but I'll be here.
Okay, excellent, thank you. So we want to now ask a few questions to the Department of Education. Pertinent to your CTE programs, what is the effort to modernize your CTE labs in the coming years? Are there any discussions about modernizing those labs?
Victor Som, I will have the superintendents respond because that's a day-to-day issue, and if need be, State Director Faulkner. And we also have with us Dr. Mario Francis, who is the principal at the Ralph Whitley Skills Center. Superintendents.
Bastion Knight, St. Croix District Superintendent. While we do not currently have the funds to modernize all of our classrooms, what we have been doing as those challenges continue to present themselves, we've been taking time to address each. For example, the aviation classroom, where they experienced their challenges last year, we did over the tiling and everything else to get that classroom functioning and above standard. I know just as recent as yesterday, in the meeting with the Bureau, they discussed the upgrades that were just recently completed to the welding office at that campus, and now they're shifting now into the welding classrooms. As the fundings become available, as we know, the Bureau now handles the maintenance and the upkeep of those our facilities. So once their funding become a little more flexible, we're able to address those different upgrades and modernizations.
Okay, thank you. And like I mentioned earlier, we did a walkthrough before we go over to St. Thomas, and it does need a little work. But I will say that the students were all very cordial, very respectful, and were in good spirits, and were very open to learning the crafts of welding and other CTE courses that we visited. St. Thomas?
Dr. Simrity Brown Gums, Deputy Superintendent. I just want to piggyback on exactly what was said by Superintendent on the St. Croix District. We are also doing, fixes as they go, because right now many of our schools are in a re-modernization stage, and so that's where we are. Thank you.
Okay, very well. We have discussed a lot today, and I believe that we are at the intersections of the connection between all of these departments, and we're just trying to see how we can, like mentioned before, create that synergy that needs to exist throughout all the departments. It was said here by the Commissioner and the Department of Education that we communicate. We communicate all the time. Again, my statements are not to blame anyone. It's just that what we want to do is push for that synergy and make sure that that synergy exists on a regular basis, if not all the time, in order for us to curtail the issues or the gaps that exist surrounding our youth access opportunities and equities. For the CTE, if I may, since we have our new executive director here, first time back in the legislature, what are some of the things that the CTE is going to be working on, not only with the Department of Education, but even the Department of Labor and other entities throughout this government and even in the nonprofit sector that could benefit our youth moving forward?
Thank you, Senator. I pretty much hit the ground running in a context of listening. I started my own initial listening tour, hearing directly from our instructors, our CT instructors, sitting with them, listening to them. In terms of synergies, I've already started the process of bringing together all stakeholders. Of course, I'm already reached out to the Commissioner of Education. I've reached out to the Department of Labor, the Workforce Development Board, the Apprenticeship Council, and basically also getting a sense of bringing together our coordinators across the districts. I already have had initial meetings. I'm going to meet with every single principal, because I do believe that and the lower grade levels, we can really start to really move really forward in getting our children on a career path from a very young age. I'm listening to the principals because I shared their programs happening, obviously at the elementary level, asking those principals and those administrators how can we lift up CT programs within our lower grades. And in terms of internal communications, because what I've heard, and I know that we work a lot in silos, right? This person right here in the district, person's not communicating. I want to bring us together. And yes, I agree. Having a large committee. I heard, Dr. Faulkner, we met, of course, at the AFT Teach event in St. Thomas St. John District. And even as we start the curriculum process, bringing everyone together, all the stakeholders, dividing up committees, and starting the work that's going to be involved. We need work sessions. I believe in getting into work sessions and crafting our policies. And I do believe we need a CT dashboard. I should be able, on our website, the CT board website, which we're revamping, on the Department of Education website, we should have data should be readily available. Even the courses, I really want to lift up and recognize Dr. Francis for the Raphael O'Wheely Skills Center, where right now we can easily see all the programs that are available on that campus. We synergize our website, synergize the social media, get on radio, talk, lift it up, and I do plan to do that. I wanted to also defer to Secretary Martinborough if he wants to also share some thoughts.
Sure. Anthony Martinborough, Jr., Secretary, Virgin Islands Board of Career and Education. So from the board's standpoint, we've been very aggressive, especially with me joining the board 6 months ago, in establishing those relationships and maintaining them. Part of the problem, like Executive Director Whitaker stated earlier, is that everybody's operating in silos. We're not really meeting and having those conversations and trying to tackle the issues. And so we've really revamped the communication committee on the board, and we're going to begin having those partnerships and those stakeholders, especially with us introducing a technical college into the conversation. So it's very important that all of the players who are involved in improving CTE really have a ongoing, constant conversation, and not only just conversation, but actual action in getting the things done. So that's what the board has been doing. It's been taking a lot of lead work, but that's a good thing. And so we're trying to make strides in communicating with the stakeholders.
Thank you so much for that. And Principal Francis, are you still there? Let me hear from you. I ain't hearing from you at all. And I know you like to talk.
Good afternoon.
Talk to me.
Be careful, as I tell folks, once you hand me a mic, you have to wrestle it from my hand. But I respond best to questions. If you ask specific questions, I can respond to the specific questions.
Thank you.
Because,
I know that you are moving into, or perhaps already have moved into your new facility. If you could just elaborate and share some updates with us concerning that.
Yes, we've moved in. We're a year now and a couple of months into our new facility. It is a definite work in progress. It's much better than where we were. There's a lot more room for growth. And as the former senator, now executive board director stated, we have all of our courses. We've gone paperless, where individuals can now register on campus, register online as opposed to coming onto campus. We're in the process of working with the district and the commissioner's office so they can also pay their tuition via credit card, which is one of the big issues for a lot of our adult learners right now. Everything has to be in cash or business checks. And so we're really looking forward to phase 2 of the project down at the Skill Center, which is going to afford us a couple more classrooms and develop some of the spaces that are still undeveloped. But we invite you and your team to come on down and take a walk through and see some of the beautiful things that our staff are doing and celebrate some of our accomplishments with us.
Have you implemented any new programs that we need to be aware of?
We have not implemented any new programs since. We're still waiting on some more space, but we have waiting in the wings. We're waiting to hear from CODA, which is the Commission on Dental Hygiene Accreditation. And so once we submitted an application for them because we would like to implement a dental hygiene program on our campus. We spoke with the Dental Society about a year ago, and each one of the dentists in our district says absolutely it's something that they embrace and they would like to support us on. But we have to be, unlike our other programs, we are an accredited institute. However, CODA, which is the accredited institute for dental hygienists, they want to accredit their program on our campus separate and apart, and it is a laborious task. We've submitted an application and we're waiting to hear from them. And then we're waiting for some additional space that we're going to be working through with the commissioner and the superintendent so that we can set up, because one of the things we must do is set up a lab simulating dental facilities on our campus. Although the dental community said we will make our facility available for your students in the evening, because it will be an evening program, CODA still wants to see that we at least have the minimum requirements for a dental hygienist program here in our district.
And before I go to Senator Joseph for a point of information, how many in your past graduating class and how many current students are you now working with?
Our past graduating class was 135 students. And our current enrollment is currently 245.
Okay, excellent.
And that spans over 2 programs of study.
Excellent. Thank you, Senator Joseph. You're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to follow up on your questioning of Dr. His name escapes me, and I shouldn't. Dr.
Haldane Davies?
No. Dr. Francis, Dr. Mario Francis. I was having a senior moment there. So, I may not look like I'm a senior, I'm edging up there, but I do have those little senior moments at time. Dr. Francis, especially, you and I have had ongoing conversations over the years. And with your shift in relocation, are you seeing a downturn in your enrollment, and are you able to reach your population from the smaller island, St. John, like you did in your previous location, if you want to elaborate on that?
Sure. Excellent. And again, Dr. Mario Francis, principal of the Raphael Whitley Skill Center. Our St. John population, we have a shuttle that picks the student up from the 5 o'clock ferry, so they come down by 5:20. There's a van waiting, picks them up, and bring them down to the campus, and then we return them back for the 9 p.m. ferry. That has been working out well. The Department of Education has been affording them the ferry passes, so it's minimal cost to the students. And we also had a lot of issues with students coming from and these are adult learners that do not have transportation of their own. And because where we're located in the evening, all of the public transportation ceases, we have worked out an agreement with, again, the Department of Education through school bus director, where we have a school bus that we call it our shuttle. And so we pick up students from as far as Fort Milner and have strategic stops down to the Raphael Whitley Skill Center West and return as well.
I think I'm so elated to hear that, because that was one of my key concerns with the move, because I knew that transportation could have been a barrier. I'm very elated with the Department of Education for making this such a critical bridge to continue for the Raphael O. Whitley Skill Center to be able to continue to provide the service in both islands, St. Thomas and St. John, as well as meet its participants where they are. And so transportation should not be a barrier. Kudos to the Department of Education. This is well done on your part. Kudos. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Senator Joseph. And of course, thank you. I apologize for not calling you Dr. Francis, so please place my apology on the record. And I wanted to now say that, I think we have exhausted all the discussion in this block. We've had a very, very, very informative day today, colleagues. I think we now see a broad picture, a very vibrant, broad picture of the state of youth in the Virgin Islands. And imagine, of all these entities that came before us, youth is just one piece of what they do on a day-to-day operational standpoint. Okay? And this discussion has been so informative, so broad, and so important. I think we'll all walk away from here today having a better understanding of where we are. And I will say this is not the last time we'll have this discussion. I believe we do need to incorporate. We did want to do it, but it didn't quite work out. On the agenda, we wanted stakeholders, which would have been the youth, to also come in, and we'll try to work on that. We'll try to make sure that the next time we have these discussions, we're able to bring in some youth and hear their voices and hear what they have to place on the record. But from a preliminary standpoint, I believe this was a very, very good meeting today. Let me tell you, each and every one of you departments, y'all came in here with your A game. I commend you, I commend you, I commend you, and I thank you for taking this discussion the way that you did, because you provided great and excellent testimonies here today. I am very satisfied. And before we fully close out, I would love to please give everyone each department or entity a 30-second close out, and I'm going to go in the order of the agenda. So we're going to begin with the Director of the Bureau of Economic Research, Dr. Haldane Davies. You're recognized.
Thank you, Senator. Haldane Davies, Director, Bureau of Economic Research. The sustainable economy of the territory is dependent on people. Our population continues to age. In the next few years, over the next 3 to 10 years, across the nation and here in the Virgin Islands, baby boomers will be transferring $73 trillion of wealth to the youth, to the young people, to their children. And we want to make sure that we have a strong group of individuals with the capacity to take this territory forward. I commend all of my colleagues here, and I commend you, Chairman Bolquez, and members of the committee for having this hearing here today. We look forward to engaging with all partners in making the available information that we have to you. You can go on our website. There's a lot of information that's there already, and we will be updating that very soon. So thanks again for having us here. On behalf of Ms. Liebert and myself, thank you and have a great evening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Davies. From the Department of Education, you're recognized for your closing statement.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the Commissioner of Education and the Department of Education, we want to thank you, Senator Bolquez, for allowing us the opportunity to share very important and meaningful information. We truly appreciate our partnerships with all of the departments that were represented today, including the CT board. It makes a difference in the lives of children. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sum III. From the Career and Technical Education Board, Executive Director Whitaker.
Genevieve Whitaker, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Board for Career and Technical Education. I'll say again, CT is not a separate track. It is a vital, integrated component of comprehensive education system. By investing in CTE, we're investing in the future of our youth and economic resilience of the Virgin Islands. On behalf of my staff on the board, join with me, Mr. Martinborough, thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and thank you for all the work ahead.
Thank you so much. And on behalf of the Department of Labor, Assistant Commissioner Ford.
Yes, thank you, Senator Bolquez. I want to thank you for this opportunity. We at Department of Labor, we remain very much mindful of what the employment demands are, and we do everything to make sure that our Virgin Islanders are well prepared to take advantage of these opportunities. We are led by a staff that's very much committed and dedicated to our youth, very much committed and dedicated to our Virgin Islanders citizens at large. They do a very good job. It's headed by Director Sebastian and Director Hodge, and we have behind the scenes doing a tremendous amount of work is Ms. Sidek Roberts, who's here with us today. And so again, under the leadership of Dr. Gary Molloy, I think that our team remains very much committed, and we want to say thank you to them. Thank you for the opportunity for sharing some of the good work that the Department of Labor does.
Thank you so much, and I'd like to close my remarks now and thank you. Oh, I apologize, lad. Assistant Commissioner Hansen, I apologize. You're recognized for your closing remarks.
Good afternoon again, and thank you so much for having us. Thank you for inviting Sports Parks and Recreation to the table. We usually do not get invited to these type of conversations, but I'm glad you understand that we're vital to this conversation. I want to thank Mr. Clendenin, Mr. Thomas, Ms. Henry for joining us today as well. And on behalf of the Commissioner, Mr. Vincent Roberts, it's our pleasure. And we too would like to keep this conversation going and expand more. If I may, I would like to invite the community. So why Ms. Henry had to leave, I would like to invite the community down to our trunk or treat in Wimball Park this evening. It's going to be a blast, a lot of activities for the youth. So please come down and join us. It's going to be a lot of fun, and we're going to have glow ball. They're going to be playing in the dark, glow in the dark. It's going to be great. So come down and join us with the department for our youth activity for Halloween. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And again, I want to thank you, colleagues, that stuck it out here for this very important discussion here today. I want to thank Central staff, of course, everyone in Central staff, and of course our media division, our legal counsel, my staff, of course, and of course on my staff today we have a happy birthday to Miss Ana Castillo. Happy birthday to you. God bless you. And also too, I want to also thank the listening and viewing audience that are listening and watching, whether it's television or radio airwaves. Thank you for tuning in, and thank you for listening in to this very important discussion. We appreciate your time. Without further ado, the Committee on Youth, Aging, Sports and Parks meeting of October 31st, 2025 is hereby adjourned.